This particular part of the line that the tornado warning has been issued for Marion County, it's moving to the east at 55 miles per hour. So if you're driving along the road at 55 miles per hour, and let's say you started in Hamilton and we're going areas east towards center, how long would it take you to get across the state? Potentially 4 hours or so. So this definitely gives us an idea that this is moving very quickly, and it could continue to advance rapidly once it finally fully moves into the state. But our primary concern right now is that tornado warning that has been issued for the northern tier of Marion County. It may be hard to see. This is a rain wrap situation where we could be seeing a potential tornado. As Wes was mentioning, it's when you see that green and red right on top of each other. We call that gate to gate shear, and that indicates that the winds are rotating within the storm right along I-22. So this is close to Oakland, Tremont, Mississippi, and this will be crossing the state line shortly. So we have included areas like Scottsville, Bexar in the potential line of this possible tornado, and it will continue to move eastward at 55 miles per hour until 11:30. I'm going to see if I can pull up here really quickly for you our updated timing map so you get an idea of exactly when these storms will be coming through. So they're beginning to come towards the state line. Here we are at 10:52, so we're almost at 11 o'clock, right on time there, and could be out of West Alabama by 1 a.m. and then moving towards areas like Centerville, Birmingham, Oneonta, Pell City, Coleman, Alabaster by midnight and out of there by 2 a.m. and then East Alabama, generally a time from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. So the tornado watch is in place through 4 a.m. If these storms move quickly enough, they may be out of here even sooner than that. But we're just keeping a close eye on things for you. And our primary concern right now is the leading edge of this line as it moves into West Alabama. So if you have any friends or family who live in northern Marion County, make sure you go ahead, be the hero, call them, text them, let them know they need to go to their safe place. Some of the cities included within this tornado warning include Bexar, Scottsville, Pig Eye, Hackleburg, Bear Creek, Goddard. Now, will this hold together for the entirety of the warning? That remains to be seen, but we see enough evidence that this storm has been intensifying as it reaches the Mississippi-Alabama state line. So you need to go to that safe spot, an interior room away from windows. If you have a friend or family member who lives in a mobile or manufactured home, give them that first alert so they can get to their safe spot or a nearby storm shelter, because this line of storms, as we watch it come through, it's not necessarily like we're talking about individual discrete thunderstorms ahead of the main line. This is going to be embedded within that line. Wes was mentioning this is called a squall line or a quasi-linear convective system, a QLCS. And so it's got a linear look to it. You see these a lot during the fall and winter months, and it's within that line that you have to watch for the potential for bowing segments that could indicate straight line winds, and also the possibility for those embedded isolated tornadoes. Sometimes these tornadoes won't even be on the ground long, and sometimes they can be difficult to warn for. But for now, our attention is really focused on northern Marion County and even areas farther to the south within that severe thunderstorm warning west. We still have to watch for some straight line wind potential.
Yeah, and starting to see some reports here, Lauren, of trees and power lines down in the Hamilton area right now. So we're already getting some reports of some wind damage in the Hamilton area. Listen, there's going to be a lot of wind with this line as it moves through. As we've been telling you, straight line wind threat is going to be more widespread. There's going to be a threat for isolated tornadoes along that line, but even those isolated tornadoes, we could see straight line winds produce equal amounts of damage. So that's the thing with this is you see a severe thunderstorm warning, don't take that lightly. That is this is a nasty squall line that's moving through tonight. It's moving so quickly, and many times from my experience, when I see a system that moves so quickly across the state, it often has quite a bit of wind energy with it. So that's the thing we're going to have to watch out for here tonight. The greatest tornado risk, though, that we've been seeing, as Lauren was noting, west and southwest areas. There's been a question with respect to how much instability would be in play out there tonight. So East Alabama, the tornado risk may not be quite as elevated as what we're seeing further west, but that doesn't mean we could not see damaging winds. And that's the thing, we need to be prepared. And I mentioned earlier, I had a lot lot of folks tuned in that was on the social media asking me questions about this weather situation. I said just make sure you have your mobile device charged, because we're probably going to see some random outages just because not only the storms, but because it is going to be so windy as this line moves through. You see the crawl at the top of the screen, and we're staying on with you here because of this line moving through. We're approaching 11 o'clock, and it looks like our timing forecast is right on track here at 11. This is moving into northwest areas. The Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Marion County, but that does include the northern part of Marion County. We're zoomed in right here for the tornado warning over Scottsville, and if you're watching me in Bexar, this is roughly along and north of the I-22 corridor if you live west of Hamilton. Okay, if you're watching me here west of Hamilton, this is going to be north of I-22. This is also going to be approaching Hackleburg very soon. This is tracking to the east. You can see there is the Pig Eye community, Hackleburg. Looks like Highway 43 corridor as well. If you live along Highway 43 north of Hamilton, you need to be getting to that tornado shelter. You have minutes here as this approaches. There's Hackleburg, Tessner, Bear Creek community as well. Haleyville, we're not included in this warning, but let's closely monitor. We are seeing severe thunderstorm warnings that have been expanded further north into Franklin County. Now, the entire county is under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, so we are including Winfield, Guin, all the way down into Lamar County. In fact, Lauren, we may be able to check. We have a camera there in Vernon. We'll be able to check out that view here very soon and just see what the lightning intensity is looking like. We're seeing very high lightning count with this as that line tracks to the east. And let me go ahead and pull that up. And one thing you'll see here as we do show you the lightning count, you'll see a lot of folks always ask me the total strikes. You see there's positive and negative lightning strikes. Well, typically when you see those negative lightning strikes, those typically originate in the lower part of the cloud, lower part of the storm, but those positive strikes, those often originate in the upper part of the storm. And many times when we have especially supercells that are isolated, more discrete, those can result, you've ever heard us say bolts from the blue sometimes, those, and then they often result in some of the most violent lightning strikes and some of those positive strikes that happen with storms. So I just want to explain that. If you notice the difference, lightning is lightning, so really focus in on that total number there with respect to the count, but that gives us an idea if these storms are intensifying. And you see, you follow the line to the south, and you see right there a little ripple that's right around the Starkville area. So once again, we have another tornado warning that's over in the Mississippi around Oktibbeha County. If you're in Pickens County, let's keep an eye on this. So further south along the Highway 82 corridor, it looks like another tornado warning now is going to impact places. There's West Point, Mississippi. So over in the Starkville around Mississippi State University, you can see right there, looks like a very strong signature that we could have a tornado about to move into Starkville over into Mississippi. So that's another very suspicious part of the storm. Likely seeing that approaching here within the hour. Pickens County, hopefully that line will weaken though as it moves into parts of West Alabama. So we do have that view. I want to go ahead and bring that up, and just to show you here, this is a live look from Avadian Credit Union over in Lamar County, and look at that temperature right now, Lauren, 71 degrees. Are we seeing the live stream? Okay, so let me step aside. So yeah, looks like we are seeing the stream there. 71 degrees right now, and look at the wind gust out of the south at 34 miles per hour. So we have some very strong winds out there. 34 mile per hour wind gusts, 71 degrees. That is a very unstable setup that we have out there right now. So Lamar County, be on standby as this line approaches. There's going to be some strong winds with this as this moves into West Alabama. So the storm has not produced. Okay, so the Weather Service saying okay, so additional circulations are moving through Franklin County, but we'll stay. Okay, so the Weather Service is just talking about this line here approaching Marion County, but you can see we're picking up some rotation, Lauren. It looks like even out ahead of this line as it moves into West Alabama. So there's a warning right there just popped up. So Franklin County, tornado warning. So folks around Red Bay, Phil Campbell areas under a warning. And I know a lot of you here watch us right along the county line. There's Phil Campbell. There's the Russellville area also in the path. Lauren is circling Russellville and Littleville. So a first alert for this line, this storm approaching right now Russellville and Phil Campbell. We have tornado warnings that have been issued. Very strong winds. This warning goes until 11:30, the Franklin County tornado warning. And then to the south, we have the far northern part of Marion County under a tornado warning. And that warning is set to expire at 11:30 as well, I believe. Right, Lauren? Okay, so a couple of warnings that we have to the far northwest, but further south you go, we're probably going to see more of these severe thunderstorm warnings. Lamar County, we're under a severe thunderstorm warning. The strongest winds at this point are still just, you can see around Amory, Mississippi, but closing in right now on Lamar County. This is what you want to focus on as far as those strong winds right there along that gust front moving in from the west. So you still have a little time to seek shelter here if you're watching around Sulligent, if you're watching around Hightogee, Vernon, down towards Millport and Kennedy and those areas. There's Guin, Winfields right here, Glen Allen, and also Brilliance right in that area. So for all of you watching me here in Marion and Lamar counties, this is going to be a line of storm that's going to bring some very strong winds. You certainly want to be in a sturdy shelter as this approaches here over the next couple of hours. But now seeing a couple of tornado warnings in Alabama. First two tornado warnings of the day that we've seen, and that's one of the reasons why we're going to stay with you here. And a lot of this where we're seeing the strongest signals of a tornado. This is one of those areas, Lauren, where we're seeing that wind shear instability moving into West Alabama. Hopefully, as this all moves further east, it will become a bit more linear and sort of behave. I'm starting to see now in the corner of the screen here, if I can go back to that, I just want to show you, I'm starting to see quite a bit more lightning. I noticed a couple of flashes there a few moments ago. Notice the temperature update showing 69 now. It was just 70. So here it comes. I mean, it's moving in quickly here. This is Lamar County. A live look from Avadian Credit Union. We have winds gusting over 30 miles per hour. We're under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. So if you're watching me from Millport, Kennedy, all the way north to Guin and even into Marion County, this storm will be here within the next 30 minutes, and it's moving in quickly, moving about 60 miles per hour. These storms are going to be fast movers tonight. This is not going to be a system also where we're going to have multiple warnings. That's the one thing about this. For any given location, the threat window for you is going to be about 1 to 2 hours. That's it. It's going to move through, and then the severe weather threat is going to be over. So that's the good thing, but unfortunately, right now we are seeing some warnings that are popping up. And if your weather radio is going off with a tornado watch, right now no incoming threat right now around Birmingham or points east, but this will be approaching very soon, places like Tuscaloosa here over into West Alabama. But keeping a close eye on this, we are going to stay with you here and keep you well informed as this line approaches. I would basically expect, again, mostly a lot of wind with this. There are multiple tornado warnings over into Mississippi that we're keeping an eye on as this approaches. It does look like the line is becoming a bit more organized compared to what it was looking like earlier. It really looked messy over into parts of West Mississippi. Even though we did see a couple of warnings, it certainly looks like it has intensified quite a bit here as it has moved into east central Mississippi. But everywhere along that line, I would be highly surprised if we didn't see more of these severe thunderstorm warnings as this moved across the state. Lauren?
Hey, Wes, yeah, we're just keeping a close eye on things. As you mentioned, there's certainly been a trend as this is pushed into East Mississippi that the line has become more organized, and thus that's why we're seeing kind of more blanketed warnings along the line as it approaches Alabama. So the line is oriented, if you'll notice, from the northwest or the northeast to southwest. So northwest Alabama is going to be feeling this first, and then areas like Pickens County down into Sumter County, Lamar County, you're going to be on a little bit of a lag from what's happening up in Marion County right now. So I think Marion County is going to be the first to feel impacts, and then eventually the rest of this line is going to be pushing eastward. But we are tracking at least 4 tornado warnings, one that is in northwest Alabama and of course clipping just parts of Marion County, but we mentioned it looks like that's not holding together, which is good news, the portion for northern Marion County, and then 2 as well down in East Mississippi. But this is one of those systems that the straight line winds within it can cause some damage as well. And one reason we've been harping on the wind threat is, first of all, the winds have already been gusting up a lot outside of these storms. We've got that wind advisory in effect through 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. I just wanted to show you what some of our current wind gusts are ahead of these storms coming in. We've got a 40-mile-per-hour gust measured at the Birmingham airport, a 34-mile-per-hour gust in Greensboro, almost 40 miles per hour in Utah, and we're beginning to see winds picking up in East Alabama too. Notice flow is coming in from the south off of the Gulf, so you've got that warmer, humid air beginning to move in. That can help to bring a little bit of instability further to the north, but if you notice today, some of the warmest temperatures that we saw early on were in areas in west central Alabama. So places like Utah, Demopolis, Aliceville, up towards Fayette, Greensboro, even Hamilton, especially West Alabama. That's where we really think that prime risk for seeing an isolated tornado would be. But the farther eastward you go, there's still going to be that potential for damaging straight line winds along the line. So the tornado watch that we have for our entire area is in effect through 4 a.m. And if these storms continue to move as quickly as they've been going, then the storms could be out of the, not only would the tornado watch be over with at 4 a.m., but the storms could be over with by 4 a.m. as well. So we'll take a little look at the future radar here. So this is showing at midnight. We're at 11 o'clock Central Time right now. By midnight, we're seeing that line advancing through West Alabama. So a first alert for Jasper, Tuscaloosa, Greensboro, Demopolis, Utah. This line will be moving in within the next 60 minutes. And then as we go to the next hour, around 1 o'clock, that line should be moving a little closer towards areas like Birmingham West. So we're just keeping a close eye on things. And even if we don't see a formal tornado warning in some spots, we still want to pay close attention to these severe thunderstorm warnings as well.
Yes, we do, Lauren, and I know the lightning is starting to really pick up there around parts of Marion County. That line has pressed in quickly here across the northwest part of the area. You can see it's now pushed over the state line, now approaching Hamilton. We're going to have a strong wind gust in here where that tornado would be. That's a very thin tornado warning polygon that includes the WBRC coverage area. Lauren, let's go in here really tight on the radar. I want our friends here around Hackleburg so we can see this. I want to get in here very, very close. So it looks like there's the Pig Eye area. This is highway, I believe this is highway 172 right there. You can see highway 172 to Hackleburg. So highway 172 area, Hackleburg High School's right in this area. So the way the tornado is tracking, it's right in here's where we're seeing that signature. It's really tough to pinpoint just by a visual of the reflectivity, but there was a signature in here that briefly showed up. It looks like maybe right there around Hodges. It looks like it might have actually drifted north, Lauren, right in there. A little bit of a spin showing up that's around Pig Eye, Hodges area. That is right along the county line. This is Franklin County and then Marion County. So Hackleburg, it looks like that may stay just north of us, but still, we're going to have some strong winds. That wall of winds about to move through here. Gusts over 60 miles per hour. So just hang on here for at least another 30 minutes to an hour, and then we'll hopefully see this pass on through and the severe weather threat will come to an end fairly quickly. But the line now pushing in to the northwest part of the coverage area. It's approaching Hamilton, so be ready Hamilton very soon. Here within the next 15-20 minutes, we're going to have some strong wind gusts with this. Same for us, you go further south, you get into Guin, you get in towards places like the Beaverton area. If you're watching me around Beaverton, Detroit, that's in Lamar County. That's an area right now we have some of the very, very gusty winds there and the heavy rainfall. Do we still have the Lamar County camera? Let's try to go to that. Lauren, want to pull that up, and Lauren's actually bringing in, we have several sky vision cameras across the state, so on a night like this, it's great having that eye in the sky as we monitor this line moving to the east. But I was noticing the lightning really picking up there, but we do have right in Vernon, we can get a good eye on this as the storm moves in across Marion and Lamar counties. Fayette County soon will probably have a warning with this as this tracks on to the east. And let's put, do we have any shear markers on that and some storm tracks, some storm attributes just to take a look at? Want to see, okay, let me see if I can activate something here real quickly. I just want to look, just try to get an idea of the speed that we're looking at on this line. So we're looking at, wow.
I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think it's moving at 132 miles per hour, but
yeah.
It just goes to show you that the model, this stuff is racing to the east, and it's going to move through very, very quickly here. Let's see if we go through Birmingham. So, wow. So, yeah, this stuff's just moving. It is racing to the east. At least 60, 70 miles per hour is what some of that some of the wind speeds or vector speeds we're looking like over into Mississippi with this. So we're going to stay on top of this line as it moves through. We do have, again, a camera view. I wanted to bring that up for you. This is a live look from Vernon as that line of storms approaches. 32-mile-per-hour winds out of the south, and you can see the temperatures now at 69 degrees. So it is starting to feel quite soupy all around the state as this line approaches. So there is some instability out there. That's what that tells me, and we do have enough energy for these storms to sustain themselves as they do move into West Alabama. But right now, if you are in Lamar, Marion, Fayette counties, and soon possibly Winston County, just be ready to seek shelter if you're not under a warning, because this line is going to be crossing in fairly quickly. And by 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, I think for most of us, this is out of here as it continues to the east. Did you have something, Lauren? Okay, all right. So, yeah, we're going to stay with you here, and it is a first alert weather day. Tomorrow, you are going to be very surprised by these temperatures. We're close to 70 in a lot of areas right now. During the day tomorrow, we're going to be cooling off into the 30s by midday, so some much colder air. So you know around here, when we go through that kind of change from 70s at night down into the 30s, often we have some active weather, and that's one of the reasons why tonight we have things changing very quickly. And you probably are hearing those winds really whipping out there tonight. We have a strong south wind. It's been quite gusty here on Red Mountain, and that's what we call the gradient winds. Once the line passes, those wind speeds should back off some later on tonight, but even out ahead of this line, we're going to have some strong winds, and that's why I'm concerned we could have some random outages. So if you have a weather radio, just make sure you have a battery backup and you have a way to get those alerts just in case there are some random outages as this continues tracking to the east. But at the nearest tornado warning, the warning that was for Marion County, you can see that has expired. So the Weather Service has allowed that warning to expire, but we're still seeing now into Franklin County. So the Weather Service saying Marion County, your tornado warning is being canceled because the rotation is non-existent. But right now, Lawrence County. So Lawrence County under a tornado warning, as well as Colbert and Franklin counties, and that will be in effect until 11:30. So that's just north of our area, but not far from Haleyville and Double Springs. But the Coleman National Weather Service, or the Huntsville National Weather Service office, they also cover Coleman County in our coverage area, but Huntsville also covers Franklin and Lawrence County. So they're holding on to that tornado warning as that stays to the north. But we're going to stay with you because this line is going to produce some winds out there that could equate to a low-end tornado. I mean, we're talking 60, 70 mile per hour winds. So treat these severe thunderstorm warnings tonight as though we might have a tornado with these, because that's the kind of night it's going to be. And if you recall, during the last event that we had, Lauren and I were here tracking a line moving through the state like this one night, and we had ended up with some confirmed tornadoes out of that, but they were very brief. But at the end of the day, we did have some circulations that did manage to some evidence that we found after that line moved through. So let's treat these storms as they are warnings as they move on through, and make sure that you're in a sturdy shelter until they pass, and again, hopefully with little impact as they move on to the east. But we're going to be right here with you and walk you through this as these storms continue tracking to the east. So let's go set the stage here, Lauren. I want to go to the big picture one more time and just show folks where this is. It's actually right on time, because we were thinking around 11 o'clock tonight that line would be pushing into northwest areas, and there it is around Lamar and Marion County. So over the next hour, this is going to be pushing to Aliceville, Fayette, Jasper, around the Smith Lake area into Winston County. It's probably going to be closer to 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning as this is before this is moving Tuscaloosa, Bessemer, Birmingham, and points north. So a couple more hours here before this is really pushing in towards the metro area. But notice all the warnings with this. Right now, a tornado warning nearing Columbus, Mississippi, and also around Philadelphia now, further south, Neshoba County, Mississippi, also seeing a tornado warning. So there's several suspicious areas along this line we'll need to closely monitor as this moves into West Alabama, but hopefully soon we'll start to clear away some counties to the northwest. Lauren, if you want to walk us through the timing on this one more time, because I know we've got some updated high resolution, we got the forecast radar data, and just show folks watching us here at home when it could reach their location as we continue to track this across the state.
Yeah, Wes, I will say I think this is the radar data or the Futurecast data that we have. I think it's a little ahead of schedule. So the storms right now are just now moving into West Alabama. So this says midnight, but I would push it back just a little bit because even though these storms are moving quickly, it's taken them a while to actually get to the state line. So I would say before 1 o'clock, we should see storms here in West Alabama. Then as we go forward in time, around, I would say 1 a.m., we should see storms moving through the heart of our area, that I-65 corridor. So Centerville, Alabaster, Birmingham, Coleman. And then as we get to around 2, 3 a.m., this will be moving through East Alabama. So if you're in Rockford, Talladega, Anniston, Gadsden, Center, Ashland, I would expect these storms to arrive before 3 a.m. And then by the time we get to around 4 a.m., 5 a.m., this will be out of here, and we keep mentioning the big changes. It's going to be a shock to the system. Today it got fairly warm, and then as we go into tomorrow, temperatures will be dropping throughout the day. The warmest part of the day is going to be in just a few minutes at midnight, and then temperatures will plummet. We're talking going from likely the 60s here around midnight to possibly the upper 30s by late tomorrow afternoon. So this is a very dynamic system, which is why we're watching closely for a wind threat with this. Outside of any storms, we've got that wind advisory in effect through 9 a.m. Winds have been gusting already up to 35, 40 miles per hour over in West Alabama, and we'll likely continue to see those winds gusts increasing ahead of the system coming through. And even after this line of storms moves through, it's still going to be windy. It's still going to be blustery tomorrow as well because of that very strong cold front moving in, ushering in that cooler air. So if you're tuning in now to get an update, we still have a tornado watch in effect across much of central Alabama until 4 a.m. Central Time. We are at 11:15 Central Time right now. And so we've still got a few hours here to get through this. But as Wes was mentioning, we're going to watch because once basically the leading edge of this moves through, things are going to get much quieter for your area. For example, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in place right now for Marion and Lamar County, but once these storms move through Marion and Lamar County, your severe threat's over. So you got about maybe 30 more minutes here, and then we'll see that severe threat waning. There's still going to be some rain filling in on the back side of that, but this leading edge of the line is where we're seeing that damaging wind risk. I will say, as we continue to watch our lightning tracker here, the main thing it looks like we're kind of watching right now, there's that potential for an isolated tornado areas to the north, but I would say the structure of this system, how it almost looks snake-like, like it's bowing out, that tells me the main issue we're having here west is that possibility for straight line winds within the line.
Yeah, Lauren, and listen, hopefully this will all behave as it moves through. As we've been telling you, we've been seeing the greatest tornado threat west and southwest areas. I still think the big story with this line as it moves through will be the straight line winds. And you can see the way this is really lining up. It's bowing out in some areas. I know we're under a tornado watch, but even straight line winds, I mean, we can have 60, 70 mile per hour wind gusts. That can certainly topple trees and can sometimes even be more impactful in those particular situations. Lauren, click on this marker right here. I want to bring that up and just to show you one of the storm attributes. This is one area where this is trying to circulate there. That's why that popped up. We need to keep a watch on this because there's going to be little areas along the line where we start to see some rotation and we get what we call these spin ups, these areas that try to produce a tornado, and that's why we mentioned isolated tornadoes can develop quickly on a night like this, and we need to keep an eye on that. But notice the speed here, east-northeast, 95 miles per hour. And now keep in mind, this is not stopping at red lights. So when we say tornado warning on a night like this or severe thunderstorm warning, and you need to get somewhere, you need to get there in a hurry because this line is going to be moving in quickly. So what you will see, the Weather Service will likely issue some of these watches, or I should say warnings, out ahead of that line. Just give you some time to seek shelter as it's going to be approaching fairly quickly. Now, some locations where we were talking about a tornado warning, Scottsville, the Bexar area. If you're watching me there, most of this has now passed. It's over Hamilton right now. So Hamilton, we have the worst part of this now moving over at this time, and I do have a weather watcher there in Hamilton that will send in some reports, let us know what the conditions are like as this moves through. So we'll be keeping an eye on what's happening there. At last check, Marla Mentor, our weather watcher there, said winds gusting 21 miles per hour, temperature at 70 degrees there. So we had some gusty winds, temperature around 70 degrees around the Hamilton area. That line now pushing into Lamar County. Do we still have, let me go over to this view. So let's go back to, let me go to Max 2 just to show you. I want to break the view out so you can see there's Lamar County, and the tail end of that line is going to be approaching Sumter and Pickens County here very soon. We need to keep an eye on this. If you're watching me in Pickensville and Aliceville, first alert for let's watch this around Neshoba County, Mississippi, just in case we see another warning pop up. But notice how this is really coming together now. More of a line of storms, classic squall line setup that we're dealing with on this February night. Once this passes, you'll start to notice the cool down happening as this crosses the area, but it is approaching West Alabama right now, being impacted. If you're watching me, if you're in East Alabama, still looks like after midnight here. Well after midnight, it's 11:20 p.m., so we're talking maybe 2, 3 o'clock across those eastern areas. But right now, the biggest impacts are in Marion County. What Lauren has pulled up, this is where we have the strongest winds right now showing up around Vernon. And let me see if we have the view here, Lauren. I want to try to pull that up. Yeah, let's just put an eye in the sky here and just look at those conditions. We do have, as I mentioned earlier, our Sky Vision camera, so we can actually see what's going on out there tonight. So here we go. This is that's the live look from Avadian Credit Union. So it doesn't look like just total whiteout conditions. I know it's kind of difficult to see there, but yeah, you can see the lightning really popping. Still have some gusts, 32 miles per hour, but we still have power, so that's the good sign right now. We still have some power in Vernon at this time, but that's right along Highway 17, and that line, the worst part of this is actually moving over this camera at this time, so you can see what the conditions are like right now. We still have power in that area, and hopefully the lights stay on and this moves through. But right now, some strong winds. We also are going to check in with our weather watchers that we have in Marion County as well to see what those conditions are like. So we're getting an eye on this tonight as this moves in. A lot of wind, a lot of rain, and hopefully we don't see any more tornado warnings. But we're under that watch. That will be in place until 4 o'clock in the morning, but we'll likely start to see some counties trimmed away. Still quite a bit of lightning with this as well. And what that's telling me is these storms are holding together. They are still packing a punch. When you see that lightning rate, that is one thing to always monitor, especially this time of year. When you see that lightning count, especially if it starts to go up, sometimes I've seen that happen before a tornado forms. You'll see that lightning count really start to ramp up, but still looks like some loud noise makers out there tonight as well as these storms track through. Phil Campbell and points north are still under that tornado warning. You see that? That is a polygon. That is Lawrence County. Now, this is just north of the WBRC coverage area, but if you have friends, family in this area, you could text, call, let them know they need to be awake. They need to be in a shelter. Still seeing along this line some areas where we could have a tornado, and this is not a confirmed, this is a radar indicated tornado warning that we see, but this is now approaching Newburgh and also Concord in North Alabama. Okay, this is not Concord in Jefferson County. This is in Lawrence County. Just want to make sure I have that right. And you can see the lightning has picked up, strong winds, possible tornado. Hopefully this moves through and we have a little impact, but we need to be ready just in case. It actually looks like the circulation, Lauren, has weakened some. Yeah, you're looking at the rotation. You can clearly tell there, rotation's on the lower end of the scale. A little bit of rotation, but not as very pronounced as it was earlier. Let's go to the triple threat. We'll take a look at this. This is what we call the Barron triple threat, and we look into the storm, and it's showing us where basically what we're seeing. This signals where we might have hail, but this is just heavy rainfall, and it's causing that to show up as small hail, but that's likely just very heavy rain that's happening in those areas at this time. Looks like another warning that has popped up there, Lawrence. So now North Alabama seeing several of these warnings, so that's Lawrence and now Limestone County in North Alabama. So places like Athens and over towards Rogersville. So Limestone County under a tornado warning. Again, a lot of this north of our area at this time, but these storms are really producing several tornado warnings now as they cross Mississippi and East Mississippi and now move into northwest Alabama. So folks in that area need to be awake and seeking shelter right now as that line approaches, but still holding on to severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, some gusty winds. Need to watch this area that's just south of Vernon here, Lauren. Let's go in really close to Vernon. I want to take a look at this. we'll go to velocity data. You can see this is moving east-northeast at 85 miles per hour. So yeah, everything's rather uniform. Mostly just straight line winds. You can see right in that area there. Looks like the gusty winds have just pushed through Vernon. Further south, there's the Star community. So right in this area around Hytoge, Vernon, over towards Crossville, we could have some winds in here easily topping 45, 50 miles per hour in this area. So very strong winds moving through. There's a live look again from Vernon. You can see there the winds at last check. We had some gusts at 32 miles per hour. But at this point, just looks like a lot of rain falling there, Lauren. I know the lightning, we saw a couple of flashes of lightning, but it's not just continuous. We don't have the strobe effect that we saw with some of those storms earlier. We're seeing, I saw a couple of flashes of lightning, but so far, well, there we go. Oh, wow. So that looked like in that last frame there, like we might have had perhaps a power flash in that area. So we are seeing, wow, yeah, so we are now starting to see some intense lightning in that area at this time. So yeah, Vernon, those strong winds now moving through. You can see there it is starting to pick up now around Lamar County. So Crossville, Kingsville area, if you're watching me, severe thunderstorm warning now in Lamar and Marion counties, and that warning will be in effect until 11:30 here. So let's see, we're going to have another warning. They're going to issue a downstream severe thunderstorm warning coming up here very soon, according to the National Weather Service. Marion County reporting reported power lines down on Raven Lane and Hamilton so far. So we do have reports of some lines down in those areas. And just a lot of rain. I've seen the EMA there in Lamar County reporting they have 800 without power in Lamar County. So yeah, we're getting some power outages. We've had some reports of some lines down in parts of Hamilton. So we're getting some of those reports now coming in. What you would see was a setup like this with these straight line winds and severe storms moving through. Very heavy rain, but this is approaching Fayette County. So your weather radios and your First Alert weather app now going off Fayette County under a severe thunderstorm warning now. You're next up. And the worst of this very soon will be out of Hamilton based on the speed and the way this is moving. So if you're watching me in Hubbardsville, if you're watching me in Belk and Fayette and Berry, severe thunderstorm warning in effect. That line is about to move into western Fayette County. See, there's the Belk community. So if you're watching me there, Crossville right along the county line, this is about to move into Fayette County. And now Pickens County is also included, I believe, Lauren, in that latest warning.
Warning has been extended a little farther to the south. So not only do we have Lamar, Fayette, and Marion County under severe thunderstorm warning, we now have Pickens County as well. This one and the Fayette warning are in effect until 12:30 a.m. Central Time. And remember, this line is oriented from the northeast to southwest, so it's going to be coming in at an angle a bit. So our main concern along this line right now is that we look at the linear structure of the system generally indicates a straight line wind threat. Now, we can't rule out a brief embedded isolated tornado, but as we've been stressing, the main concern with this system would likely be that potential for some straight line wind gusts. And what I'm noticing is, yes, we've got some decent lightning on this as well, but we've got some very heavy rain coming through, and you just see that linear structure, which lends credence to the fact that, yeah, we're going to be seeing some strong winds with this. So this is generally pushing off to the east-northeast. Very heavy rain right now coming through Vernon. But next up, we're seeing the intense part of this line is going to be Ewan, Brilliant, Fayette, Belk, Kennedy, Millport, Carbon Hill. A first alert that this is headed towards Highway 43. And that very heavy rain that's beginning to fall in Ewan is going to be pushing towards Brilliant, crossing I-22. Kind of goes without saying, you don't want to be driving in this. Not everyone has that luxury of that option, but this is very heavy rainfall. As we've been mentioning, though, it's moving pretty quickly. So even though you've got very intense heavy rainfall right now, it's going to be moving out. So I want to kind of give you an idea for areas. Let's say you're downwind of this, downstream. You are in somewhere like Winston County, Walker County, into parts of Tuscaloosa County, Jefferson County. When could this line be headed your way? So I want to give you an idea. Let's say this line is moving at about 60 miles per hour. So if you're somewhere like Jasper, it could be closer to you by midnight. Springville, possibly around 1 a.m. And then as we go farther to the east, possibly getting in Jacksonville, Anniston around 2 a.m. because it is moving so quickly. We'll go a little farther down the line. It's beginning to approach Aliceville, but could be headed towards Tuscaloosa after midnight, moving towards Alabaster around 2 a.m. and then Sylacauga shortly before 2 a.m. So hopefully this line will continue to move through fairly quickly, and as it moves through quickly, though, it doesn't have a lot of time to weaken. We hope as the line continues to move eastward that we will see some signs of weakening, but for now, still having some severe thunderstorm warnings. I will say some good news. The severe thunderstorm warning that had been in effect for Marion County has been canceled, and as of right now, it hasn't been extended into Winston County, but we'll keep you updated if that changes. Meanwhile, you're still seeing a lot of heavy rain falling along I-22 south of Hamilton to the west of Brilliant. This is pushing to the east-northeast, so Haleyville, a first alert. You're about to be getting some of that very heavy rain and gusty winds associated with this. And this is a pretty decent lightning producer. As Wes was saying, you know, we watch for that potential for the lightning to grow more intense as these storms come in. The atmosphere is pretty primed for it. We've definitely got a lot warmer tonight, so that's going to help these storms to be more robust as they come in. But I would still say, even though we're watching for some isolated tornadoes west, this still looks like primarily a damaging wind risk.
Yeah, it does, Lauren, and you were noting that earlier, and a lot of our data has been showing that greatest tornado threat. There's been some of what we call the energy helicity is one of the tools we look at, the instability and the wind shear combination, and that really maxed out over the northwest part of the area, but we do see that particular ingredient sort of fade as this line moves further to the east. So I still think this is mainly going to evolve more into a lot of wind and rain. I think the straight line wind threat is going to be one of the greatest risks out of this. You can see, as Lauren noted, the severe thunderstorm warning has expired in Marion County. In fact, I just checked in. I texted one of our weather watchers there about 3 miles east of town here in Hamilton, said maximum wind gusts 30 miles per hour. So it got very windy there, obviously, as that line approached, and for a lot of us, I know it is kind of ominous out there. Clouds are racing out of the south. We have gusty winds. It's really whipping, but once this line moves through, those winds will settle down, and hopefully this line will behave. I like to see rain out ahead of the line, and we want to see more of that. That's a good thing. If we can get some rain out ahead of this, that'll help to stabilize the atmosphere a little bit. So hopefully we'll see some more rain break out ahead of this. You'll notice there's some rain showing up around Fayette right now, although that main line is now approaching. Now we're under a severe thunderstorm warning, Fayette County and Pickens County at this time. Lamar County, that warning has expired for us as well. So Vernon, the worst of this has moved on through. You can see at the bottom of the screen, we have a live look right there. That is the live look from Vernon and Lamar County. So you can see what this is doing there as it moves on through. It's mostly just a lot of rain at this point, but we have seen quite a bit of lightning. It's certainly a stormy night as this moves through. No doubt about that. There's going to be some rain, some wind, some loud rumbles as this moves through, but hopefully this line will lessen in intensity. So how far is this right now from Tuscaloosa? You can see it's still right now roughly about 40-50 miles away. Lauren will put the distance on there, and you can see it's now just moving into Pickens County. So if you're watching me around Gordo, if you're watching me around Reform, so there you go, you see it's around 40 miles, right on 40 miles there away from Tuscaloosa. So it still has a little ways to go before it starts moving into Tuscaloosa County, but I still think, well, there you go. Lauren's putting some of the arrival times. That's showing around midnight. So midnight tonight, and we're at 11:33. So this is moving fairly quickly. And again, midnight to around 12:30 in the morning, this will be pressing through there. And then after that, of course, pushing in towards, here's Birmingham back in here. Not seeing a lot of rain out ahead of this. And the good thing is this will not be a night where we have multiple systems, multiple warnings. This is a one and done setup tonight. Once this line moves through, the threat is over. So that's why we're staying here with you here late on a Saturday night. It's a first alert weather day as we approach, well, it's just after 11:30 here. Just want to let you know we're going to stay with you and just keep it right here on WBRC. We're going to walk through this with you here and get through this tonight as this line moves on to the east, and hopefully it will behave here as it moves further to the east. But I know it has been a very active setup here for the past several weeks. I mean, we went from winter weather, we've had storms, now we're back to storms, and actually next week it's back to cold weather. I mean, we're talking temperatures tomorrow night. I think there's a chance we're going to see some teens over parts of North Alabama. So coming in from Marion County right now, thunder, lightning, max wind gusts 30 miles per hour, just under 3/4 of an inch of rain, temperature 63 degrees, Lauren. So that's from our weather watcher there, Marla Minter in Marion County, keeping us well posted on the line. And there it is, right there's a gust. It's probably just going to be this one gust front, Lauren, that moves through. But right there's that area, that wall of wind, and you can see how thin that line is. But that's what's going to be pushing through, and it's going to bring that brief gust of wind as it pushes in, and then after that we'll have improving conditions. But all along this, it looks like it's very uniform. Nothing that's just really jumping out on the radar suggesting we might have a tornado trying to form here, so that's a good thing. And even across North Alabama, a lot of this, Lauren, seemed like it, well, looks like maybe right there, a little bit of a spin just south of Town Creek. But again, this is north of our coverage area, but if you do, it's late tonight. If you have friends, family in this area, I always encourage you to text, call. You know, you're part of the warning process as well. We just need to get the word out, let folks know they need to be up, they need to be monitoring this and seeking shelter. There's Decatur, Athens, all these areas around Limestone County, Lawrence County. There's Moulton. Tornado warning. Folks here need to be in their tornado shelter at this time as that line moves north. But again, this is north, well north of Birmingham, well north of Tuscaloosa, and north of our coverage area. There's Winston County right there. Winston County is not under a warning, right, Lauren? Okay, so Winston County, even though if you were staying with us here, you're in Haleyville, Natural Bridge, around Lynn, the Delmer areas, just letting you know we're not under a severe thunderstorm warning at this time. I keep seeing that lightning at the bottom of the screen. That's the storm moving through Lamar County, but at this point, just looks like mainly a lot of wind, rain, and some loud rumbles, but no warning at this time if you are watching here in Winston County. So we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has popped up. So a new severe thunderstorm warning now includes southeastern Lamar County until midnight. So it's going to be for that southeast part. So the Weather Service just updated. They're likely going to continue along parts of this line. Mostly, Lauren, looks like severe thunderstorm warnings. Do you have any new information?
Not seeing any new information at this time. I would just note that the linear structure of this system continues to show that the main threat is going to be the heavy rain as it briefly comes through, but also some straight line winds. So see how it looks very uniform? You don't see these little discrete areas where we're seeing potential rotation. This is just a very uniform setup that would indicate the possibility of straight line winds as this pushes eastward. And we've certainly been seeing some lightning as well. So that's the new severe thunderstorm warning in place for Lamar County. This is only through midnight. But if you live somewhere like Hytoge, Melbourne, Vernon, Star, the worst of this has already moved through. There's still some heavy rain, but the strongest winds associated with this on that leading edge are now moving through areas like Millport, Kingville, approaching Kennedy, Belk, Cowan, getting towards Highway 96, and also a little further to the north up towards Bobo along Highway 43, Fayette, Jerusalem. This will be knocking on your doorstep here shortly. So we have that particular severe thunderstorm warning. Then we go a little farther to the east and see this severe thunderstorm warning in place for Fayette until 12:30. So next in line for this one, Belk, Fayette, Gumbud, Stewart, Fowler's Crossroads, Piney Grove Church. This is oriented from the northeast to southwest, so this is heading towards Highway 43 and eventually moving towards Highway 13 as well. So you're getting some light rain out ahead of the main part of this line right now. And then as that light rain moves out, the heavy rain will come in behind it. And really, as we've been mentioning, the most potent part of this line is going to be that leading edge where you have that potential for some strong winds. You know, we had the flooding earlier this week, so the ground's already already pretty saturated. Even though this line is moving through quickly as this heavy rain comes down, it's got some gusty winds associated with it. So if you have any trees in your yard that maybe are more vulnerable, or maybe there's been a loose limb somewhere and that could fall on a power line, that's why we want to watch for spotty power outages. But I'm definitely encouraged that as we zoom into parts of this line, I've noticed the lightning count has been going down a little bit in some spots, and it certainly looks very linear. So our hope has been, and as we've been talking about, it looks like that greatest risk for severe weather tonight would be in West Alabama. And then as this line was to advance eastward, we may eventually see a weakening trend. It's not a guarantee, but I'm definitely encouraged by the fact that this just looks more linear. And honestly, if we zoom out a little bit, it also looks a little bit sloppy in nature somewhat. So hopefully we can see that trend continue as it moves to the east. But we'll note that this severe thunderstorm warning that is for Fayette County, the most intense part of this line is moving through Mount Vernon, Bluff, Wayside right now. And so you've got very heavy rain that's going to be moving towards Coven, Hubbardville, Bazemore, Fayette here shortly. So we're also seeing some lightning associated with this. You're going to be hearing that booming thunder. And we don't have any active tornado warnings for our area. These severe thunderstorms the severe thunderstorm warnings are being issued because these storms are producing that possibility of some straight line winds. And so as these storms advance eastward, that leading edge especially is where you're going to be seeing that wind threat and some brief heavy rain. So for our area right now, and we do now have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for Winston County and now the northern part of Walker County. So Double Springs, Lynn, we are beginning to pick up on some more intense winds within the leading edge of this line as it crosses Highway 43 and is soon going to be crossing I-22. I'm going to see if we can pull up some first alert times on parts of this line. So let's see, this is showing the line pushing to the northeast at about 55, 60 miles per hour. And along this line, the part of the line that's going to be pushing to the northeast into Fayette County would be moving into Winfield around 1144, Glen Allen 1147, Tucker at 1148, Brookside 1151, Rock City 1151, and Brilliant around 1152. So very heavy rain associated with this, but also the possibility of some strong wind gusts. So be mindful that as this comes in, this is going to be blowing in at quite a clip. You're going to be hearing those winds, and the worst of the storm will probably be there for 30 minutes max. And then you've got some rain that's going to be filling in behind that. So the benefit of this system, because it's moving so quickly, the worst of it is not going to last long where you are. The problem is sometimes it moves so quickly it doesn't have time to weaken. So we'll continue to see a situation where we're not looking as much of a tornado risk, but you still have to treat severe wind seriously too, especially those straight line winds. Sometimes you can get straight line wind damage that is on par with an EF0, EF1 tornado. And I know some of the severe events I've seen in my career where some of the most prolific damage was down in Dothan back in 2015. There was a severe thunderstorm event. Severe winds really caused some major issues down there. I don't see this being a similar situation at all, but still, even a severe wind in your neck of the woods at your home, that could make that day impactful for you, right? So if you're watching us right now, just double check that your devices are charged. If you're somewhere like Jasper, Coleman, Birmingham, Hoover, Alabaster, Tuscaloosa, Pell City, Gadsden, Anniston, double check that your devices are charged, because as these come through, the winds are going to be picking up. And honestly, even before these storms come through, the winds are picking up right now. So like me, have your device charged right now, because there is that possibility that even ahead of these storms that we could be seeing the possibility of some spotty power outages. I want to actually pull up. We do have the power outage count here.
Yeah, and Lauren, I was just going to add, I'm seeing here we do have a report of some trees down in the Bear Creek area from emergency manager in that area. I want to mention also that Tony McDonald, our first alert weather watcher in Lamar County, reporting that things are slowing down. Power is back on. He said the power was off and on there in Lamar County. Rain rate about 97, looks like just under an inch of rain. Top wind speed 28 miles per hour. So 28 mile per hour wind gust there in Lamar County. That's from weather watcher Tony McDonald as that storm moved through. Now, severe thunderstorm warnings, as Lauren noted, that now includes northern Walker County, Winston counties, and Fayette counties. And we're likely just going to see these warnings blanketed along this line as it continues east across the state. So just be prepared for the possibility of some rogue wind gusts along this line that may produce gusts, damaging wind gusts 40, 50 miles per hour. What you're looking at the bottom of the screen, also what we have over here, we have some of our Sky Vision cameras. That's the view from Lake Tuscaloosa there at Pier 43. So just kind of watching, see what the lightning rates like as this line approaches. But next up is Tuscaloosa. Our timing was showing around 12:30. Also Jasper area. This is going to be approaching you here within the next hour. So within the hour, if you're in Jasper, and actually within the next 30 minutes, Carbon Hill, this will be approaching your area as well. Oatman, Carbon Hill, Townley, Parrish, all these communities in here, Manchester, north to Poplar Springs and Double Springs. Looks like for you, within the next 30 minutes to an hour, this corridor will be impacted. So it's pushing into Fayette at this time. So anywhere from Fayette, right there around the DCH Medical Center in Fayette, you're dealing with those strong wind gusts at this time. Let's go in really close, Lauren, and go to the velocity. We can bring in some of those wind speeds. Let's zoom into the city of Fayette. I know, folks, right now it looks like a very sharp contrast right there as we go over to the velocity data. Let's click on that, and yeah, you can see 58 mile per hour winds. Now, what we're looking at, wind speed estimates according to the radar site, which this is actually, let me look at this, Lauren. I want to look, what's the let's see, what's the height on that?
1,500 feet.
So about 1,500 feet up. So yeah, we're looking at about 1,500 feet up and seeing those winds. So when you kind of translate that down to the surface, I would say 40 plus mile per hour wind gusts that's happening in this area right now. So again, just note that when we do plot some of these wind speeds, the radar beam, it's looking like at this angle, higher up into the storm. So that's what we're seeing at this time. Basically, anywhere in Fayette County, big concern for you right now. I'm not seeing a tornado signature that just stands out, but I am seeing possibility in here that we could have some wind gusts that could top 40, 50 miles per hour. Right in this area, Lauren, looks like maybe that's around McShann or Coal Fire. Right there on Highway 82. Well, there you go. That's right around Coal Fire, the little area of just need to watch in here in case we get some area that might try to spin up. But at this point, you can see how uniform this line is. Palmetto, Reform, back into Carrollton, also Aliceville. You know what? I want to step back over because I've got the camera pulled up there at Lake Tuscaloosa, but also we have a camera that's at Pickens County, so we can kind of see what those conditions are like there in Reform. So I'll bring that view up, and this is right there at the airport in Pickens County. So it looks like, oh yeah, rain's really coming down. You can see now in Pickens County, but as far as lightning goes, let's see if we can bring this up full screen here briefly and take a look. Looks like 70 degrees at this time, and winds, there you go, 23 miles per hour. Let's see if we have any more storm reports coming in. So I like that. I like that we're not seeing numerous storm reports right now, Lauren. Looks like we have one report over northern Marion County. The weather watcher that we have in Vernon, Tony McDonald, I mentioned earlier, he reported the wind speeds, top wind speeds of 28 miles per hour. And also we had a report from, looks like a tree reported down in Blount County. So this is on Pine Mountain Road in Remlap. So we're getting those gusty gradient winds out ahead of this. That's producing those gusts of 30 miles per hour. So we still could see some random outages, some downed trees, just because it's so windy out ahead of this system right now as it moves through. But Tuscaloosa County now and Greene and Walker counties have been added. As you can see, your weather radios are going off. If you're waking up right now, you're joining us here on WBRC. We're seeing a risk for some damaging straight line winds mostly at this time. We're under a tornado watch, and on nights like this, I always say when we have severe thunderstorm warnings, just know that that could could be upgraded to a tornado warning at any point, because typically this is what we call QLCS, quasi-linear line of storms. We see it often during the winter. This is not the kind of night where we're going to see supercell, individual supercell storms, one after the other, that moves across the state. It'll be this one line that tracks west to east. You're looking at about a 1 to 2, maybe 3 hour window for any given location, and then the threat's over. So just hang in there. This will pass through very quickly, and we can give you the all clear. In fact, right now, we can say if you're in Marion and Lamar counties, the worst has passed through. You can see the wind, Lauren, is kind of filtering through all the clutter on the radar and just showing you the one area with the most severe winds, and you can see right through that zone right there. It's a very thin area, but that's where those gusts could easily top 40, 50 miles per hour. That's those straight line winds you can see along that line pushing through Reform and Carrollton and Aliceville. Hey, and I want to go back, Lauren, because you were going to show us, actually, check out this view right now coming in from Reform. So yeah, we're getting the strongest winds right now pushing through. Certainly don't want to be on the road in this, right? I mean, it's like being in a hurricane out there tonight with those strong winds pushing through. Again, right there in Reform, we're likely seeing easily, that's some 40 plus mile per hour winds right there pushing through. This is at the airport right there at Alabama Property Development, one of the First Alert Sky Vision cameras. So again, this is what we're dealing with tonight. There's probably going to be some random outages, and Lauren, you were about to show that map. I apologize. I want to get back to you because you do have some updates on some of those power outage numbers across the state.
Oh yeah, let's pull that up. You do see now severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for all of Walker County and all of Tuscaloosa County until 1 a.m. But let's pull up those power outages and get them right here. So, and again, clearing off all the clutter. We don't like clutter. As you can see, this is showing the power outages by county. So let me get the little pixel here that we can get an idea of. So this is showing about 1,000 customers without power down in Pickens County and about 2,000 customers without power in Lamar County, about 900 customers without power in Marion County. So it's fairly spotty, but you can see where the storms haven't even come through yet into parts of central Alabama like Jefferson County, Walker County, over into Winston County, Fayette County. You're still seeing power outages, and even up into Gadsden and over into Etowah County. And that's due in part to the fact that we've been seeing those gradient winds ahead of the storm. And those gradient winds are just kind of a result of the extreme pressure differences. And so what you're seeing with those gradient winds gusting up to 35, 40 miles per hour, that's ahead of it even raining outside. We're still going to be seeing those strong winds persisting through 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. That's when that wind advisory is still in effect through then. But yeah, just definitely covered up with some severe thunderstorm warnings across West Alabama. I will say what is encouraging, Wes, as we look at this view, the lightning has gone down significantly from what it was an hour ago. Well,
hopefully that number continues to go down, because when we see the lightning really start to ramp up, I never will forget Fultondale night. The lightning we saw so many strikes suddenly start to appear, and all of a sudden we saw that storm. You know, that's the thing is we know that the conditions are favorable for tornadoes. We know when those conditions are there, but whichever storm decides suddenly it wants to rotate, I mean, there's still a lot when it comes down to the local scale variables there that we just can't really pinpoint. The science just isn't there. So that's why we still actually have to have storm spotters. We still need eyes in the sky when it comes to tracking these things. Now, on a night like tonight, it's extremely difficult, because if you do have a tornado with something like this, it's going to be more embedded in a line, and it may not last long. Sometimes within a minute, sometimes we can see a warning that happens. It's just these things are so brief. It's almost like a tropical system. You know, we talk about those quick fire warnings that often happen with something like that. Mostly, though, what we're seeing at this point, some straight line winds. I was just noticing another one of our weather watchers that follows me on Facebook said, Wes, I'm in Ethelsville and the power's out. So we are seeing some more of those power outages. That's in Pickens County. So for a lot of us out there, we're seeing some random outages. And I just want to stress again, make sure if you depend on your weather app to receive those first alerts for warnings, make sure your mobile device is charged in case there are some outages. I don't want you to miss a warning, a critical warning, if you do lose power. And don't forget that you can find us, by the way. We are streaming on all digital channels, and besides the First Alert weather app, we actually have a streaming app for Fire TV for Roku, and we have a 24-hour weather channel on that streaming app. So you'll want to download that. It's free. Another app, another way to stay informed with WBRC as we track this tonight. But we're going to stay up with you. I know it's late, and if you are in West Alabama right now, I know this may be waking you up. We're hearing some loud rumbles. We have some storms moving in. It's a first alert weather day. We've been anticipating this line and talking about it for a few days, and finally it's here, and it looks like it's going to move through fairly quickly. That's the good thing. In fact, if you're in Fayette, the worst of this, you can see it's through the city of Fayette. Severe weather threats ending for you right now. The severe weather threat, if you're in Winfield and Ewan, that's it. It has moved on through. And if you're north of that area, if you're in most of Marion County, actually in the clear right now, as you can see, it's now pushing into Walker and into Winston counties. But that tail end of that line now pushing into Pickens County, right now around Pickensville, Aliceville, now pushing through northern Sumter counties. Tuscaloosa under a severe thunderstorm warning. This is still it's across central Pickens County, but you are looking at about 30 minutes here before this starts moving in towards places like Coker and the city of Tuscaloosa. Want to go in really close along this line. Again, you can see this is all at the moment to the west of Birmingham. Some estimated, this is a time of arrival showing around 12:30 in the morning for places like Cottondale, University of Alabama, Northport. I know a lot of folks have been in town, perhaps even visiting for the big game that happened there today, and you can see that line is going to be arriving around 12:30 in the morning, but this will all move out by 2 o'clock in the morning. Most of the rain should be out of here, and then we'll have improving weather conditions. But Lauren, let's go in really close. I want to start in Winston County, and let's go in, zoom in, and just take a look at the velocity data, see if we have any areas in here where this thing may be trying to produce a tornado. And right now, let's go to, let's check out Birmingham, and we'll look at the relative and the base velocities products out of Birmingham. So we're scanning it from Columbus. There we go right here. Let's take a close look at this. And yeah, things still look rather uniform, maybe right there around Lynn. Actually, Carbon Hill, let's keep a watch on this little area right in here, maybe a little area trying to spin up a little bit. We'll watch around Carbon Hill. That's certainly going to have some strong winds in here, straight line winds with a signature like that. That's pushing, there's Nauvoo. Here's Saragosa's back in here. So Nauvoo and areas north towards Rose Hill. Again, this is Winston and northern Walker counties. You're probably seeing quite a bit of lightning happening in that area at this time, but we're going to check in. We have some camera views there too. We can see what's happening in Walker County as this approaches, but seeing quite a bit of lightning there, still showing up by around 16 strikes. When you see those lightning strikes, that is the total count for all the lightning that is on your television screen. Okay, so once we zoom out, you'll see that number go up. It's not that the storms are suddenly intensifying, but the way that counts the number is based on what's on the screen. So again, you'll see that number goes up as we zoom out. So I just want to point that out. If you look at that and say, wow, that storm's really intensifying, that's not necessarily what's going on. So out ahead of this, we're seeing around Fayette and Berry, I was noticing a little bit more rain trying to form out ahead of that line of most intense wind. So hopefully we'll see more of that. A lot of times when you get what we call cold pooling, or you start to see a lot of rain out ahead of the line, that can help to weaken things just a bit. So hopefully that trend will continue as this moves further to the east. But right now it's just really a lot of wind and rain, but we're concerned around Aliceville and Carrollton still. You can see that severe thunderstorm warning is in effect, and let's see if we're seeing a lot of wind damage reports coming in from that area. Looks like in Fayette, seeing a report from of a tree on a house near Southside Baptist Church in Fayette. So the EMA, that's one of the reports we're hearing. So maybe a tree on a home there near Southside. So that's in Fayette. So again, that's the thing here with these gusty winds down trees, down power lines. That's going to be one of the big concerns here for the overnight hours. So in Fayette, seeing that report coming in, and we, as Lauren noted, we're seeing some random power outages in those areas. Further south you go into Mississippi, it looks like they're holding on to what's left of one little tornado warning polygon. That's north of Meridian, Mississippi. It doesn't look like that's going to expand, or it just really doesn't jump out like we have a clear signal here of a tornado that's going to be approaching Sumter County. So if you're watching me around Livingston and York, we are under severe thunderstorm warnings, but I don't see a tornado warning being extended into Sumter County. It looks like we're going to see that main risk being straight line winds as well. And again, you can see some rain already happening there along Interstate 5920 down through Livingston and into York, Alabama. So tonight, we're staying with you. I know we don't have a lot of tornado warnings happening at the moment. We're under a tornado watch, but this is a unique situation because these storms are moving so quickly tonight, and you have very little time to react based on the speed of these storms, and that's why we want to stay out ahead of this to make sure you have the first alert. We don't want this stuff to all of a sudden you get an alert, a weather alert for a warning, and then by that point it's too late. We want to make sure you are well informed. So we're going to keep you out ahead of this as this line moves across the area and track this across the state. Hopefully we get this through here and we see it weaken. I hope that trend starts to show up here as this moves further to the east. But Lauren, I want to throw it back to you because I know you've been also monitoring the conditions with the Weather Service, Chad, and monitoring. It looks like mostly now what we're going to see a lot of these thunderstorm warnings along this line as it continues moving east across the state.
Yeah, Wes, I will say I'm encouraged that for the most part in the National Weather Service, Chad, apart from a few downed trees here and there, we're not seeing any major signs of concern. What I do want to show you, I want you to pay attention to the lightning tracker here at the top. We had over the past couple of hours, it looked like there was a brief uptick in lightning about an hour ago, but what we're beginning to see now is a trend going downward again. So that's what I hope to continue to see here as this line pushes eastward, the possibility of maybe it not being as intense. Wes was noting we're seeing some light rain forming ahead of this, and so that could help to really, that cold pool that develops could help to limit that severe threat. Now, I say that, help to limit the tornado threat at least, but we could still see some strong wind gusts within this line since it is a linear feature. There is a linear shape to it. And when I say linear, you look at it, it looks like a line of storms. And oftentimes when that's the type of setup, that's when you see that potential for some straight line winds. So we'll zoom in to where I think we're seeing some of the most intense lightning along the line right now in Aliceville. Very heavy rain is moving through, and so next up in line for this heavy rain is areas like Pioneer, Kirk, Jenna, and then this will be pushing towards Highway 82 where we're seeing some of that heaviest rain now coming in towards Gordo. Around Highway 86, really heavy rain is falling. But again, the main concern is that we could at least be seeing some 45, 50 mile per hour gusts with this line as it's coming through. And of course, the winds could be pretty strong outside of this main batch of storms as well. So this particular part of the line that is just to the east of Reform, we have a little tracker that's just pulled up on it. So I'll give you some of those first alert times. It's coming through Live Oak as we speak, but then Concord at 12:12 a.m., New Hope around 12:13, Samantha at 12:14 a.m., and New Lexington around 12:15. So I would say this is moving at about 60 miles per hour, even though I think sometimes it overestimates just how quickly this is moving. But around 60 miles per hour, you can assume that with this line, and we're just going to continue to watch it. Right now, if you're in Vernon, Sulligent, Millport, Hamilton, the worst of this is behind you now, but now the strongest part of the storm west is now heading towards areas like Jasper and Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, that's right, Lauren, and I was just pulling up behind you there. This is a live look from Sanders Aviation. This is in Walker County, so this is just north of Jasper at the airport, and just watch this view here. You'll see the lightning, that line of storms, it's approaching, and I know it's quite ominous out there tonight. Listen, it's warm. It's 70 degrees in the middle of the night in February. We don't see that often, and when you have those kind of temperatures, there's a very tropical air mass in place across Alabama, and it's amazing how quickly this air has recovered coming off of yesterday morning when we had freezing conditions, and now today we're talking about 70 degrees right here in the middle of the night, and that's what's fueling these storms. And when you have temperatures like that, even though right now, you know, we're not seeing many tornado warnings, we're seeing severe thunderstorm warnings. When you see temperatures like that, you've got to keep a close watch on this. These storms suddenly could intensify, ramp up, and we could see a warning. So we've got to watch this until this pushes through the area. Just stay up and stay with us here, and we will give you the all clear once this line passes. But that's clearly showing that we have some very unstable conditions. And actually just north of there, Lauren, right here, we need to pay close attention to this. Right there looks like an area maybe trying to show a little bit of spin south of Double Springs right there. Let's go in for a close look, and we can put some first first alert times on the screen. Again, the way this is moving, you can see east-northeast at 72 miles per hour. 72 miles per hour. We're looking at arrival around Black Pond around 12:08. Again, this is around Smith Lake. If you're joining me here around Smith Lake, Houston around 12:14 as well. So at this time, it's 12:03. So you see how quickly this stuff is moving, and it's going to be on top of you here very soon. So you're looking at 15 minutes max. You need to be in a sturdy shelter until this passes. And I know for a lot of you in this area, everybody, hopefully at this time of night, we are in a sturdy shelter. But if you were thinking about going somewhere, if you had severe weather safety plans, maybe going to stay with someone, you still have some time to get out ahead of this. If you're in Coleman County, I'd be thinking about that as well until this passes. And you don't want to be in a vehicle, you don't want to be on the road. I know we often say you don't want to be in manufactured homes for tornadoes, and you certainly don't want to be in a vehicle as well. I mean, there's a lot of places you don't need to be in the middle of a storm like this, but it's starting to show it's not as linear. We're starting to see the little ripples, as you can see, little bends in that line. That's what we got to watch out for in case we do see something try to spin up here. But around Black Pond at this time in Winston County, that's where I'm seeing a little suspicious area. Just need to watch this. Regardless, anywhere along this line, we still could see winds that might equate to a low-end tornado. So again, need to be planning for the possibility of winds 60, 70 miles per hour. I was noting, Lauren, I saw to the north some more tornado warnings. It still looks like it is still quite active here, North Alabama. Look at the Decatur area underneath tornado warning polygons, and now the Huntsville area under tornado warning. So all through here, the National Weather Service in Huntsville, they're continuing to issue a lot of these tornado warnings. You look at this line, though, it looks awfully similar to what we're seeing, I mean, in parts of our area. Again, for some of us, you can see it's mostly just a lot of wind. I saw the Weather Service in Memphis was doing this. They were issuing a lot of tornado warnings, and it was mostly a lot of straight line winds. But that's the thing, you know, many times in a situation like this, you could issue a lot of these tornado warnings, but a lot of times they're very brief, and by the time you issue the tornado warning, it's dissipated. So that's one of the challenges with something like this, and why I often say treat those severe thunderstorm warnings as though they are, in some cases, like a low-end tornado, because that's the kind of wind you can see with something like this. Let's go back to big picture view here. I want to reset the scene. Here's a look at the coverage area. Chief Meteorologist Wes Wyatt here. As we approach it's midnight. As we take you on into Sunday, meteorologist Lauren Linehan is here. If you go to your safe place, just a reminder that we are streaming live. We're on our weather app. We're on our Fire TV, Roku streaming apps. You can find us there. And also, you can hear us on Clear Channel stations across the state of Alabama. We're going to stay with you because it is a first alert weather day. And here during the overnight hours, we have a very fast-moving system that is racing across the state. Our biggest concern continues to be damaging straight-line winds and an isolated tornado threat. You will see there is a tornado watch across East Alabama. Someone asked me this evening, said, well, I thought the worst was going to be to the west. Here's the thing, if there's ever any conditions that are favorable for a tornado, even high end or low end, you're going to see a watch. That means conditions are favorable. So that's why we're seeing this watch to the east. Now the watch goes until 4 o'clock in the morning. I believe we're going to see a lot of these counties by 4. Most of our area will be trimmed away from that watch the way this thing is moving. The tornado warnings, you can see a lot of that wind energy along the front. Some of that enhanced wind shear is starting to lift a bit further north. That's why we're seeing more of those warnings to the north. But also notice that we have severe thunderstorm warnings all along that line. Now Tuscaloosa, we're next up, and very soon, if you're in Birmingham, just be on alert. That line is approaching now. It's approaching the Birmingham area. So just taking a look here once again on the big picture. I want to go back to meteorologist Lauren Linehan is here on the controls. We'll take this we'll go from north to south. Let's zoom in right now, show you areas impacted and where we need to be expecting some of the strongest winds within the next 15 minutes. And we mentioned earlier Black Pond, Houston area. There's Arley, Addison. If you're watching me in Curry, Sipsey, mentioned Jasper as well. Let's go into the city of Jasper. There's Carbon Hill. Looks like the worst of this has now passed Carbon Hill. This is right around the Kansas area. There's Jasper, Saragossa, Manchester. That camera view that we were looking at there from Sanders Aviation was actually showing up just to the north. Let's go back to Let's go back to that view here quickly and just see that the line is just, it's almost to this camera site here. And you can see that the lightning, it's not continuous, but we are seeing some flashes there. 70 degrees, winds gusting at 25 miles per hour. So this is a real picture of what we're seeing out there tonight with this line. And it's right there where that camera site is located. That's where we're seeing that line right here just north of Jasper, right in this area. So further south, if you're in Oatman, you're about to have that wall of wind and rain about to move in. That's along the Highway 69 corridor. Hubbardsville, looks like the worst of this has passed through Hubbardsville. This is right there along that Highway 102 corridor. So if you're watching me there, you know where I'm talking about, over towards the Oatman and Hubbardsville area. Bankston, Berry, and I believe, was that a wind gust we just had? So, yeah, we're getting some really gusty winds here on Red Mountain tonight. That south wind out ahead of this. I know this is probably waking a lot of us up, just the gradient winds as this system approaches. But the leading edge, next 15 minutes, some strong winds moving into Whitson, the Wiley area. This is northern Tuscaloosa County. If you're watching me around Northside and Lake Tuscaloosa, giving you a first alert. Next 15 minutes, 20 minutes, a lot of wind, a lot of rain. Hopefully we don't see this upgraded to a tornado warning, but the way that this is timing out, we said 12:30 over the city of Tuscaloosa, and check this out. You can see some of those strong winds right now. This is a live look. You're getting those straight line winds now. Lauren, did we lose part of the roof right there?
Oh.
Maybe?
Well, I don't. Was it like that before?
It may have been like that. I don't know. I'm just
either way, it's gone.
I'm just noticed the camera.
Huh.
We turned the camera, but you can see obviously the way the rain's blowing. We've got the sideways rain here tonight because of those gusty winds. But yeah, it is really packing a punch here right now at Sanders Aviation. You can see that line moving in, but there's the view, 70 degrees, and it just arrived. I mean, we were seeing right there. I knew that line was very close to this camera site, so that is a strong gust front. You are going to know when this rolls through your neighborhood there tonight with those strong winds. Did you have something to add, Lauren? Okay, so again, there's a real picture. That's the straight line winds and that line that's moving through a lot of rain, and temperatures around 70 degrees. So we're going to keep a watch on that. And again, that's from just north of Jasper. Let's take this further south, Lauren. Let's continue to follow along. We're just giving folks a first alert here as it is 12:10. I think by 1 o'clock, this will be through Jasper and these areas I was talking about around Smith Lake. But it's approaching Windham Springs. So here's Highway 69. If you're around places like Carroll's Creek Baptist Church, and these areas here just in Northport around Lake Tuscaloosa, there's Samantha, south towards County High. You can see the leading edge of this line's approaching. You're looking at about 30 minutes to an hour here of an impact time. It moves through. Nothing at this point. Let's go to velocity. You just want to make sure we don't have a tornado trying to form here. Still looks mainly like straight line winds that I'm seeing at this time. But keep in mind, again, some of these gusts in here could top 40, 50 miles per hour. So you're about to have some very strong winds. There's around Skeleton Bend. You can see there the leading edge of those strong winds. This is right around Northside and Samantha. So a first alert, the Elrod area and Buell right there. We're seeing the leading edge of the gusty winds. It looks like that has pushed through Gordo. So Gordo, the gust front has moved through. So hopefully very soon we'll be able to drop the warning for that area. I think we're on the better side of this, and we'll have some improvements as this continues moving to the east. But now Benevola, Pioneer, Gina, Romulus, Mantua, that's another area getting some of those strong wind gusts. Foster's, Ralph, and very soon around the University of Alabama, there's Northport, there's Tuscaloosa. We'll check in the view there as that line approaches. And here is Greene County, and we're also under that severe thunderstorm warning. The leading edge of the gusty winds is now approaching Clinton, Mount Hebron area, Gainesville. So you're looking at about 5 miles away, Utah, from that line approaching from the north and west direction. But this was one location, Lauren, we really were pinpointing or just watching for an elevated risk of a tornado in our coverage area. But the way this looks right now, not seeing a strong signal of a tornado. It looks like straight line winds mostly from what we're seeing at this time. But again, West Alabama being impacted. It's 1213, fast moving system. We were seeing the movement there around 70 plus miles per hour. But you can look at this and tell that there's just a very thin, mostly a gust front of straight line winds right along that line. Marion County, we are in the clear. Fayette County, we are in the clear. Severe threat over Lamar County as well. Hopefully soon we will be able to say the same here for Winston County. Now, if you are watching me on the western part of the county around Haleyville, threat over. So if you are behind this line, this is it. This is the main show as this moves through. And everything's very linear until you get into this part of West Alabama. This is what we need to watch right in this area. And actually, Lauren, right there, need to keep an eye on this. Looks like the lightning has picked up. Let me just check. I want to look at some of the data and also checking out some of the views there across West Alabama. I was noticing the lightning count. You seeing any reports that they may issue a warning on that, Lauren?
They are watching it very closely.
Okay, so they are watching.
Yeah, northern Greene County, want to keep a close eye on it. Unfortunately, if you're in Greene County, you know you're kind of in that awkward spot between the two radar sites, the one in Columbus, Mississippi, and the one in Birmingham. So it's hard to get a really good, sincere view of what could actually be happening inside the storm. The radar beam is shooting so high up into the sky, it really gives you a better idea of what's happening aloft versus at the surface. But this is definitely the area where we are seeing a little bit more curvature, possibly some broad rotation closer to Benevola, and that is what we want to watch in northern Greene County as it potentially moves towards areas like Tuscaloosa County as well. So I would say, as we look along the line, keep going farther to the north,
Okay, Lauren,
this is that big area.
They've issued a tornado warning for Greene County and Sumter County. So let's
Okay.
go to so we do have a tornado warning now for southern Greene County and Sumter County until 1 o'clock in the morning. So there it is, just popped up. So we now have a tornado warning, and there it is right there. We're seeing the couplet. So we have one of these areas. See how quickly that happened. These tornadoes, they spin up in a hurry. So it wasn't looking like we might see a warning pop up over into West Alabama, but which radar view are we looking at? So we're looking at Columbus, so we can obviously see there's some elevated rotation with this. We don't know if this is necessarily on the ground producing damage, but you can see that there is a couplet there over Sumter County. Now, where this is located actually looks like this is right around Boyd, Alabama. This is State Highway 17. Well, there's Boyd right there, so actually it's just a little bit south of Boyd. There's Cuba, Alabama, York, and Boyd. Right in that area is where we could have a tornado here. Now, this is approaching the Livingston exit. So folks here around Livingston and you know where Diamond Gems is, University of West Alabama, all these areas here in Sumter County, excuse me, you need to be in your tornado shelter. This is approaching quickly, and right there it's moving at a very fast pace. We're seeing some very fast moving systems out there tonight, so you don't have very little time, and unfortunately it's the middle of the night. So hopefully, look what Lauren's posting there. Now again, this is elevated, but you can see we're seeing winds near 80 miles per hour. That's off the ground. Closer to the ground, the wind speeds may not be quite as high as what you see there, but it's giving you just an idea of the kind of wind energy that we are seeing with this system. But that is approaching Livingston, and if you're in Epps, if you're in Livingston, Sumter County, and southern Greene County, we have included, this warning does include southern Greene County. That would mean places like Forkland, you are included in this tornado warning. Make sure folks are awake, text, call, make sure everybody in the house is up and watching this weather and getting ready to take action as this crosses into parts of Greene County. But Lauren is circling, there's Bologee also included, our friends here in Bologee. So that's just over the Tombigbee River right there between Epps and Bologee, all those locations. If you're in West Greene, this may stay just south of you, but you're also in that risk for some damaging straight line winds. So West Alabama, we're zoomed in right now. This is the latest tornado warning. We had the warning earlier from Marion County. But now, far southwest part of the area, we're seeing a tornado warning. That camera view at the bottom of the screen, that is in Tuscaloosa. That's right there on the Riverwalk in Tuscaloosa off of River Road, so you know where that's located. And we're looking back to the west direction, so you can see the lightning starting to pick up. That line of storms now pushing into Tuscaloosa County. Let's follow this along, Lauren, because there was one area that looked suspicious. I want to keep a watch right in here, this line that was moving towards Tuscaloosa around Romulus. And this It seems like every time we have a line like this, I don't know what it is about this part of Tuscaloosa County, but Tuscaloosa County, back in northern Greene County, I can't tell you how many times I say Mantuway. People always say, Wes, how do you know where some of these towns are out here? Well, the thing is these same areas, it seems like a lot of times, you know, with these storms, when they move through, these are some of the locations where these storms decide to rotate. But this is one of those zones in here. We've seen it so many times over the past few years when these lines approach northern Greene, northern Hale, Tuscaloosa County. It's just one of those areas where all those ingredients come together across Alabama, and we've got to pay close attention. As you can see, there is some rotation showing up on our rotation detection, so we've got to watch that in the South Tuscaloosa County. But the lightning count still quite elevated. These storms are not weakening as they move to the east. But listen, we're going to stay with you here, and hopefully we get this through with very little damage, but we do want to make sure that you are well informed at this time. So the tornado warning is for a separate storm in southern Sumter County tracking northeast to Greene County due to the structure of the storm and distance from the radar. Okay, so the National Weather Service are also being a little bit proactive on this just because of the distance that storm is from the radar. But you could clearly see, even from Columbus, that we're seeing a signature, although it was elevated, but might have a tornado here moving towards Livingston, and severe thunderstorm warnings approaching Tuscaloosa at this time. And also the Weather Service, of course, keeping a watch on that storm in northern Greene County. So just checking in with our First Alert weather watchers. And again, from what we have seen so far, seen a few power outages, some down power lines, some trees toppled, some random reports, very common reports we often see when we have a lot of straight line winds, as with a line like this as it moves through West Alabama. But you follow along and you see right there it's kind of curling. That's really standing out. And Utah, we're not under the tornado warning, but just in case this decides to do this thing, kind of track to the northeast, we need to watch that. What do you have, Lauren?
I think they're extending the tornado warning now to southern Tuscaloosa County.
Okay, so here we go, southern Tuscaloosa County. So now this one area that we're watching right there, let's go back to velocity and take a close look at this. So Tuscaloosa County, there it is, right in this area. We could have a tornado that's trying to form. If you're in Ralph, if you're in Romulus, and also Foster's, Ralph, Romulus, and Foster's, we could have a tornado trying to form right here. And we're zoomed in on it, moving into southern Tuscaloosa County. Actually, do we have northern Hale County included in that? So yeah, so northern Hale County as well. So Moundville, if you're in the Powers community, Akron, this is just north of you. Utah, we're kind of in the middle. I mean, we have a warning north of us, one to the south. But if you're watching me in Moundville, out here around Lock 9 Road, Knoxville, you're included. My friends here around Knoxville, over to Union, I want you in your tornado safe place. The worst, to me, it looks like that tornadic signature maybe right in this area around Ralph. It's very difficult to discern, but you can see right in there's a little area that's still going to have some strong winds in here regardless as this approaches. But this is now closing in on the Foster's area. If you're out here around the Sipsey Valley and Romulus, again, you need to be getting to that tornado shelter right now. And again, this is that area, that suspicious area that we're focused in on. Hopefully we were able to give you some first alert on that, so get out ahead of this warning. But you can see now, if your weather radio is going off in the city of Tuscaloosa, now this is south, and most of this looks like it's going to track right there along the Tuscaloosa-Hale County line. So areas further south, closer to Moundville, Mound State Parks right here. There's Inglewood School and Hillcrest High School and Shelton State. I think a lot of this is going to be Mayclip, Taylorville. We're right there on the northern end of that polygon. I know around Duncanville and Taylorville our weather radios are going off, but if you're down around Big Sandy area, all along Highway 69 South, across Big Sandy Creek and down towards Moundville, my friends there know exactly where we're talking about. You need to be in your safe place right now until this passes. And again, you're looking at about 30 minutes to 30 minutes to an hour, and this will be passing quickly there. It's around Duncanville, Indian Creek Road, Moundville, and the Cypress area. And Lauren, it looks like, is that another warning polygon, or is that just still Tuscaloosa? Have we included Jefferson County yet? So, okay,
No.
so Jefferson County is not included yet, but we do have now a tornado warning that has been added to Tuscaloosa, Greene, Hale counties. This is going to be for northern Greene County, and it looks like this is starting to wrap up. And we need to watch this area here, Lauren. I see you're zoomed in. Let's go check out the velocity. So we're getting some strong winds now. There's the city of Northport. So we're going to have some gusty winds here pushing in Northport right now. This is at around Lake Lurleen. So there's Coker, Lake Lurleen State Park, and over towards Camp Partlow, you can see some gusty winds now moving in towards the city of Northport. This is crossing around the Toll Bridge Road, and it's about to move in right there at the corner of McFarland and Highway 69 there in Northport. That's right there around the Irvins. I believe we have a camera there too, Lauren. Let's go further south though. I want to zoom in on this Tuscaloosa, South Tuscaloosa right there. It looks like the circulation, Lauren, may have actually lifted just north of where the tornado warning is located. Let's go back over to the data and I mean, things are happening quickly. This is moving very, very quickly, but you can see that warning does encompass Ralph and Foster's. There's South Tuscaloosa. There's Englewood School. So this is where Shelton State, Hillcrest High School is located. So we're just right there in the Taylorville area. Most of this is staying to the south. This is going to be the actual warnings going off around the Big Sandy area at this time. So the Weather Service is going to cancel the severe thunderstorm warning for northern Walker and eastern Winston County. So seeing some more counties trimmed away. If you're in Walker County, looks like parts of Walker County. So area of rotation number 1 near Knoxville in far northeast Greene County along the interstate, tracking along the Tuscaloosa-Hale County line. So we are seeing, first off, Lauren is zoomed in on southern Sumter County, and I believe we are locked in on where we had that other warning. And yeah, you can see right in there is a suspicious area. Looks like that is moving quickly already to the Epps area. So listen, if you're in Bolaji, you're getting that tornado warning, move quickly because this thing is moving fast. That's where we have maybe a tornado, and it's certainly going to have some strong winds in there. Do we have any debris signatures showing up? Was that okay, so looks like that's just some attenuation by the radar site. Let's go back in. I want to take a close look at this area right there, Lauren. Looks like we might have, are we looking at this one?
I'm on Birmingham now.
Okay. So yeah, it looks like we might have some debris right here, perhaps a debris signature showing up with this over Tuscaloosa County right in there. But keep in mind now, we say debris, this could be leaves, this could be dirt and dust, whatever has been thrown up, pieces of tree limbs and not necessarily structure that's being lofted up into the atmosphere, but we're definitely picking up what could be other than precipitation, other than rainfall. Could be another target that the radar is seeing. That's what that correlation does, is what does not correlate with what we're seeing on the radar. So we go in here a little bit closer now to Ralph, and again, I want to zoom in. I know a lot of you are up with us here. Your weather radios are going off. From what I see, the actual tornado, if there's one still here producing damage, it's now north of Knoxville. It's running right along the interstate, and it's not far from the Toll Bridge Road. Here's the Warrior River, and this is the Foster's Bridge right here into Tuscaloosa. There's where the bridge is located. There's Highway 11, and it looks like the circulation is running right along the interstate. So out here around, I mentioned Lock 9 Road and southern Tuscaloosa County, I think the strongest circulation is more on the Tuscaloosa side of this as opposed to Hale County, just based on what I'm seeing here on the radar at this time. But the Weather Service, they've got this warning. When does that expire, Lauren? Again, this is moving very quickly here, but that warning is set to expire at 1 o'clock in the morning. Okay, so 1 o'clock in the morning, there's Big Sandy Elementary School, there's Maxwell Crossing, Thomas Road's over here, Rosser Road, There's Holes. And again, I mentioned the Big Sandy area, so all folks down here, there's Englewood School and the Hillcrest High School, Shelton State, Menora State. That's right here on the northern end of the polygon. Here's Skyland Boulevard. There's McFarland. So the city of Tuscaloosa is just north of here, but we're still going to have some strong winds. Actually, looks like, Lauren, some of those strong winds are now pushing in. We were mentioning around Lake Lurleen, but look at that. Some gusts now moving across Lake Tuscaloosa, out around, I mentioned Carroll's Creek earlier, and now moving in towards Northwood Lake. Looks like another area there and around Rice Mine Road. But look how this is lining up. Let's follow this north now. Jefferson County underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. So next up we have the Birmingham area. There's Adamsville. That line of strong winds now pushing through Dora. Let's get in here really close. I want to check in with our friends here around Dora and out here around the Mulberry Fork area. Yeah, some really gusty winds. If you're around the Miller Steam Plant in West Jefferson, down towards Pleasant Grove, Flat Creek areas, there's Reed's Ferry. You're looking at maybe next 15 minutes. This is going to be approaching the Old Gorgas area. There's Pumpkin Center. You can see it's approaching there as well. So again, you're looking 15, 30 minutes. Those strong winds will reach you. We have a severe thunderstorm warning. Not seeing, even though you look at this, it says rotation detection, strong detection. What we are picking up is a lot of that wind shear, a lot of speed shear with this, and also some straight line winds. It's going to be a big story as this crosses into Jefferson County at this time. So the big picture, again, we now have a couple of tornado warnings. We have southern Tuscaloosa County. We're now looking at parts of Sumter and Greene County underneath a tornado warning, and very soon we might see those included a bit further to the east. If you're in Bibb County, you're next up. Bibb, Shelby, Jefferson counties. This is approaching now from the west, so make sure everyone's awake and ready to seek shelter as this line approaches, just in case we see some upgrades to tornado warnings. You're ready to go to that tornado safe space. Blount County, now your weather radio is going off. You're also included now in a severe thunderstorm warning. And the city of Coleman, now it looks like most of this has pushed through Winston County, so we can sound the all clear, and you can see it's closing in right now on Coleman. Still seeing those tornado warnings happening around the Huntsville area. Let's go back into Tuscaloosa and want to get in here really close and just check and see if we have any reports coming in out of Tuscaloosa. Ryan Phillips here checking in said it's a gully washer in Northport, and it certainly is by the looks of it. Some heavy rain moving through Northport right now with this line, but the tornadic part, that is right around. Is that still the same polygon, Lauren? Okay, so that's the same one. So it looks like still right around Foster's, right in that area, if we do have a tornado here. But it's all along this line. Real heavy rain. It's now reached Northport. It's now pushing into the city of Tuscaloosa. I mentioned we had a camera view there. Let's look at this is the view there on the river, and it is absolutely pouring. We have gusts up to 36 miles per hour. And let me tell you, 36 miles per hour wind, you're going to know it. It is going to shake the house when you have winds 30, 40 miles per hour out there. You see that camera just a shaking. Again, this is live view from Tuscaloosa. Now that line, it has pushed through Northport, and it is just now reaching the river, and we're going to have some winds that could gust over 40 miles per hour as this moves through there tonight. 69 degrees is certainly very warm for this time of the year, this time of night. And just know yesterday morning at this time we were waking up to freezing conditions, even some 20s across the state, and look how quickly this environment has changed. And I say this all the time, February, January, we can have some of the most volatile weather you can have in Alabama. I know we talk about spring, we talk about April, we talk about, the severe weather seasons in the fall and the spring, but this time of the year, the weather can change in a hurry. I know it's winter time, but it's still severe weather season really anytime you get into the colder season and into the springtime. But right now in Tuscaloosa, we're dealing with the heaviest part of this line moving through. We have tornado warnings that are in effect for southern Tuscaloosa County. Just looking at this right now, I know we have a tornado warning in place. I'm just not seeing, just based on what we see on radar here, it's not overly evident, Lauren, just based on what I'm seeing. I mean, are you seeing anything? I'm not here on radar. I mean, it looks earlier like we might have had a stronger signal of a tornado, but it looks like straight line winds pretty much that are moving through southern Tuscaloosa County. I want to check in here, Lauren. I want to throw it over to you. I know you have some updates to pass along, but right now the way this is moving, we're starting to see more counties trimmed away over West Alabama.
Yeah, Wes, definitely encouraging to see more areas in West Alabama being moved away. But I do want to turn your attention as we have this rotation tracker up. And remember, this doesn't necessarily mean there's rotation along the line, just kind of gives us an idea of how intense the winds could be. Notice how this is very linear. So areas like Coleman County, Blount County, over into Jefferson County, I want you to be staying very alert with this. Some of our partners at the National Weather Service in Birmingham really want us to emphasize, and we want to stress to you that as these storms come through this leading edge, be mindful that if you live somewhere like the metro area at a higher elevation, as we're getting into East Alabama, sometimes the winds can be a little bit more intense. So if you know there are any trees around your home that may be more vulnerable, or you've got a lot of trees in your yard and you're like, oh, I just don't trust it, I would treat these severe thunderstorm warnings like you would a tornado warning, because remember, the ground is very saturated, right? And we had all of that flooding earlier in the week, so it's not going to take much to potentially knock down a tree. So we really want to keep a close eye on this as it comes through. If you live anywhere in Jefferson County, Coleman County, up into Blount County, as these storms, as you begin to hear them coming in, I would go ahead and go to your safe spot just in case you have some more vulnerable trees in your yard. It's certainly something to be mindful of. So more of a straight line wind threat farther to the north right now, but it's farther to the south in southern Tuscaloosa County and into parts of Greene, Hale, over into Sumter County that we still see those tornado warnings in effect. Now, as Wes and I were mentioning, we're just not seeing that concrete rotation like we had seen briefly earlier, but that's kind of how these systems work. You get these what are called quasi-linear convective systems, and you can get these little spots along the line where you can get some brief rotation where a tornado can spin up. But just giving you an idea here that in around Hull, Moundville, Cypress, closer to Duncanville, that's where we're seeing kind of the more intense part of that line moving through, and some very strong wind gusts moving through Tuscaloosa right now. Giving you an idea, if you're in the Birmingham area and you're wondering, okay, when are these going to be coming in? They're coming in pretty quickly. So it's moving, these storms are moving at about 50, 60 miles per hour. So let's get a little estimated time of arrival here for you. The leading edge of this line that is moving into Jefferson County right now, it'll be in the Birmingham metro around 1 a.m. And that just kind of gives us a general idea. You have about 10 minutes or so here to go ahead and get into that safe spot. Remember, yes, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, but the winds are going to be pretty intense along this line, and they could pick up as they hit these higher elevations where we've got that more mountainous terrain. So if you have anywhere in your home that you feel is a little bit more sensitive to maybe a tree toppling, certainly want to stay away from those outer walls and get to an interior room away from windows. As we said, it's kind of how you would treat a tornado warning, right? You want to get into that interior room away from windows. And these winds are going to be plowing in from the west. So we're beginning to see, of course, we've got those southerly winds ahead of the line, but as the line moves in, we're still going to be seeing very gusty winds with this. So just kind of bringing out the view here again. We've got warnings all along the line, stretching from Huntsville all the way down into west central Alabama, south of Demopolis. We've got 2 active tornado warnings, one to the north of Demopolis and one south of Tuscaloosa. But what we're likely going to see along this line as it pushes eastward is more severe thunderstorm warnings, at least being continued for that straight line wind threat. So likely what's going to happen is we haven't gotten in a ton of reports of downed trees yet, but those reports will likely slowly be coming in as this line moves through. So if you are in Tuscaloosa, the most intense part of the line is moving through right now. Kind of the leading edge of it is actually beginning to push out of the city. And then in Dora, we're getting some really intense rain right now up into Sipsey.
Yeah, and let's go back. Some folks here asking along the Warrior River, Lauren, want to go into Quinton and the Quinton area. That's in northern Jefferson County, and for folks here in Walker County, because that line, I'm getting reports of some strong wind gusts here, some reports of some trees down. You can see around West Jefferson that line approaching. Let's get in here really close when you see some of the roads and some of the towns. And let's just take this. We'll kind of work our way north and south along the line. But there's Quinton right there. So Quinton area, this is straight line winds that we're talking about moving through. If you're around Flat Top Road, it's looking at this, mostly straight line winds, but there could be some gust in here. Again, topping 60 miles per hour. This is going to be a big wind producer as it moves across the state. So if you're in the Jefferson Walker County line, what we're seeing right now is mostly straight line winds. Lauren, let's continue to pan this to the north here. Want to work along the line. Let's go into parts of Coleman County, and it looks like we might have a little bit of a radar attenuation going on here, but it does look like it's still kind of a linear part of this line. That is around Red Hill. We're getting into Coleman County now. So Coleman County, you can see pushing through Black Bottom. There's Interstate 65, so you get around the Dodge City area. Leading edge of those gusty winds is crossing the interstate right around Dodge City, and this looks like it's pushed through the city of Coleman. So here's the city of Coleman, and the leading edge of those gustier winds have now pushed through Coleman, now between Coleman and Holly Pond. So if you're watching me around the Berlin area and into Coleman County, a first alert for straight line winds. That's the main impact. Now into Tuscaloosa County, I want to get in here because we have active tornado warnings in these areas, but what we're seeing still mostly it's straight line winds. Tuscaloosa downtown area, the worst of this has now moved on to the east. We have still some wind and rain around Alberta City. You can see over towards 5 Points, the leading edge of the straight line winds. It looks like that's moving towards the Hurricane Creek area and over towards Brookwood. So places like Brookwood, if you're watching me around Cottondale, Keens Mill Road, that's another area. Covered Bridge Road looks like mostly straight line winds as this continues there moving to the east. Let's go further south, Lauren, down into southern Tuscaloosa County, and you can see also around Monticello. This is Duncanville. So Duncanville, I know we're under a tornado warning, still looks mostly like straight line winds in here, but just keep in mind, even though this could be straight line winds, it could be equal to a low end tornado. So you don't want to be in a manufactured home. You want to try to be in a site built structure if you can and ride this out as this line approaches, because some of those strong winds could easily topple a vehicle. Want to make sure you are not out on the road in the middle of this. It's about to cross right there around Duncanville and Duncanville Middle School. You can see it's around Monticello. There's Highway 82, and soon, I mean, you're looking at maybe 10-15 minutes. This is going to be through here. It's moving that quickly out towards Hargrove Road, those areas. And if you're in northern Bibb County, you are next up as this continues to track to the east direction. So Phipps, Duncanville, Hulls, Moundville areas, and crossing right there around the Warrior River. We're under tornado warnings, but still seeing mostly, to me, this looks like a lot of straight line winds that we're seeing. We've got a tree down in Moundville. Looks like a tree on a home in the Moundville area. So we do have a tree on a home in Moundville, and I'll try to get some more information from there. So we're getting reports of some trees down. Let's see here. I've got actually talking to someone in Moundville right now, so I'll try to get some information here.
It sounds like people are trapped.
Some people, so we could have an entrapment there. Okay, so yeah, again, more of these down trees and power lines. We've been seeing a lot of those reports around the area as this line of storms moves through. Newsroom, if you are hearing this, looks like we might have a tree on a home there in the Moundville area, so we're following up on that. So we're getting more reports coming in. I know we're still under a tornado warning, but just looking at this, and is this the base velocity that we're looking at, or relative velocity?
Base.
Let's flip over to relative and take a look at that from the area. And yeah, maybe right in this area. The relative velocity factors in the storm motion. These storms are moving so quickly. Sometimes we can get a better eye on where that broad rotation may be. But there's still some indications in here. Perhaps just looking at the relative velocity that we're seeing, storm relative velocity showing maybe a little bit of spin still showing up. But that's right around Maxwell Crossing and Hulls, Duncanville areas. Let's go further south, because there was another warning that we're monitoring around Forkland. Don't want to forget about our friends here. There's Demopolis. This is Highway 43. So folks there from Forkland down towards Demopolis. And for years down in this area, Lauren, there was a field there had a lot of hay art. You drive by and see out there. That's if folks know where I'm talking about that are familiar, but that's exactly where this is crossing right there south of Forkland down into southern Greene County. And the way this is moving, if it holds together, I don't know if the tornado warning is going to be expanded, but we're certainly going to see those straight line winds next 15, 20 minutes pushing through places like Sawyerville, Lock 5, and Greensboro, and New Bern. New Bern also in the path of some of those strong straight line winds. So a lot of wind with this system and some real heavy rain from what we're hearing. But let me see if we have any additional reports coming in. But I mentioned just a few moments ago, looks like the EMS in Hale County reporting a tree down on 2nd Avenue, and there might be some folks trapped in a home where that tree fell. We saw earlier a tree on the home. Was that in Fayette, I believe, Lauren? So hopefully everybody's safe there. And listen, we want you to be safe out there tonight. This is mostly, as you can see, a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings that we're seeing here. Jefferson County in the Birmingham area, that line is now approaching the city of Birmingham. Gardendale, you're next up. You can see that line right there approaching Gardendale. And a night like this, I know we start having those memories, you know, thinking back to that Fultondale storm that we had several years ago, which happened, it didn't happen this month, but it did happen in the cooler season. And it was kind of a setup where you end up with some of these very unstable conditions in the middle of the night. The one thing I do remember that night is we saw the lightning count really ramping up here, and that's the thing, is we're seeing most of the wind energy and most of those tornado ingredients. Mostly we've been seeing a lot of that over in the western part of the state. That's not to say we couldn't see a tornado warning, but that risk does lessen as this moves further east. It's mostly a lot of straight line winds, which still, as we've been stressing all night long, could produce some damage. But notice around Hanceville, see right there a little area where maybe a little curvature. You got to keep an eye on all these little areas here in case something tries to spin up. But Hayden about to pick up some of those gusty winds at this time. But the 2 tornado warnings right in this area down here to the southwest. And if you're in Perry County, Marengo County especially, now it looks like southern Hale County, we have been included now in that tornado warning. So I mentioned earlier, Greensboro, Lock 5, New Bern areas, another tornado warning has just been issued. So we need to be getting to the tornado shelter. And I always say, start with, if you don't have we call them storm pits. You know, you grow up around here, I always say, I hear storm shelter, but you probably heard someone refer to them as storm pits or storm shelters, but storm cellars. But underground storm shelters are your #1 location. Concrete reinforced safe room. If you don't have those, try to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you have a basement, obviously go to a low spot in your home, but if you don't have a basement, you want to try to find a center part of your home, but also grab a pillow, blanket, something to offer some extra protection there in the event that you do have a warning where you are. You want to have is a good essential to any safety kit is to have something to offer some extra protection, because most of the time it's things that fly around that can be quite harmful when you have any kind of wind event, whether it's a tornado or straight line winds or even a tropical system. We always say have that extra protection. But these storms, I've been stressing, they're moving very, very quickly tonight. They're moving 60, 70 miles per hour. That's why we're staying on top of this for you. We don't want you to wake up, be last minute, you know, you get the alert. We want to stay out ahead of this so you know where this stuff's going, and that's why we're giving you that first alert right now. But a new tornado warning, Cedarville, Sunshine Community. If you're watching me in Gallion, if you're watching me in New Bern, Greensboro, get to that safe place, because we could have a tornado in here. And this is a very suspicious area because we really are in between multiple radar sites. So we really don't have a good eye on where that circulation is. And that's why the Weather Service has most likely, just as a precautionary measure at the least, issuing that tornado warning to include southern Hale County. Let's get back to Tuscaloosa County, because we are seeing those strong winds and we still have that warning that's in place. Let's get in here really close, Lauren, and I want to check the velocity. Right in this area, it is absolutely pouring there. When you see those colors showing up, that's around Monticello Estates, Duncanville Middle School. See those dark reflectivities. This is right around Indian Creek Road. There's Maxwell Crossing. This is now crossed around Highway 69, Halls, Maxwell Crossing. The worst of this is now over towards Duncanville, but it's making the push now. It looks like it's crossed around Bear Creek Road and Monticello Estates. If you're watching me around Monticello, Highway 82 and around Duncanville, this is where we have some of the heaviest of the rain and very, very gusty winds at this time pushing through. Let's go to the triple threat. I want to take a look at that, and you can see maybe some small hail showing up right in that area, Lauren. Let's click on this, and it looks like the rotation also around Brookwood, very gusty winds, some heavy rain. This is going to be lifting in. Let's see, there's looks like that's around the TA truck stop exit right there on Interstate 5920. So this may actually track more out toward Buttermilk Road, and it looks like it's going to cross around Keens Mill Road and Hurricane Creek, where we could see that's where we might have some circulation there trying to show up, but certainly seeing some gusty winds. There's Coaling, there's the Vance area, so not far from moving into Vance, Coaling, some of those strong winds. I know we have a community shelter right there for folks around the Coaling area and over towards Vance. Just make sure if you need to get to a shelter, you're getting there. Look at this. Lauren's got the triple threat. Let's go ahead and pixel query on this, Lauren. We are likely seeing some damaging winds with this part of the line. You see that we're showing 70-mile-per-hour winds right now north of Warrior. So if you're in Coleman County right now around Wallace State, Huntsville, over towards Blunt Springs and pushing into Blunt County, if you are in Bluntsville, Brooksville areas, be ready for some very intense winds to move through here. We're going to have some damaging wind gusts based on what I'm seeing with this right here. We haven't seen much of that all night long, Lauren. Our system's telling us that we have some damaging straight line winds, 70 miles per hour. Notice the BTI has jumped up to a 4.4. Lauren is putting some first alert arrival times on here. If you are in River Bend around 1250, Riverside around 1253, it's 1247 right now. So again, you've got very little time to get to that safe space. But if you're in the Huntsville area, Welty, Holly Pond, Baileyton, Brooksville, if you're in Sneed, Aniana, Susan Moore, that's another area. I want you to make sure you are in a very sturdy shelter here. We're going to have some strong winds moving through, and be ready for those gusts to possibly reach up to 70 miles per hour. At least that's what this system is showing us here as this moves through. So Birmingham is going to continue the tornado warning for Tuscaloosa and Hale counties, and this is going to continue for South Tuscaloosa until 1 a.m. So they're going to keep this warning in effect until 1 o'clock in the morning for Tuscaloosa County. So the Weather Service, they're saying a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 13 miles southeast of Tuscaloosa. Obviously, that same system that we're watching moving through Duncanville. So if you're in Pearson, Hagler, Duncanville areas, the Weather Service, they're holding on, and actually right in this area, that is a suspicious area right there around Duncanville. You can see right there, Mike could have a tornado that's crossing Highway 82. That's right around the old Duncanville Feed and Seed for folks there very familiar with Duncanville, and that's moving towards Hagler and Pearson. So the Hagler and Pearson areas, we're watching this, and stay put if you're in your tornado safe place. If you're on Clements Road and Hargrove Road, get to that tornado shelter if you're not there, and stay there. You can see it's a very faint signature, but we're seeing that showing up in the data. Again, looking at the base and the storm relative velocity right there crossing at McFarland Boulevard. This is Bibb County over here. So next up, we're going to be watching that line approaching Bibb County. So we could have a tornado in the Duncanville area, certainly getting some of those strong wind gusts. Let's check the debris signature, see if we have any debris showing up with this. So that's a good sign. We don't have just a debris, clear-cut debris signature that just stands out here on the radar, so that's a good sign. Let's back the view out a little bit further. I want to see what's going on further south. It may be more difficult to see down in here, but okay, so just want to check this out. We're doing some real-time analysis here with you as we kind of work through this and track this line moving through. So this is where we have the tornado warnings. I know we've been focused in. Let's get back to Birmingham as that line approaches, and again around Adamsville, we're getting those winds gusting. Right now we could have some gust in here over 40, 50 miles per hour. If you're watching me around the Dolomite area, Adamsville, the Wylam area, Hueytown, Concord, Pleasant Grove, all Jefferson County. Just be ready here. Next 30 minutes to an hour. This is going to be pushing from West Jefferson County all the way through East Jefferson County. So we're going to be seeing this move across very quickly through Center Point, Pinson, Irondale, over towards Roebuck, and down into Grants Mill Road areas, all impacted. Lake Purdy, stand by if you're around the Lake Purdy area. This will be approaching. But even though this line is moving in Jefferson County, you know, we were seeing on that triple threat to the north, looked like in the parts of Coleman County. Probably need to go in one more time, Lauren, and just take a look. Wow, we are seeing some very strong. Let's just zoom in the street level right here. I want to get in really close. So if you're in Blountsville, right in this area, this is Gum Springs, Old Mill Road, the Chambleys Mill. We have winds being detected here 70+ miles per hour, and we could see right in this area here, could see some winds that may be even topping 80 miles per hour. So we're seeing some indications of some very damaging, destructive winds moving through parts of Coleman and into Blount County at this time. So if you're in Blountsville, folks in this area, we need to treat this like a tornado warning. I just want to stress, if you are in Brooksville, if you are in Blountsville, Fowler Springs, and you have a tornado shelter, you need to get to that tornado shelter based on what I'm seeing right here. You can clearly see our system. This data doesn't mess around. This is some very accurate data. This is our First Alert AccuTrack system, and when you start seeing numbers like that, when you start seeing those wind speeds there, 70, 80 miles per hour, this is a very dangerous storm, and it looks like as it crosses over towards Blountsville and Fowler Springs, we're going to see those winds. It's going to move through fairly quickly, but this right now, just based on where this is located on this radar screen, it's most likely approaching Blountsville at this time. This is going to be behind maybe a minute or two because this is some of the proprietary data after we get the radar scan. If we go over, let's go to the live radar scan, Lauren, we'll probably see that storm's more into this area, but there, yeah, see, so it's approaching there around Blountsville. So if you're in Fowler Springs, Blountsville, these strong winds are moving in. You do not want to be on the road at this time. If you're perhaps hearing my voice, if you're listening to our stream, if you're listening to us on the radio, if you can get to a nearby gas station, get off the road. You don't want to be in a vehicle. You don't want to be out in the middle of this with those kind of winds, 70+ miles per hour. Lauren, I don't believe we've seen that all night in the parts of the area. So that is certainly, and this part of the coverage area, Blount County, Etowah counties, and we have these lines of storms that move through many times. When we see some of those intense straight line winds, it seems like they sort of ramp up as far as those winds go, straight line winds as these things move in. It might be an elevation factor, I don't know, but it is parts of the area there where we often see some of those enhanced wind speeds, and need to watch it there. We're going to get back to this here very soon, but if you're in Aniana, Straight Mountain, all into Blount County, let's be ready for some strong straight line winds that are moving through right now. But further south, now that line's pushing through Warrior and pushing through the Graysville area. Lauren, I want to throw it over to you here quickly because I want to check out, we have sky vision views all across the state, and I want to make sure that we're keeping an eye on what's happening out there in some of these communities, and I know you have some reports also to pass along.
Yes, and if we could possibly move that little floating box at the bottom of the screen right now. If we're able to do that, but yeah, well, because Wes is working on the cameras. Thank you. So we are looking at severe thunderstorm warnings, basically blanketing this entire line as it comes through, and right on cue we said around 1 a.m. this was going to be approaching that I-65 corridor in central Alabama. We are just wanting to watch closely for any little kinks along the line that could potentially indicate some possible rotation, but we also don't want to discount the damaging wind threat along this line, and we actually now have a new tornado warning that has been issued for Perry County, and so this is for areas in that same spot that we are seeing Green Hill, Sumter County under that warning. This same part of the line is now being warned over into Perry County. So this is just outside of our viewing area, but I know I've been to school visits down in Perry County. I know some of you still watch us and you watch us on streaming. So this tornado warning excuse me, is in effect until 1:45 a.m. Central Time. So with this tornado warning, areas like Marion, Sugarville, Vaden, Norman, Hamburg, Cleveland Mills, Perryville, Settle, right along Highway 5, that's where you want to make sure you're going to your safe place. If you have any friends or family who live in southern Marion County, definitely give them, or around Marion County, go ahead and give them that first alert that these storms are coming through. Unfortunately, again, this is an area where it's a little difficult to see any potential rotation on radar, where it's very faint, but there is that possibility that we're seeing some rotation around Casemore, Cedarville, and Rosemary. And so this could be approaching New Bern, as Wes had been mentioning earlier, right along Highway 25 near Laneville. This is where we're at least seeing some intense winds, and this severe thunderstorm could possibly be producing a tornado as it pushes eastward into parts of Perry County. But that's the one place that we're seeing a tornado warning. We're still seeing those severe thunderstorm warnings blanketing the line as this is moving into Jefferson County, Blount County, and now that has been extended into St. Clair County and parts of Etowah County as well, and even Shelby County. So the most intense part of this line, the leading edge of it, is moving, just crossing I-65 now north of Birmingham. If you're in Fultondale and Gardendale, this is going to be bringing some strong wind gusts through your area right now, and you're likely hearing some booming thunder, hearing the lightning or seeing the lightning and hearing the heavy rain. And areas in southern Jefferson County, closer to Hueytown, Bessemer, Lowtown, the hardest or the strongest part of this line, that leading edge where you could be seeing those damaging wind gusts, are lifting towards that I-20-59 corridor and will eventually be getting closer to I-65. So we'll go ahead and give a first alert for areas like Fairfield, Lipscomb, Bessemer, Chin, over and towards Birmingham. This will be headed your way within the next 10 to 20 minutes. And the main threat with this is going to be that potential for some damaging straight line winds. But we're going to continue to keep an eye on that possibility for any little kinks along the line that could indicate potential areas for rotation. But I think the biggest concern here is that you want to treat these severe thunderstorm warnings, as Wes was mentioning, like tornado warnings tonight. So go to that interior room away from windows. You want to make sure you're in that safe place, because we know we had all of that flooding earlier this week. It wouldn't take much to help maybe a branch or a tree to fall down that could cause some issues on power lines, and worst case scenario, a tree falling on your home. So if you have any more sensitive, vulnerable trees in your yard, you want to go potentially away from where they are and find that safest part of your home to potentially look at, Wes.
Yeah, some very strong winds out there, Lauren. We just want to stress this area right here, moving through Coleman County into Blount County. We've had some indications, some winds, 60+ miles per hour. If you're in Sneed, Aniana, Susan Moore, I would treat this like a tornado. You can see all along this line, that area of yellow right there showing up. Go ahead and click on that, Lauren. And we're going to put a value. You can see that 80 miles per hour. So that's the kind of wind that we're seeing possible with this. Our system's detecting. We haven't seen that all night, and those gusty winds extend further south. There's Bluntsville. You go further south towards Cleveland, the Nectar area. The camera that you see on the screen, that is coming in from Gardendale. That is 8 Air Tire. So you can see it's obviously just pouring right now in Jefferson County. I'm checking out, I'm getting some reports now out of Tuscaloosa, and one of our weather watchers, Everett Doss, reporting some trees on a mobile home in Coker. So we do have some trees. That's the third report I've heard tonight, Lauren, of trees on a home. We're seeing a lot of reports. That was trees on a home in the Coker area. So again, that is from Tuscaloosa. So again, lots of tree damage reports that we're seeing. Let's go back to Tuscaloosa, and quickly I want to go down to the tornado warning. Let's go south, and we're going to work our way up the line. We have a lot that we need to track here, a lot that we're going to follow along. So here we go. We're going to start to the south. Let's get into Perry County. The strong rotation that's showing up. The Weather Service highlighting. Our friend Gerald Satterwhite said they're really watching some strong rotation around New Bern right here, and you can see the little area spin. That is about to cross into Perry County. So the strongest tornadic signature we're seeing in Hale County right now is this one around New Bern. That's about to cross Highway 69. Melville, it's through. The worst of this has passed on through. Let's go further north now. Worst of this now starting to push into, I mentioned Perry County. If you're around Heiberger, The tornado warning is just south of you. Looks like that's going to move more towards Sprott and Marion. Further north, though, straight line winds, the big concern now moving into Centerville. So the leading edge is right around Eolin. That's along Highway 82 out here towards Pondville. You can see some real heavy rain. Looks like around Lake Payne, the worst of that. The heaviest rain's moved on through. Moundville, I mentioned severe threats over. Duncanville, that wall of rain and wind. The worst part of this has moved on through, and they have allowed, you can see there, the tornado warning to expire. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. You're watching WBRC. It is a first alert weather day. Chief Meteorologist Wes Wyatt. We're going to continue this throughout the morning, but we're staying on top of this for you. We want to stay ahead of these storms that are moving quickly across the area. Meteorologist Lauren Linehan here in the First Alert Weather Center bringing you updates throughout the day as we continue to monitor this setup right now. We are concerned that we could have some more damaging straight line winds as this continues east. We have a tornado watch that continues into the eastern part of the state that is going to continue until 4 o'clock in the morning. So as we work our way along this line, I just want to kind of take you in here. Right now the leading edge is around Woodstock. There's a look at Caffey Junction. Heavy rainfall at this time. If we go to our triple threat, just looking at, we might have some small hail, certainly some gusty winds. Let's check out some of the wind speeds. Now these are elevated winds, but you can see around 61, 62 miles per hour. This is about this isn't far off the ground. I mean, you're looking at over 500 feet up, seeing those winds there gusting 54, 60 miles per hour. So if you're watching me around Green Pond, Caffey Junction, the Bucksville area, Vance, we've had some strong winds move through. Right, and this is approaching, if you're around Camp Branch Road, if you're in the Eastern Valley Road, and listen, if you're in Shelby County, I want you to be ready for the possibility of some strong straight line winds that will be moving through here very soon. Right now it looks like McCalla, the Bessemer area, seeing those winds. Let's check this out. Let's go in and put in some of the wind speeds here. There you go, showing 48, 56 mile per hour winds approaching around the Bessemer area. Let's move this. And again, these are wind speeds off the ground, just above the surface, but it gives you a good idea. It's not far off the surface. Looks like those wind speeds around Fairfield showing around 36 miles per hour as we take this a bit further north. I mentioned Docena a few moments ago. There's Mulga, Adamsville, Fultondale areas. You can see a bit further north. But again, the wind speeds are really elevated here as this is moving into, which we have a good view. We're looking west of the radar. As you go north, you can see obviously the velocity data starts to change over to the winds that are moving away from the radar site. So, you know, just kind of looking at this, we get a different perspective, but it gives us an idea. Let me see there, 39, 40, 44 mile per hour winds. Lauren, which camera did you bring up? I guess. So we got Bessemer. Okay, so Lauren's bringing up the Bessemer camera. Let me go ahead and bring this up, and this is at Pinnacle Motorsports. Wow, it is really coming down out there. So again, this is a live look in Bessemer, Jefferson County, the leading edge of that line. Here we are just after 1 o'clock, and that line is moving into the Birmingham area. Very heavy rain. The good thing is the rain part of this system, if it continued to rain like this all night long, we would have some big time problems, obviously, after all the wet weather that we had earlier this week. But the flooding concern, you know, obviously it's there with this kind of rain falling briefly, but I think as the night goes on, this is all going to move through fairly quickly, and the rain will lessen, so the flood risk will back off. But right now, it's a lot of wind that is impacting the area, but the lights, we're watching. It looks like the lights are still they're hanging in there. It's a 30 mile per hour wind gust. Now that's the latest observation coming in from the airport. That is not a real-time observation. I just want to make sure right now we could be seeing winds that are above 30 miles per hour in this camera view that are moving through the Bessemer area. So we're seeing in Blount County, looks like a power pole on fire. We're seeing some strong wind gusts in Jefferson and Shelby counties at this time. So, Lauren, I'll let you jump in here. I'm just kind of watching. We do have a couple of tornado warnings. That one, I see someone's out there on the road tonight, and now is certainly not the best time to be on the road.
Yeah, that wouldn't be my first choice tonight, but hey, I know some of you don't have a choice, so be safe if you're out there. I do want to note that we are seeing some intense winds that are moving to very populated areas. We were just noting, obviously, the Bessemer Skycam is a hot mess right now, but you can see from Bessemer to Rockdale down to the east of Gray Hill. That's where we've got some of the most intense winds along this line moving into very populated areas. This is pushing farther east now into parts of Jefferson County and just getting into western Shelby County. If you have any sensitive trees around your home, I would just be mindful to treat this severe thunderstorm warning like a tornado warning. You go to that safe place, the bottom level of your home, interior room away from windows. If you have a storm shelter, even better. I know not everyone has the privilege of having a storm shelter, so getting into that interior room, if you have any friends or family, or if you live in a manufactured mobile home, you want to get into a safe place as well. But these are very intense winds that are coming in, likely topping 60+ miles per hour. So these are moving in around the Birmingham, Vestavia Hills, Hoover, over into Bamford, and in these areas, especially along I-65 here shortly, we're going to be seeing those intense winds moving in. I'll kind of zoom in into some of these spots where we're seeing some of the strongest winds along this line. You can see close to Lakeshore Parkway now, we're having winds moving in that are going to be crossing over Lakeshore Parkway and headed towards areas like Bluff Park, Camelot Woods, over towards Hoover, Patton Creek. Just want to give you a first alert that the intense winds are headed your way. Homewood, these will be here shortly, or closer to Railroad Park and downtown Birmingham around 5 Points South. That's where we're seeing those intense winds. I would say some of the most intense winds too look to be moving into western Shelby County. So just to the west of Turner, if we bring up our product here, we can see this is detecting the possibility of 83-mile-per-hour winds. And, you know, we say a lot, oh, well, these winds, it's the radar beam shooting up into the sky. This is actually very close to the radar site. The radar site for Birmingham is actually in Shelby County. So that's gone down a little bit, but you can see these brief upticks, these gusts that are definitely concerning, because this is the type of situation where the ground is already saturated from a precursor rain event earlier this week. And so it's not going to take a lot of wind to cause problems. And so we see really intense winds now moving into western Shelby County, areas like Pelham, Alabaster, Oak Mountain, Helena. You need to be getting into your safe spot, because we want to treat these severe thunderstorm warnings seriously. And even farther to the south, down in Chilton County, we now have a severe thunderstorm warning in place. We're going to be watching in southern Chilton County as well to see if this potential tornado that has developed in southern Perry County, if that could be extended farther eastward. But the bottom line is the main threat with this is the damaging winds along the leading edge of this line, the straight line winds that can sometimes have damage on par with an EF0 or EF1 tornado, but also that possibility of some isolated tornadoes along the line, like we're seeing that potential for one spinning up here in southern Perry County that is approaching Marion. So along Highway 14, it looks like this is where we're seeing that potential storm close to Highway 14, closer to 183, and this is pushing eastward. So areas like Sprott, Cleveland Mills, Radford, Norman, you're going to be under the gun for seeing this potential tornado. You want to get into that safe spot away from windows and make sure you have everyone in your safe space with you. But we look, that's the one active tornado warning we have in our area. You can actually see north of our area, we also have another tornado warning that's been issued in Marshall County. But of course, we still have people who stream us as well up that way. But these storms are very intense. You know, we finally got warmer later today, so that helped to provide a little bit of instability that has allowed these storms to stay more robust as they've been pushing eastward. If you're in Tuscaloosa, Utah, Jasper, Fayette, Coleman, Hamilton, the worst of this is over now, Wes. So we're definitely seeing some improvements here. Areas across West Alabama, far West Alabama, but the most intense part of this line is now moving through the heart of our area. And don't want to discount that as this line is moving through, you've got those intense winds along it, but it's also moving into highly populated areas as well. We did mention that these storms, as they come through, they're going to be producing some very heavy rainfall. Where you see the pink showing up here, that's stretching all the way down from east of West Blockton up towards Bessemer, closer to Sylvan Springs. That's where you've got those intense rainfall rates. But the thing is, it's moving so quickly, we're not expecting a situation where we could be seeing a lot of flash flood warnings. So that's the benefit of the system moving quickly. You don't have the flood threat. The problem with this system moving quickly is sometimes it doesn't have that sufficient time to weaken as if it were moving more slowly. So you are under the gun now in the Birmingham, Vestavia Hills area, Hoover, up into Bel Air, over towards Center Point, Trussville. Going to go ahead and give you a first alert that these intense winds are knocking on your doorstep. Still around Holly Springs and Springville West, we are noting that this northern part of the line is really intense with that damaging wind threat.
Yeah, it certainly is, Lauren, and I was just noticing, I was checking the view out from Red Mountain here. As you can see, the lines approaching, and I was noticing that in the Homewood area, which this might just be related to the gradient winds, looks like a power pole is down, also some tree limbs that are broken off, and maybe caused some damage to that power pole, but that was in the Homewood area. But the main line is just now approaching us here on Red Mountain. So we've got gusts at the airport reported up to 40 miles per hour. We're seeing a lot of 30 to 40 mile per hour winds, but at downtown Birmingham right now, that line is moving in. So folks need to be staying put if you're out and about. I know I saw a lot of traffic out there, of course, on the interstate, but folks need to be pulling off the roadways and waiting this out until this moves through, because we do have some damaging winds possible as this moves in right now around the city. And Reg, if you're listening in the back, if you could just kind of keep this in the corner of the screen. I want to go back to the current radar view, but you can keep that tower camera right there and we can watch. We've got the winds here. I can always tell the camera starts shaking here inside the studio, but those strong winds have reached us here on Red Mountain in Birmingham, Fultondale, Birmingham area, Vestavia Hills. These winds are really going to ramp up as this crosses over Shades Mountain. But if you're in Hoover and down further south, you get down in towards Valleydale Road, Altadena area, you are next up. We're going to have some winds 30, 40 miles per hour. Let's go to velocity with this, Lauren, and just want to make sure we don't have a tornado trying to form. These things can form quickly in setups like this, and it's mostly right through here, straight line winds that we are seeing. Let's get in really close. I want to go in because there's a lot of areas being impacted here around Homewood right now, dealing with some of the strongest wind gusts. Okay, so we're dealing with some intense winds right now on Red Mountain. We easily just had a 45, 50 mile per hour wind gust here on Red Mountain. So we have some very strong winds impacting the station here right now. If you are in Homewood, I just can't stress enough, damaging wind gusts are moving in right now in the city of Birmingham. And yeah, we can. I don't know if you can hear that at home right now, but we have behind the studio here, we have a big garage door, and it sounds like it's about to leave the studio. I can tell you that. It is absolutely blowing like a hurricane outside right now, it sounds like. So the winds are moving through Homewood at this time. Gusts 40, 50 miles per hour, heavy rainfall, some intense lightning, and possibility of some damaging straight line winds also extending now into Shelby County. I mentioned if you're watching me around Hoover, if you're watching me around Helena, you can see now the leading edge of that line now approaching Helena and Pelham. If you're in the Heatherwood Country Club, this is now closing in on Heatherwood, so that Hoover to Heatherwood, and also there's Acton Road. Here's Highway 280, the Crackle Barrel, and right there around the Colonnade area. That's about along the leading edge of this line of storms at this time. So if you know where I'm talking about, right there off of 459 in the Summit, in that general area, that's where we're seeing the leading edge of this line. Let's go further south real quickly here, Lauren, because we have a tornado warning that's still in effect. We haven't forgotten about you down to the south here, and that warning is still in effect. That actual tornado may be over Marion at this time, Lauren, based on what we're seeing. Looks like that strongest circulation is right around Marion. That's crossing around Highway 5 and also moving over towards Sprott. So if you're south of Heiberger, you need to be in your tornado shelter at this time. This is crossing over into Perry County. Looks like the Weather Service has canceled some areas from the tornado watch, Lauren. It looks like maybe, I know, Marion County and some areas to the north and west. Right now, looks like we're seeing more of those So the Weather Service, they are saying Marion and Perry County looks like the strongest rotation now showing up over Marion and Perry County. So now it looks like Coleman, Walker, and Tuscaloosa, severe threat over. We have been cleared from the tornado watch, and also into Greene and Sumter counties. We are clear of the tornado watch. Shelby County and Birmingham. Let's check out Blount County too, Lauren. Let's go back in here where we had some of those stronger winds, and I want to take this back into the Birmingham area because we have a lot of folks being impacted right now. A big population center right around the city of Birmingham. Let's get in here really close. Let's start here to the north, and then let's work our way south. So again, this is where we had some of those damaging winds that were pushing through Blount County. Look how quickly now that's moving into Etowah County. If you're watching me in Gadsden, we're underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. Now St. Clair County, anywhere from Reese City, Asheville to Springville, you're along that leading edge where we could have some damaging straight line winds at this time. It looks like the worst of this is now through Aniana. The conditions will start to improve if you're around Allgood and south towards Locust Fort. Let's get in back into Jefferson County right now. Here's Clay, Chalkville, Trussville areas, Pinson, Center Point. Right now the heaviest of this pushing through, and now through the city of Birmingham, some of the heaviest rain. You can see I've got the tower camera pulled up here. Leading edge of those strong winds. Let's get into street level. There's Vestavia. Here's Irondale. So I mentioned Roebuck, around Mountain Brook areas. Now out here towards the Birmingham Zoo area, the leading edge of those stronger winds now pushing into Mountain Brook. There's Highway 280. Here's the Red Mountain Expressway here. So it's now across the Red Mountain Expressway, the leading edge of that heavy rainfall. And looks like actually around the airport too, the gust fronts pushed on through. So it's just mostly a lot of heavy rain back in here. Still seeing some gusts 30 plus miles per hour. But once the back edge of this is moving very quickly. So it should move on through Fultondale, Thomas, out around Inslee and Fairfield and Midfield here fairly quickly. I know it's been a very, very rocky night out there with these storms moving through. Now the Hoover area, if you're watching me right now around Altadena, there's Altadena Woods, Heatherwood Country Club. If you're watching me around Rocky Ridge Road and Acton Road areas, this is approaching around the Sanctuary neighborhood. You know where I'm talking about here off of Caldwell Mill Road. All these areas, you're about to have some wind gusts topping 40, 50 miles per hour. It's going to be rocky here very soon. Those winds are going to move through, and that leading gust front is probably where we're going to see some of the strongest winds, and then we'll gradually see some improvements. But it's mostly straight line winds that we are seeing here. And keep in mind, this is very close to the radar site, so we do have a good eye on this. Lauren, let's go back to velocity, and I want to look at this, make sure we don't have any tornado trying to form. And it still looks like mostly straight line winds that we are seeing, and those strongest winds, there's Pelham, there's Oak Mountain State Park. So Pelham, Oak Mountain, it looks like right around Pelham, that leading edge of those strong winds has just pushed through Alabaster, Shelby County I mentioned, and you can see there's the radar site to the south. Let's go ahead, Lauren, let's plot some winds. I want to go along this line, and let's get in here really close. Let's zoom in and get into some of these streets, and let's plot some wind speeds since we're so close to the radar site, just to give folks an estimate. Yeah, we're showing 49, 64. You see, as Lauren was noting a few moments ago, if we click in here, right in this area, we have a good idea looking at some of those velocity signatures. Those are the winds moving towards the radar site, but kind of gives you an idea. You can see 30 to 40 mile per hour winds that we're seeing generally along this line. And again, that's just off the ground. So you get down to the surface and maybe not quite as gusty there, but I like what I'm seeing with some of those velocity plots. And then as we go further north, want to get in here a little bit closer. There's Alabaster, there's Pelham, Deer Springs Estates, Oak Mountain State Park. That line's just about, this is the leading edge right here where we have that line of storms. I keep clicking off of the marker there. So right there is the line of where we have those stronger winds actually just updated. Look how quickly that moved. So now it's showing right there around Oak Mountain State Park, Simsville, Shoal Run, there's Acton Road. Let's get in here really close.
Hey Wes, let's look at the Blount County camera.
Okay. Okay, so I believe, so that's Straight Mountain. So we're looking at Blount County. That's where we're detecting some of those winds earlier. Lauren's got the camera view up there, and you can see on Straight Mountain what it's looking like for folks there in Etowah County as that line it has pushed through Aniana. But that was that part of the line, Lauren, where we saw some of those strong winds, 60, 70 miles per hour. So you can just kind of see what we're I like that view right now because we don't have the whiteout conditions like what we're seeing in some of those camera views earlier this evening. But right now in parts of Jefferson County, there's Bluff Park, and Lauren showing, wow, look at that lightning. I mean, it is about to cross right there. Looks like, do we have a power outage maybe in that area?
Possibly.
Yeah, you can see the power. It's off and on right there at Bluff Park right now. Yeah, you can see the lights off and on. Yeah, the winds are gusty. That's right on top of Shades Mountain. So strong winds moving in. That's crossing Oxmoor Valley right there in Homewood, Oxmoor Road. Those strong winds are about to cross that mountain. And I was zoomed in over Shelby County, and just from what I am seeing here, Lauren, it looks like the leading edge of this line, it looks like it has pushed, it's now crossing Oak Mountain State Park. It's out here around Cahaba Valley Road, Valleydale Road, Caldwell Mill Road. So the leading edge is now pushed on through Inverness, and I was mentioning around Dolly Ridge Estate, some of those areas. It's now leading edge is around Brook Highland. So if you're watching me around Brook Highland, they're off of Highway 280, Brook Highland, you are now picking up some of those strong winds. Shoal Run, the worst of this right now is around Inverness and Brook Highland, Shoal Run, and Mount Laurel. Area is about to be impacted. So Highway 280 still running right along Oak Mountain there in the Mount Laurel area and pushing closer to Chelsea. Chelsea, you're next up. So Eagle Point down towards Chelsea. Want to make sure that you are ready here over the next 10-15 minutes. You're about to get some very strong winds that are going to be pushing through that area, but now moving through Oak Mountain State Park. Birmingham, some of the worst of this is you can see it's almost cleared the city of Birmingham. You can see the back edge of the rain. There's Asipco and Coleburg and East Thomas and out towards places like Crumley Chapel. Looks like it's just some leftover rain at this point. So the heaviest of the rain still around Avondale and over towards Sloss Furnace and that general vicinity, and then it continues over towards Irondale and Roebuck. You can see there Center Point, just a lot of rain happening here along this line. But the tornado warning is still in effect for Marion County at this time. Lauren, I'll let you jump back in here as we continue to track this across the state. But we're staying ahead of this line. It's 1:21 in the morning. We do have reports of power outages, just a lot of wind with this. Is certainly, if you know what I'm talking about, if you're here in Birmingham, this line, it will get your attention tonight as it moves on through. Let me just check in here. I'm just seeing if we have any damage reports as this has moved through. It looks like multiple trees down on roadways in Adamsville and Concord, Lauren. Also looks like in Hoover, also some outages in the Hoover area. Trees and lines down on South Shades Crest Road in Shelby County. So we're getting a lot of reports of trees down in Shelby County around the Hoover area, and also into Jefferson County, Adamsville, and Concord. So be careful out there tonight, folks. If you are traveling during the overnight hours, look at the power outages. Wow. So Tuscaloosa, yeah, that's 10,000 customers, 18,000 customers without power, over 8,000 in Birmingham. Yeah, this is the thing when you're dealing with these straight line winds. We got a lot of outages across the state. East Alabama, as I mentioned, you still have power. Make sure your mobile devices are charged, and there could be some random outages. These are some strong winds that are moving across the state tonight. Lauren, I'll let you jump in. I know you were over there pulling up some of those camera views, and I mean we have quite a lightning show here on Red Mountain. And by the way, the Weather Service are going to continue the tornado warning for Perry County. That will continue until 1:45 in the morning.
Thanks for that, Wes. Yeah, so we had mentioned that there are a lot of places that have been cleared from the tornado watch over in West Alabama. There's still some rain falling in areas like Jasper up towards Coleman, Utah, but we are beginning to see the changes, and eventually there's going to be some colder air moving in. But first we have to get through this. So the squall line, or the QLCS, that quasi-linear convective system, is moving just across I-65 now, really lining up just to the south of that I-2059 corridor in west central Alabama, and this is continuing to push to the east-northeast. So Sometimes if we have all these warnings up here, it's a little hard to see what's going on, but I just want you to note how linear this looks. So it's a line, and it's a lot of times when you see the bowing along that line that you have that potential for some straight line winds. And so as we look at this right now, some of the most intense parts of the storm appear to be coming through Shelby County into Bibb County. Just to the east of Centerville, we have some intense winds moving through. We'll switch over to our shear rate product, which shows us just how intense the winds could be within inside of the storm. And so where you see that bright green popping up there near Bibb Mill and Oakley, this could indicate some strong winds are going to be moving towards areas like Mars Hill, Bessie. We did have that severe thunderstorm warning in place for Chilton County, and so areas like Jemison, Thorsby, Lomax, Isabella, Maplesville, you're going to be seeing some intense winds heading your way. And as we switch back to our velocity product here, or our reflectivity product, which shows us the rain within inside of the storm, really shows some very intense rain is going to be moving into Chilton County here shortly. But where we have the one active tornado warning is still in southern Perry County, or in eastern Perry County rather. And so as we look at our velocity product to get an idea of where this potential tornado is, you can see it's potentially moving through Perryville right now. So it's already moved out of Sprott and Radford, but where you see this potential rotation, where it looks like that faint red color and the bright green are lining up on top of each other, this is going to be pushing east-northeast towards areas like Panhandle, Dixie, Parnell, Ryderville, Plantersville. So this is just outside of our area, but I know we still have plenty of viewers, folks that we have down in Perry County, that we just want to make sure you're paying attention to the weather as well. So an update here, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's been extended into Talladega County and into parts of Calhoun, even all the way into Cherokee County, which Cherokee County is like, oh, that's all the way in East Alabama. This is a testament to how quickly this line is moving, but because it's moving so quickly, unfortunately, it hasn't had a lot of time to weaken. So you can see where those bright reds are popping up. Those are intense winds ahead of the line coming through. So that's why we have that the wind advisory in effect through 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, because even before storms come through, the winds can get intense. But where it almost looks like those pinks are showing up there along Highway 231 north of Pell City approaching Raglan and the Coosa River, those are some very intense winds. You want to treat these severe thunderstorm warnings like a tornado warning. Now, this may be an overestimate. It's a bit of an overestimate because this is about 2,000 feet off of the ground, but this is detecting near Raglan and Pell City the potential for, it's saying, around 70-mile-per-hour winds moving through, pushing east of Highway 231, approaching Raglan, Ohatchee, the Coosa River, Lincoln, over into Jacksonville. So good news is this line is moving through really quickly. It'll be over within the next couple of hours, but it's still pretty intense. And our main concern is that along this line, we could be seeing that straight line wind damage, but still seeing the possibility of a tornado here in Perry County. So around Perryville, still that potential rotation where we could be seeing a tornado, but we'll likely continue to see more reports coming in throughout the night with this straight line wind damage. If you are in the path of a severe thunderstorm warning, as these come in, treat it like a tornado warning. Go to that safe space to the lowest level of your home away from windows. If you have any vulnerable or sensitive trees in your yard, be mindful of that and maybe get on the side of the house where that would not be, right? Because these winds are coming in from the west. These storms are blowing in from the west. So be mindful that trees could topple from the west to the east as this comes in. But the most intense winds we're looking at right now are stretching from I-20 to the west of Pell City up to Raglan, the Coosa River, up towards Gadsden as well, and these will be moving towards areas like Center. So we want to give a first alert to areas like Jacksonville, Weaver, Anniston, Oxford, Lincoln, the most intense part of this line. If we say this is moving at about 60 miles per hour, where are the most intense part of this line headed towards areas like Ohatchee? It'll be there around 140. In Gadsden, it is knocking on your doorstep right now. So make sure you are paying close attention to this. Go to that safe spot. We're having some booming thunder here. So,
lightning strike out there.
Yeah.
I'm seeing a lot of reports coming in here, Lauren. Trees down. I checked, my wife said it sounded like a train. The wind
Yeah.
was so gusty there when it moved through Shelby County. I know a lot of you are waking up out there tonight. What we're seeing is a classic squall line moving across the state of Alabama. Strong, damaging straight line winds. That's what most of us are dealing with. We've had the occasional tornado warning that's popped up, but mostly you can see the one tornado warning that we're seeing is down into Marion County, and you can actually see right there's the couplet. That's not far from Sprott. That's now to the east of Marion, but it's around Perryville. Folks in Perryville, we could have a tornado right there based on what I'm seeing. That is approaching Perryville in Marion County. Chilton County, you're next up as far as this line goes. We need to keep an eye on what's happening down in here in parts of Perry County in case some of this decides to move in to parts of Chilton County. But right now, what we are seeing, I saw some video here someone sent of a power substation over in Gordo. Lauren, looked like there was all kinds of flashes going on in that thing. So I know a lot of us are without power right now. We're seeing more outages across the western part of the state, but this is now pushing in towards the central part of the state. But this is the only tornado warning close to home that we have, and this is in Perry County. But that's not to say that some of these storms that are further north couldn't produce tornado-like damage, because we are seeing some indications of some very strong straight line winds. And that wall of wind is now pushing into Chilton County. So if you're in Jemison, this is approaching quickly. It looks like this has just moved through Montevallo. Montevallo is another area. Briarfield, Montevallo. This is Highway 139 here. Randolph and Lawley. That line has now crossed you. It's now moving into Chilton County. So Thorsby, Jemison, there's Isabella, Maplesville areas. What we're seeing right now, main concern, damaging straight line winds. You don't want to be in a vehicle. You want to try to be in a site-built home, a sturdy structure, until this passes. That first gust of wind has been quite potent as this has moved into our area. Let's get back to Shelby County, and I believe we have some views from Chelsea that we could check out, Lauren. The leading edge of this line now is pushing through Chelsea, and I know JP probably give us an update from Chelsea as this is moving through. There's Harpersville. You can see there's Leeds as well. It looks like Leeds, we're probably going to start to see some improvements here around Trussville and the Leeds area here soon as this continues to the east. But right now, St. Clair County included and Talladega County now included in the severe thunderstorm warning. So let's get in here really close. Gadsden, we go over to the triple threat where we had some of those strong winds earlier here to the north. Let's take a look at this from Huntsville. I want to look, yeah, so if you are watching me around Reese City in northern Etowah County, I'm still concerned in the Blount and Etowah counties. I've been watching this for some strong winds. You can see that is approaching Nakalula Falls there. We could have some winds over 58 miles per hour. This has crossed Attala, but it is right along Interstate 59. So Interstate 59, we're seeing some winds. You go around Reese City, just north of Gadsden, over some of those mountains there, we're looking at winds 50, 60 miles per hour crossing to the east. So giving you the first alert there, and that is crossing over towards Nakalula Falls. Again, there's Gadsden, watching this area. East Gadsden's next up. If you're in Bath Springs, Glencoe, and anywhere in south side, down along the Coosa River and Riverside areas. Again, about to deal with some of those strong winds. That line has mostly crossed the interstate near Steele. I do think we're going to have some improvements here. If you're watching me over Straight Mountain, back in towards Steele, back in towards Asheville, still quite windy, some heavy rain pushing through Asheville. If you're in Raglan, here it comes. Raglan area, you are looking at a time of arrival. Let me go ahead and put this on here. Looks like around 140. So it's 133 right now. You're about to have those strong winds move in, showing 141 for the Raglan area. So a first alert time of 141 if you are in Raglan. If we go further south, Odenville, still seeing mainly straight line winds. Let me go take a look at this. Yeah, still straight line winds mostly. Looks very uniform based on what I'm seeing on the radar. So I'm not concerned about a tornado at this time, but still could be some damaging straight line winds. Chula Vista to Wattsville. This is going to be crossing around Bald Rock Mountain and moving to the south and east. Let's go ahead and put some times of arrival. When will this reach? Well, it's close to Pell City. You can see we're showing around 137 around Pell City. Wattsville over towards Riverside, you can see around 143. How about Lincoln? If you're watching me in Lincoln, 143 on the time of arrival as that continues to the south. Won't last long. It's only going to last about 30 minutes at the most. Need to watch what's going on here. These little areas that try to ride north along the front. Sometimes you can kind of get some rotation that shows up in there. This is over Shelby County, right around Vincent. Let's take a look at this. Let's go in for a closer view, and okay, nothing really standing out there, so that's a good sign, but we are seeing some strong winds. Let's go back to the wind speed detection on this here, and we'll go ahead and plot some of those values. So 30, 40 mile per hour winds. Okay, so that's around Westover, moving into Shelby County. Let's take it on to the south, and we're talking about Chilton County also included, now Talladega County, actually Childersburg and Harpersville. You are next in line. Times of arrival, if you are in Childersburg, 1:42. If you are in around Stewartville, you are in Fayetteville areas, you're looking around 1:50. Pell City, you can see that line's approaching now. If you're in the Camolga area and over towards let's take it to Sycamore. You can see time of arrival around 1:52, and actually it's hard to see there on the screen. I apologize. Let me move the map so you can see. I know I've got the camera, but you can see around 1:52. Lauren, I'll let you grab the controls, but we're just kind of tracking this across the state, keeping a close watch on it, not taking around here we don't take our eye off the radar. We keep our eye on the radar, and that's the main thing. We don't want any warnings to sneak up on us. So the weather right now, really the severe threat is over for Tuscaloosa. The severe threat is over for Hale County. It's over for Greene County. It's over for Walker County. If you're watching me in Coleman County, the severe threat is over. We're almost in the complete clear across the Birmingham area. One location, Lauren, that I'm watching right in this area here. Let's go back in, and we'll get back to Chilton County because that's looking rather intense there to the south as well. But from Pell City back in towards Vincent, right in this zone, looks like these little bands. There's a strong south flow. This south, what we call low-level jet that's racing north, winds 30, 40 miles per hour, and we need to watch, make sure we don't have some rotation trying to happen in here. But just keeping an eye on this. Pell City, right now Vincent, all these areas, that's a rather intense part of this line. That's all going to be moving in towards Talladega. So let's watch this around Cropwell areas, Pell City, Cropwell, Talladega, and actually the Cropwell area, Lauren, last time we were here tracking severe weather, that was an area that was hard hit. So let's be ready there around Pell City, Cropwell for the possibility of some strong straight line winds, giving you that first alert as this moves in around Cropwell, watching Talladega County, St. Clair County, giving you the first alert for the possibility of some damaging winds as this line approaches. So that's one area we're watching. Harpersville, this line is closing in on you. Columbiana here in Shelby County. Columbiana, that line's approaching you now. Chelsea, worst of this, that's how quickly this is moving. It's over. I know we have some rain, some rumbles, but the most severe part of this line has now passed you. You can see there's Sanford University and Lakeshore Parkway, Hoover to Lakeshore, Homewood, all those areas. It's just rain. Severe threat is over for us. It's over in Inverness, Pelham. Alabaster, severe threat has ended. Get some rest. I know it's loud. Some of us are without power out there, but be careful if you are traveling overnight, or if you're traveling, if you're out and about early, maybe you must get out during the early morning hours. Just know there could be debris on the road, tree limbs, down trees. We're seeing reports across the states, especially those secondary roads. Just be extra careful out there this morning. So we're zoomed in over Chilton County right now, and this is that line of storms that prompted that warning. You can see it's mostly out of Perry County. It was a tail end of this line. We saw some rotation. This is mostly straight line winds that we're seeing at this time, but this is now pushing in towards Jemison and Thorsby. The winds are about to pick up. Clanton, let's do a time of arrival on this for our friends in Clanton here, Lauren. The leading edge of those strong straight line winds now approaching Clanton. You can see around 1:46, 1:48 in the morning. So right around 2 o'clock. So the timing forecast for this has been spot on, and it's moving through fairly quickly. So again, it's been a 1, maybe 2 hour threat window for any given location. It's mostly this line, and that's it. We're not expecting more storms, even though once the line passes, you're going to hear some loud rumbles. But once this passes where you live, just know it's rain and rumbles, and that's it. The worst of this has moved on through. So what are we looking at there? So we have Oxford. So we're looking at the Calhoun County EMA camera that we have at the at the bottom of the screen. So again, seeing more reports here. The Jefferson County, our friends with Jefferson County EMA reporting that we do have reports of a tree on a house in Irondale. No injuries. A tree blocking Shadescrest Road just east of Chapel Lane in Hoover and Bluff Park. We have a tree down partially blocking Old Montgomery Highway. So a lot of trees down in the area. Trees down in the roadway. So here's Blount County, and this is where we saw some of those strong winds earlier. So trees down in the roadway and Fowler Springs Road in Blountsville, County Highway 15 in Cleveland, Skyline Drive in Warrior, and also County Highway 47 in Blountsville. So a lot of trees down reported across parts of Blount County where we saw those indications of straight line winds. Also in Calera, some reports of trees down. We do have a report of winds gusting up to 50 miles per hour in the Leeds area. So we do have a weather station reporting 50 mile per hour winds in the Leeds area. So we're getting those strong winds. The straight line winds haven't let up with this thing. I mean, it has produced some gusty winds. And I often say this, when you have a line of storms that move so quickly across the state, there's some force driving those storms across the state that quickly. I mean, we have a powerful system, and there's going to be some gusty winds, and that's why we're seeing a lot of these straight line winds with this tonight as it moves on through. The good side of it is it's going to be a fast mover. It's going to get through here quickly. Now, at the moment, we do not have any active tornado warnings in our coverage area. It's all severe thunderstorm warnings, and it's mostly straight line winds that we're seeing at the moment. Now, we're still under a tornado watch. Even for East Alabama, that's going to be in effect until 4 o'clock in the morning. So even though we don't have any active tornado warnings, any moment, one of these storms, as we have seen time and time again this overnight, they could suddenly start to rotate. So just be ready if you're still out ahead of this. This hasn't quite reached where you live. Just have a plan in place in case there is a warning that is issued where you live. So again, actually Birmingham, looks like the severe thunderstorm warning for Perry and eastern Bibb counties is now canceled. So some more counties that we can trim away from the severe weather threat. Bibb County, Centerville, 6 Mile, Green Pond, all those areas I was talking about, that severe weather threat is coming to an end for you. So hopefully very soon we can take off Blount, Jefferson, Bibb, and also Perry counties as this continues to track on to the east. Again, this watch goes until 4 o'clock, but as I said, we'll probably see more and more of these counties trimmed away as this continues to the east direction. But it's another first alert weather day, and tomorrow, or well today, later on today, the temperatures take a big tumble. We're going to have freezing conditions coming back for the overnight and the Monday morning. And it's yesterday morning we were at freezing. Tonight we're close to 70 degrees in a lot of areas, and you just know here in Alabama in the middle of February we're talking about temperatures in the middle of the night 70 degrees. Yeah, that's not right, and that's often a recipe for some volatile weather, and that's one of the reasons why we're seeing such a potent system moving through here tonight. So it is still, there's some instability out there. I mean, with temperatures like that tonight moving through the area, but you can see that this is mostly the classic squall line. It's not individual supercell storms moving through or long track tornado kind of night, but it is where you can have sustained straight line wind damage. So that's what we're mostly seeing across the state tonight. And right now, Anniston and Jacksonville, a couple of more areas there included. Lauren, do you have any information you want to pass along? I know you've been following along on the radar. Right now it looks like Clanton next up, Childersburg, Sylacauga, Talladega, Lincoln. Mentioned Pell City and Cropwell right now getting some of those strong winds. Actually, let's go quickly into that area, Lauren. I just want to take a close look and make sure we don't have a tornado in here. Let's look at triple threat. Let's look at the velocity. There's Highway 231. So again, right here around Logan Martin, you can see some gusty winds in there, maybe some small hail. We're not seeing the strong wind indicators like what we were seeing back to the north, but it certainly looks like some real heavy rain happening right there. You certainly don't want to be on I-20 around Pell City and Lincoln right now. And if you're listening to me on the radio, and I know we simulcast with Calhoun County 911 on the radio stations there, you can tune us in on the FM, and we'll be providing some updates. It looks like, though, further south, right there, Lauren, might have an area where we do have some enhanced winds over Chilton County, this is not far from Maplesville, so Isabella to Maplesville, our system's detecting right there 58 mile-per-hour winds. Look at the lightning strikes too, around 172 strikes. And when you see that number, if you see it change, the entire lightning count is based on what you see on the screen. So when we back the view out, that number will go up. When we zoom in, the number will go down because we see fewer strikes as we get in there closer on the view. So I just want to point that out. If you see that number change, it doesn't mean all of a sudden this storm is ramping up or it is weakening, but we can follow a general trend here when we do look at that lightning data, and it does tell us a lot. But I don't want that to throw you off and scare you. If you see that number really jumping up, doesn't mean all of a sudden that this is trying to just grow into a monster storm. But we are still seeing quite a bit of lightning. There's some loud rumbles out there tonight as this moves on to the east. But right now, the leading edge of that squall line and where the strongest winds are located, you can see that has now pushed through Thorsby. Hopefully everything's okay here. If you're watching us in Thorsby, you can see the worst has passed. I know it's still raining heavily. Jemison, the Manuka exit there. Isabella, now looks like the worst of this has passed. It's now through Maplesville, but it's right over Pletcher and Clanton. Here it comes. It's closing in on Clanton at this time. You can see it's maybe a mile or two away, that leading edge approaching the city of Clanton at this time. But we're about to have those gusty winds pushing through here. Just hang on. It'll be through fairly quickly, and then we'll have some rain, some rumbles, and then we'll have those conditions improving. But there's some loud rumbles out there tonight as this line continues to the east. Right now, across our area, the Weather Service saying no tornado concerns at the moment along the entire line. It's mostly straight line winds. Now, there is a warning that continues to the far north. That is DeKalb County, so it does look like still seeing the Huntsville Weather Service office. They're still issuing some warnings around Fort Payne, areas to the north. Now, this is our coverage area right here. There's Mentones right in this part of the coverage area. Cedar Bluff, there's far northern Cherokee County. So if you're watching us here in northern Cherokee County, watching WBRC, we're going to keep an eye on that. I know there's some tornado warnings. Now, sometimes what we see with lines like this is some offices will decide to issue tornado warnings sometimes when we see the winds that could equate to the level of a EF0, EF1 tornado. But you can see, obviously, this line looks very similar to what we've been seeing all night long as it's across the state, but center dealing with some strong winds right now, Lauren. Let's go to the triple threat because there is right there a little area. Yeah, so Anderson, you see right there of seeing 58 mile-per-hour winds. Still, this northeast part of the coverage area, those straight line winds with a line like this always are quite potent as they move on through. And Leesburg, you're seeing some of those strong winds, and hopefully with the power stays on here, we're going to have some very gusty winds moving through center, 50, 60 miles per hour. Lauren, let's go to you. And I know you were showing a few moments ago. You may want to go back to showing the power outage numbers. Those numbers were really going up based on that last update that you had.
Yeah, certainly as these storms come through, one of the main concerns was the potential for some straight line winds. And so with those straight line winds, oftentimes you can see the issue where you have trees coming down, where you have the possibility of not just trees coming down, but if those trees come down, not just on your house, but on a power line, that can cause some power outages. So we're really seeing a large number of power outages across Jefferson County and into Tuscaloosa County. It looks like 12,000 customers without power now in Jefferson County, 18,000 without power in Tuscaloosa, 8,000 in Shelby County, 7,500 in Walker County, and up in Coleman County about 6,000. Also down into areas farther to the south, about 5,000 customers without power down in Hale County. And that's where we actually did see earlier that tornado warning. So as we're looking at it right now, we mentioned we're not seeing any tornado issues along the line. The main issue right now is this is moving eastward, and I cleared off all the warnings. There are still active warnings in place. Just wanted to give you an idea of what it looks like without them all there. This is that linear squall line that we've been watching, and so it's this leading edge as this comes in where you have those most intense winds, where you have that potential for straight line wind damage. So some of the most intense winds we're seeing right now are moving through Chilton County. So Jemison, Thorsby, these are moving through right now for you. It will be improving here shortly, going to be improving here shortly in Maplesville. But let's look at those areas. Clanton, the worst of this is about to be knocking on your doorstep here. Peach Park, Verbena, over into Quincy. And then as we look over into areas like Coosa County, this line will be headed towards you shortly as well. And now we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Coosa County. This is in effect until 3 a.m. So areas like Rockford, Bentleyville, Kelly's Crossroads, over into Pentonville, you're going to be next for seeing this, even Goodwater. So we also look a little further to the north, getting up into Talladega County. We're seeing some intense rain about to be moving into Lincoln and Talladega. We'll go ahead and give you that first alert that the heavy rain and intense winds are moving in, and Sylacauga as well down Highway 231. And then we look a little farther to the north. We mentioned those tornado warnings in northeast Alabama, but we're also seeing some strong winds and heavy rain approaching Center, Jacksonville, Anniston, Oxford. We are watching that Oxford camera, and I'm sure the Jacksonville cameras will be lighting up here shortly. You can see that in the bottom of your screen. But looking at where some of the heaviest rain is right now, fortunately this is moving through quickly, but it's still going to sound really loud as it moves along I-20 near Riverside, down towards Mays Bend, Lincoln, up towards Sulphur Springs, down towards Camelot Plateau. This is headed your way. We mentioned Cropwell. The worst of it is about to exit out of Cropwell, but then headed towards areas like Talladega County, getting closer to Highway 77. Areas like Birmingham, Alabaster, we're seeing improving conditions in Warrior, Aniana, Trussville. And so Centerville, Tuscaloosa, you're still seeing some rain, but the worst of the rain is going to be moving out here shortly. So really, the line is now in East Alabama. That's where we're seeing the main impacts from this line. Once this line clears our counties, we can sound the all clear. We still have areas like Clay County that are still under the gun for the potential to see these winds coming in that could offer some really intense wind gusts, unfortunately. But we have been seeing a sign that as this is pushing eastward, it does appear to be weakening somewhat, but we can't sound the all clear just yet. So with this line coming in, the biggest concern is going to be that possibility for the straight line winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. But definitely, I would say as we look at this, the most intense part of the line is moving through Chilton County. So if you live in Chilton County, if you have any friends or family who live near Peach Park along I-65 down towards Verbena, maybe go ahead and text them, check in, make sure they're doing okay, because this is where the most intense winds are right now. And we can actually switch to our velocity product here, which shows us exactly how the winds look like within the storm. And we can plot some of the potential wind speeds here. So we're talking maybe about 45, 50 miles per hour at least as this is pushing through. And as we continue to see on the National Weather Service chat, we are getting a lot of reports that as this line comes through, the main thing we're seeing is lots of trees down. So we're just going to continue to watch throughout the night and make sure you check in with Matt Daniel in the morning. He'll have more updates on any areas where we've seen some damage reports from these straight line winds. So we're seeing improvements west of I-65, just not in Chilton County, but especially in East Alabama. That's where we're still seeing the possibility of some strong wind gusts coming through and some heavy rain. We can kind of clear the screen here and get a look at where the most intense winds are within the line. And you can see, as I was mentioning, it's still Chilton County. That's where we're seeing some of the strongest winds pushing now past Clanton and are beginning to move closer, excuse me, over into Coosa County. So areas like Marble Valley, Blue Springs, Hidden Valley, Golden Branch, Quincy. The most intense part of this line is headed your way, and we can actually get a little estimated time of arrival here. As we look into Coosa County, this could be moving in within the next 10 minutes. Remember, this line is moving at quite a clip. Unfortunately, because it's been moving so quickly, it's been really difficult for the line to weaken as much, but I think we are beginning to see some signs of weakening. We don't want to let our guard down. Remember that tornado watch is in effect until 4 a.m., but hopefully we'll continue to see more counties cleared from that watch here shortly. And I'll put some of the mess back on the screen so we can get an idea of what areas have been cleared from that tornado watch. Let's see. If we pop it back up here and take away all the radar, Yeah, so now we're seeing areas like Jefferson County, Blount County, Coleman County, down into Bibb County, Perry County. I know you just had that tornado warning, but now all of these areas west of I-65, apart from parts of Shelby County and Chilton County, have been cleared from the watch. So now we're just going to continue to track these as we go into East Alabama, but we're also going to be keeping a close eye out for any damage reports. If you have any reports from anything in your area, or if you have any reports of maybe some trees down at your house, remember, you're our eyes. We always want you to be safe, but after a system comes through, if you can kind of survey what happened outside, if maybe you heard of any really heavy rain or possibly some limbs that came down, you can just give it a look, and you can always send in those photos through the WBRC First Alert weather app. Of course, we're monitoring social media as well, but you are our eyes in this system. If we're not out in the storm tracker, we rely on you, our audience, to let us know how things are looking in your area. Our first priority, of course, is your safety, but after storms come through, we just kind of like to get an idea of how exactly they operated as they move through. And I think one of the main concerns with this system was going to be that potential for the straight line winds and possibly some isolated tornadoes. So as this is moving into East Alabama, we are seeing signs that the line doesn't look quite as intense as it had been farther to the west, but that lines right up with our forecast. Even though it's weakened somewhat, there's still going to be those strong winds, possibly 50+ miles per hour, stretching from areas like Center, Jacksonville, Talladega, Childersburg, and then on into Chilton County. But the benefit of being a little closer to the radar site in places like Columbiana and closer to Marble Valley is that we do have a better view of how the storms are operating, Wes.
All right, Lauren, and I want to go over here. We got a lot of pictures coming in. This is coming in from Walker County, and just one of many photos. This was from Janice Smith sharing. This was in Jasper, but you can see some tree damage there. And this is from Moundville. So we did have some trees down in the Moundville area as well. You can see with the lightning in the background, but a large limb. We're seeing a lot of pictures like this coming in, and there's going to be a lot of power outages, a lot of trees down. Mostly what we're seeing, straight line wind. This line is approaching Jacksonville. That's why I have the camera. It's up at the bottom of the screen. Lauren, let's go in here, and we need to start out at the top of this line and work our way south, because we still have this line producing some very strong winds. I want to get into, we'll start with Cherokee County right here around Cedar Bluff. Let's look at velocity data on this, and we'll take a close look at the velocity and make sure that we don't have, okay, so right in here, it looks like we have a little bit of areas trying to rotate right around Galesville. Listen, if you're in Alpine Shores, Galesville area out here towards Weiss Lake, and North Weiss Lake, need to make sure that you are treating this like a tornado warning right now. We're dealing with some very ominous signatures on the radar. Looks like we could have a tornado trying to form, and looks like we now have a warning that is over. Is this Coosa County? So this is northern Coosa County. There you go, right there. You can see a little couplet. You see how quickly that formed. That is south of Blue Springs. So we now have south of Talladega Springs a tornado warning that has been issued for Coosa County. If you are in Sylacauga, this is approaching from the southwest direction. Actually, Lauren, looks like this is going to be tracking in that general direction right there, north of Weogufka. I know Sylacauga is not in the actual tornado warning. You can see it's right in this area, but it's going to be moving into, it might clip southern Talladega County. You need to be in your tornado safe place as well. That is right around Gold Branch. Wow, that is a strong signature. We could have a tornado here, folks. That is around Quincy, and you can see how quickly that couplet, the inbound and outbound winds, really has tightened up in that area. That is right around Gold Branch. That's County Road 15, Strickland Crossroads, and this is approaching southern Talladega County, northern Coosa County. This is around Weogufka. If you're in Rockford, your weather radio is going off right now for a tornado warning here in Coosa County. Let's go back into, I want to bring up at the bottom of the screen what you're looking at. That is a live look from Jacksonville as that line of severe storms now moves into Etowah County. Let's get over to, we've got a camera there at Oak Grove and monitor those conditions and see. I just want to see what the lightning is looking like in that area. We're looking to the south, so we'll keep an eye. There's a live look from Oak Grove and Sylacauga, and we're looking in the direction of that tornadic signature that is showing up. But a very strong indication right around Gold Branch and Weogufka. If you're in Weogufka, need you in that tornado shelter at this time. You don't have much time here. This is moving very, very quickly. We're seeing motions with these storms tonight moving 60, 70 miles per hour, and it is the worst recipe as far as severe weather. It's an overnight event, a fast-moving system. That's why it is so critical that you have a plan and you stay out ahead of this. I mentioned earlier, I was talking about Stewartville. That is an area in the path of this. Now, the actual tornado warning for Coosa County is in effect until 2:45 in the morning. So get on that phone, call folks. If you know people in this area, make sure that everyone is awake and alert and getting to a safe spot, because we have not only a tornado, but we have some very strong winds that are approaching from the west right now. Could have some gusts in here over 60 miles per hour, but it looks like it's really wrapping up here now, Lauren, right around Gold Branch. It could be producing the tornado at this time, but right there, strong signature. We'll probably see a debris signature show up with this here very soon, but right there, Lauren is circling. This is actually, which I know we're not far from the radar site, but probably one of the strongest signals of a tornado on radar that I have seen all night long, and is right here over Coosa County. We're looking at a very, very well-defined couplet. You can see that gate-to-gate signature showing up, and that is in northern Coosa. But I mentioned if you're in southern Talladega County, you are very close to this. If it continues kind of move in this direction here, that's going to put this not far. There's Sylacauga right there. You can see around Holman Crossroads and Stewartville. There's Weogufka as it continues into northern Coosa. Now, Chilton County, this is moving away, and looks like the worst of this is now starting to clear even parts of Chilton County. But at the bottom of the screen here, what you're looking at is where we have the camera up. That is in Oak Grove right here in Sylacauga. So we're looking to the south, and I'm just watching the lightning count's not off the charts with this, mostly a lot of wind, but it is certainly tightened up there, Lauren, with that last view. Let's go to triple threat. We'll take a look at the triple threat. Let's go to the correlation coefficient. We'll take a look at that value as well, and could have a debris signature in here. Let's lapse this. Can we go back like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and just kind of follow along and just see? And this is Birmingham radar. Okay, maybe right here, perhaps. Looks like we might have maybe a little bit of debris. Listen, there's going to be a lot of leaves kicked up as this moves on to the east. A lot of wind with this wall of storms moving through. But Gold Branch, Unity, and it looks like if there was a tornado, it's probably kind of rain wrapped at this point, right in this area, right around Unity and between Strickland Crossroads and the Unity community. So if you're around Prater Road at this time, I mentioned Prater Road, if you're located there, you are in the path of this tornado there. Stewartville, you're in the path. You can see how it's kind of working its way north along that line there as it moves into Coosa County. Here's Weogufka. Rockford, you're at the bottom of the screen, but listen, you're still going to have some strong straight line winds as this moves to the east. Look at the bottom of the screen. You can see it on the camera here. Actually, we'll go over to Oak Grove, and there it is. That line's moving into Sylacauga right now. There's Highway 280. Winds at last check here, 29 miles per hour. So trying to see a tornado in something like this, I mean, it is going to be rain wrapped, but look at that rain is coming down, and again, we're seeing more of those whiteout conditions as the winds gust, likely gusting well over 40 miles per hour. You can see the power lines there just swaying in the wind. Hopefully the lights stay on here for folks, but just hang in there. This will move through quickly. This is all passing now through the eastern part of the state. In Coosa County, we're going to stay on top of this, and again, plan for mostly a lot of wind, a lot of rain. As this tracks to the east direction, meteorologist Lauren Linehan has the radar locked in on where that tornado would be, right here over Weogufka, and it looks as though that rotation is still evident just north of Weogufka, right in this area. That's around County Road 35. So if you're around County Road 35, it's crossed Prater Road, right here around County Road 35 and Prater Road. This is where the tornado would be, and this is approaching Stewartville. get to that safe place in Stewartville. And I know I say it a lot. If you don't have a storm shelter, if you don't have a storm cellar, if you have a basement, go there. Of course, if you don't have a basement, we want to make sure that you go to an interior room, away from windows, away from things that could fly around. Try to grab a pillow, blanket, quilt to offer some extra protection. Do not get in your vehicle and try to outrun this right now. And we always say as well, if you can avoid manufactured homes, and listen, there's a lot of awesome manufactured homes, but even with cars, there's a lot of places you don't want to be in the event of a tornado. Even some site-built homes, we say make sure you are in a well-built structure in the event of a tornado, but we just want to make sure that you're in one of those adequate safe spaces in the event that this is producing a tornado at this time. This is moving closer to Stewartville. There could be a tornado right in that area. This is mostly radar indicated. I highly doubt we have a storm spotter that has seen this out there, and this is mostly radar indicated. It's not a confirmed tornado warning, but it is a strong signature, and this is moving towards Stewartville. This is crossing right around, let me see, that is around County Road 35. So that's around County Road 35 where this is crossing. And let me just double check to make sure we don't have any reports coming in on this. I want to make sure, mostly what I'm still seeing, we've had trees down. We have multiple trees down in northern and southern Hale County. If the newsroom is listening, lots of reports of trees down across our area. Tree down on County Highway 5 in Hayden. Multiple trees down northern southern Hale County. Alabama Highway 25 south of Greensboro. Major transmission lines down in parts of Hale County. So we're talking about some major outages there across parts of Hale County. We have trees down on Highway 231 in Asheville, so parts of St. Clair County, down trees, and also now around Stemley, the Stemley Bridge area, Stemley Road, we're seeing some trees down in that area. So it's mostly straight line winds that we're seeing north. Damaging straight line winds now pushing through Anniston and Jacksonville. Let's get in here close to the city of Anniston real quickly. A lot of areas, a lot of folks being impacted here. Heavy populated zone into parts of Oxford and Anniston. The leading edge now crossing Blue Mountain. You can see Jacksonville, that stronger. Lauren, let's check that view out and see what it's looking like there in Jacksonville right now, because that line has arrived. We can see if we're actually dealing with so there we go. There's Jacksonville, winds 36 miles per hour. Looks like we still have some power, well, maybe a few outages in the area, but that's at JSU. That is from the, is that the EMA camera or the Houston? Okay, this is the 911 camera. Okay, so that's the 911 camera. We also have a view from the Houston Coal Library, but bottom line, you can see winds are gusting 36 miles per hour, but that's the view. It's a severe thunderstorm warning, but Jacksonville being impacted now, mostly straight line winds that are moving through. A lot of folks listening to us on the radio here across Calhoun County. I want to let you know that what we're mostly seeing here, straight line winds. There's no signature that just jumps out on the screen and suggests tornado, but keep in mind these storms are producing tornado-like winds. I mean, we're seeing 60+ mile per hour wind gusts, so down trees. We're going to see more of those reports coming in around the county. There could be some power outages as well, but this will, over the next 30 minutes to 40 minutes, quickly move across Calhoun County, and this will be into Cleburne County, and we'll have some leftover rain and rumbles, but this is now pressing through most of Etowah County now. This has moved through, and it looks like also for Cherokee County, we're seeing the back edge of that rain has now cleared through Centerville, or Center, I should say, not Centerville, but Center in Cherokee County, but this is leading edge of that line is approaching Piedmont, Rock Run, right around Frog Mountain, and you go down to Jacksonville, you can see heavy rain. That's around Nancy's Creek, White Plains, our friends out here, and also DeArmonville, if you're watching me there, and Chocolaco, those areas right now along the leading edge of the stronger winds are now pushing through Oxford, but that's now about to make its way into eastern Calhoun County and into now Cleburne County under a severe thunderstorm warning. But if you're watching me in Lineville and Ashland, we're under a severe thunderstorm thunderstorm warning now, the leading edge of that line. Let's keep an eye on this as this crosses Mount Cheaha, pushes down in towards Delta. Now Talladega. I think Talladega, let's go in really close here. At Talladega, we're now mostly on the back edge of the stronger winds. You can see the heaviest of the rain has now pushed just to the east of the city. So right around Talladega, you can see right there the back edge of that line has pushed through. It's mostly been wind gusts that we've been seeing 40, 50 miles per hour in this general vicinity, and now that's pushing over towards Chambers Springs. We'll watch out ahead of this just to make sure we don't have any, or Chandler Springs I should say, we'll make sure we don't have anything trying to spin up. Further south is where we're concerned about the tornado warning in Coosa County. I want to get back in here closer to Sylacauga. In those areas, a lot of rain. And just looking at this, looks like that tornado that happened around Weogufka, it's very difficult to see on this product. If we go to velocity, again, the warning set to expire at 2:45. You can see right in there still a very faint indication. Well, there we go. Is that relative or base? Okay, so storm relative velocity, so you can see right in that area, still seeing Lauren's bringing in some of the various radar products as we do some real-time analysis here, and you can clearly tell there's still that sort of comma head structure to this line that's over northern Coosa County. So Mount Olive, Hanover, these are the areas we're concerned about. Goodwater, Kellington points north of there. If you're in Rockford, you are south of this. If you're in Equality, you are south of this tornado. This is between Hanover and Sylacauga. It's right in this zone. Now Sylacauga looks like that wall of wind. The strongest winds have now pushed through Oak Grove and Sylacauga. You can see more now into Clay County, but we need to watch this as this continues. This is moving towards Mount Olive. This is where that tornado would be, right in this area. That's moving towards Mount Olive. There's Highway 280, so it's going to cross Highway 280 in this region just north of Hanover, Hollins, Midway, Brownsville, and Goodwater. If I called out your town, if you're in these areas, I know Midway and Brownsville, you're in southern Clay County, but you need to treat this like a warning. It is close. That is going to be right in this area here where we might see that signature. We're going to have some strong winds. Winds topping 40, 50 miles per hour as this moves through. This is going to be really packing a punch here as it moves to the east. But hopefully for folks here in other parts of Coosa County, we're finally seeing those conditions calming down. It certainly looks like the worst of this has now crossed half the county, and it's now making its way into the eastern part of Coosa County. So big picture, I want to show you what this looks like now on the big screen. And this storm, this line of storms, it has covered quite a bit of real estate. Left in our coverage area, we have counties to the east, to the southeast. We've been following along with you here on this First Alert Weather Day throughout the overnight hours. We're coming up, it's 2:10 in the morning. I still think by 3 o'clock this is out of here. Severe weather threat is going to be ending, but we still, we're going to cover folks here in East Alabama as we've been covering West Alabama throughout the night. This is still a dangerous line of storms, and we're still seeing, we have a tornado warning here to the south. The watches have canceled and ended for Tuscaloosa. Tornado watch has ended for Bibb County. It's ended for Jefferson County, Blount County, and Coleman counties. Tornado watch has ended for us, but we're still seeing right now Chilton, the southern part of Shelby County, most of Shelby County, I think, will be cleared from the tornado watch here very soon, and then most of St. Clair County as well. So St. Clair, Shelby County, hopefully very soon we're able to drop the tornado watch for our area. But this is mostly now eastern Calhoun, southern Cherokee, Cleburne counties, Clay counties, and now pushing more towards Tallapoosa County. But the tornado warning includes northern Coosa until 2:45 in the morning. But just looking at this line, when you look at it from this point, you can obviously see there's a little ripple right there. Southern, see right there along the line, it's just not a straight line. There's a little curvature right there. That's the point. When you look at it from afar, you can really tell by the reflectivity that suspicious area along the line. But this is what we call a QLCS, quasi-linear convective system. You can see how it's not just a perfectly straight line, but when you get these little ripples in here that form, that's where we have the possibility of a tornado that happens. And typically they don't last long in something like this. That's why many times you'll see severe thunderstorm warnings, and they will say this might include a tornado. But this is one of those unique nights with with a setup like this, when you see a severe thunderstorm warning, you want to take any severe thunderstorm serious, but especially tonight when we have a tornado watch in effect and a system that is moving so quickly across the area. But listen, if you're waking up and you slept through some of this and you're wondering what's going on right now, I'll just let you know, if you're in the Birmingham area, I know we've had some power outages in some locations. We're still seeing some lightning. I can tell from some of the camera views and hearing some rumbles even back into Birmingham points north. This is nothing severe. The one area we're concerned with is that leading edge of the line that is now moving into East Alabama. So there's the big picture. Let's get back in for a closer view. Meteorologist Lauren Linehan is going to take us back into this tornado warning quickly, and let's go in for another look. And listen, folks, if you're here in Clay County around Brownsville, and I mentioned if you're south of Lineville, Millerville, all of Clay County, we're about to have some strong winds move through. We've been seeing that all night long. Be prepared for the possibility of some power outages as this moves in, winds gusting over 50 to 60 miles per hour, straight line winds, and we could have a tornado here with some of those enhanced wind speeds. Now it's crossed Highway 280 if there is one in here around Hollins, Parkdale. You can see around the Midway area, and then we're under a severe thunderstorm warning. So no downstream tornado warning expected, according to the Weather Service. They're not going to issue another warning for Clay County. So again, just treat this as though, we've got damaging winds, whether it's a tornado or not. You want to take this line of storms very serious. If you are in Clay County, make sure you're in a well-built structure as this passes. The tornado watch looks like that is going to continue for some of these eastern counties. But so far, Lauren, what we're seeing, I see another tree down in the Blountsville area. Seen a lot of those reports coming in, a lot of downed trees. Folks need to be careful on those roadways out there through the early morning hours. And we're going to continue to follow along here and track this across East Alabama. I'll let you jump in here, Lauren, as we continue to follow along some of those reports coming in. But we're going to stay with you here until all these warnings end across the WBRC coverage area.
Thanks, Wes. Yeah, the most concerning part of the line still is where we are seeing this active tornado warning in Coosa County. So even if we don't still have an actual tornado, which they would have to do storm surveys tomorrow to determine where a potential tornado could have come through, we still have very intense winds along this line. So areas like Parkdale, Brownsville, Shady Grove, Goodwater, these areas are still under the gun for seeing some really strong wind gusts. If we get an idea, if we kind of pixel it here to see how strong these winds are. Now this is farther away from the radar site. This is shooting up about 1,800 feet in the air. So this is detecting possibly around Mount Olive, 80-mile-per-hour winds, 2,000 feet, about 2,000 feet off the ground. So that could translate to maybe 70-mile-per-hour winds moving through Mount Olive right now. Even if we don't have rotation at the surface, there could be rotation aloft, and that could sometimes translate to the ground with some stronger winds. So Goodwater, I would definitely go to your safe place right now. You are still under that tornado warning, which is in effect until 2:45 a.m. Right now it's 2:15 a.m. so this warning is still in effect for 30 minutes, but it does look like the National Weather Service is going to continue for a severe thunderstorm warning. Oh, yes, for a severe thunderstorm warning in Tallapoosa County. So anywhere along that 280 corridor, areas farther to the north like New Site, Alexander City, just know that there are some intense winds associated with this. And as we look at this, it almost looks like a little comma head has developed here that you can see around Goodwater. And this would indicate that rotation within the line. That is where we're seeing that potential tornado. Even if it's not an actual tornado, we do have some broad rotation here that is indicating this part of the line is intensifying near Shady Grove, Brownsville, Goodwater, Midway, Roselle. So I would say the southern portion, southwestern portion of Talladega County and far eastern Coosa County, this is where the most intense winds are right now that are around possibly 60, 70 miles per hour. And these winds are going to be toppling tree. Most of the damage reports we've been getting in tonight have been from trees falling. And we mentioned that was going to be a big concern with this system, even if you just get a severe thunderstorm warning, because sometimes straight line winds can produce the same damage as an EF0, EF1 tornado, especially a bad situation when you have already saturated ground from all of the rain and flooding we saw earlier this week. Now, flooding not as big of an issue with this because it's moving through so quickly. I mean, as Wes said, possibly after 3 a.m. we may be able to sound the all clear for much of our area because this is moving so quickly. But I would still say beginning to tap into some of that warmer air that was able to develop here, areas farther to the south. So areas like Bluff Springs, Ashland, you can see the severe thunderstorm warning is continuing into Clay County now. So even though it looks, well, good news, that tornado warning has expired. The bad news is you've still got intense winds along this. So if we get an idea around Roselle, Brownsville, we mentioned down in Goodwater, to the north of Bradford along Highway 280, you're seeing at least 50-60 mile per hour winds. And so this will continue to push to the east-northeast. So if you live somewhere like Carmel along Highway 9, Spring Hill along Highway 77, Ashland, Lineville, getting closer to Highway 9 is Highway 49 too, and then Bluff Springs, this will be knocking on your doorstep very quickly. We're talking a 10-20 minute window when this could be coming in. So that's the most intense part of the line farther to the south. If you're in Jacksonville and Anniston, the worst part of this has actually already moved through. So there's still going to be some heavy rain on the back side of this that we're seeing up towards the Huntsville area and around Guntersville, Fort Payne, or south of Huntsville, really around Guntersville and Fort Payne. But some of the most intense part of this line is now actually moving into northwest Georgia. But areas like Heflin, we're keeping a close eye on things for you. Areas around here over in Cleburne County, that's where some of the most intense winds are beginning to move in. And so we'll switch to the Huntsville radar site and just showing that those winds are plowing through to areas like Coldwater, Heflin, 5 Points. So with these winds, remember, treat it like a tornado warning. You want to go to that safest room in your home, away from windows, on that lowest level. If you have any friends or family who live in manufactured homes in this area, give them a heads up that these storms have been producing some really intense wind gusts that have a history of damage, that not only have been knocking down trees, in some places we still have power outages. So let's look actually at that latest power outage index. We'll clear all the clutter here off the screen, and we can get an idea of an update on the county power outages. So it looks about the same as it had earlier. It looks like some have gone up. We have 10,000 customers without power in Shelby County, about 18,000 customers without power in Tuscaloosa County, and then in Jefferson County, about 14,000 customers without power. And that was a concern as this came through with the saturated soils. It wouldn't take much for a tree to knock down, even a branch to fall on a power line and cause issues. So remember as well, we mentioned if you do have any reports of damage in your area, you can let us know on social media and submit any photos you have through the WBRC First Alert weather app. You are our eyes out in the storm, and we're continuing to monitor social media for any of your reports. We will look at the areas that are still under the tornado watch just to give an update. So we do have some new areas that have been cleared: Etowah County, St. Clair County, Shelby County, Bibb County, Perry County, all in the clear now. So really the only areas we have left, and I think Chilton County should be able to be cleared soon, are far east Alabama. So we've got probably about another hour here for the worst part of this storm. These storms came in to West Alabama around 11 o'clock and could be out of here well before 4 a.m. So just a testament to how quickly this line has been moving, and we can get an idea of those current wind gusts that we're seeing. We actually registered a 50 mile per hour gust at the Birmingham airport, a 53 mile per hour gust in Pell City, and a 55 mile per hour gust in Anniston. But you can see here as we look at the wind gusts, notice in East Alabama, winds are still coming out of the south, but notice winds are beginning to shift out of the west in West Alabama. That is a sign that colder air is beginning to descend. Now, it's not quite here yet. As we look at First Alert AccuTrack here, most of us are still seeing temperatures in the 60s, farther to the southeast, but 50s. And remember that we're starting off the day right now, how it feels outside right now. This is the warmest part of the day. Once you wake up in the morning, if you're able to go to sleep after this, Once you wake up in the morning, it's going to be colder. And then in the afternoon, it's going to be even colder than that. We've got a first alert for 40s. Temperatures near 40 degrees tomorrow afternoon, but the wind chills could feel like they're freezing. So this is going to be a bit of weather whiplash, but we'll continue to monitor any areas here. We still are under the gun with some severe winds along this line, which is why we see severe thunderstorm warnings extending all the way from up in parts of Cherokee County down into Cleburne County, and then all the way down into Tallapoosa County, and still parts of Coosa County as well, but no active tornado warnings. So the good news is we are seeing severe thunderstorm warnings. The bad news is the severe thunderstorm warning means that we're likely seeing winds in excess of 60 miles per hour as this moves through. So we want to watch here closely for any areas, any little suspicious areas along the line where we could see some possible rotation again. Right now it looks like some of the most intense lightning with this is down farther to the south in southern Coosa County and getting areas farther south of here, but not seeing any areas immediately that stand out for potential rotation that we need to be watching. But as we saw with that little cell embedded within the line in Coosa County, you have to watch these so closely. You can't let your guard down. Sometimes we say it's almost like you have to babysit the radar because these little spin ups can happen so quickly. And so still looks like the most intense winds right now are in Coosa County. So where you see this red popping up here, that's that leading edge of the storms, and that's where the winds are most intense. So we're talking 50, 60 mile per hour winds as these winds push through to the east, getting into parts of Tallapoosa County. This is where you're going to see that possibility for trees to come down. And if you do have some more vulnerable or sensitive trees around your home, be mindful of that and think, okay, well, it's not a tornado warning, but we still want to keep a close eye on that potential for any downed trees to come down, any branches that could cause damage to the home. And we've certainly been getting a lot of reports of damage, not just through the National Weather Service, but if you have any as well, remember you can share those with us on social media. So we're continuing to track things as they're coming through East Alabama West, but I would say, we've got less than an hour here.
Yeah, this stuff is right on as far as timing. It has certainly been by the book on the timing. We said be around 3 o'clock, and you can see it's almost cleared our southeastern counties. I was just noticing Travis Braden, our weather watcher in Columbiana, reported a 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts as it's moved through Shelby County. Shelby County, severe weather threat is over for us. It is over for St. Clair County, Etowah County. Some leftover rain. You're going to hear some rumbles, yes, but nothing severe at this time. That threat has ended for us. We're still keeping a close eye on this one part of that line that's moved into Clay County. You can see it right there, Lauren. Still a suspicious area, and the way this is bowing out easily could have some damaging straight line winds with something like that. When we see those little bowing segments, that is a sign that we have enhanced straight line winds, or we could have a tornado. But where that is located, that is not far from Ashland. That's just south of Ashland, moving through Clay County. Kyle King, one of our weather watchers in Verbena, that's down in southern Chilton County, reporting some heavy rain. So I was asking to try to get a report in, some ground truth from that area. But as Lauren noted, a lot of what we are seeing is just mostly a lot of downed trees in some areas. There was another report in the Anniston area of a tree on a structure in that area. And certainly hope everybody's okay out there tonight. We want everybody safe, and that's why we're going to stay with you here. But Clay County, we're going to stay on top of this, and Lineville and Ashland, you're about to have those stronger wind gusts. It does look like Talladega County, though, threat is over for us. You can see there's Talladega, there's Waldo, and you can see over towards Chandler Springs that the back edge of that rain, it's now pushed on mostly into Clay County and also Coosa County, where we had that tornado warning earlier. That warning has expired, and we still have a leftover severe thunderstorm warning, just kind of catching the tail end of this. And most of let's go to the north here. I want to check out Calhoun County, because I know I was talking about Chocolaco and those areas, DeArmondville, and yeah, the worst of this is now pushed in Heflin, dealing with some of those stronger winds right now as this pushes through Cleburne County. County. Let's take this a bit further south. We get down into Clay County, and there's the leading edge right there. Looks like through Ashland, that gust front is pushing through right now. I know the winds are really picking up here for our friends. You can see, wow, 60, 70, which of course, what's the elevation on that, Lauren? So 2,500 feet there. We're seeing some winds 60, 70 miles per hour. And you can see in the corner of the screen, by the way, that's that Jacksonville camera there at JSU. That's the Calhoun 911 cam. And the lightning's really picked up there around parts of Calhoun County, although the severe threat has ended. That the strongest winds have moved through that area and now cleared most of Calhoun County. But now Ashland getting those strong winds, and south there's Cleveland Crossroads. That's another area. Mention Millerville. That's another area where we're having some of those strong winds moving through. Hatchet, Kellington, and Alexander City. You are next up. Tallapoosa County and Randolph County has been included in a severe thunderstorm warning. And as we expected, the Weather Service just pretty much blanketing the state with severe thunderstorm warnings up and down this line as it's moved through. But notice it really hasn't let up as far as the lightning. Even on this screen, we're seeing 259 strikes over the past 30 minutes. So it's still quite a prolific lightning producer here as it moves on into East Alabama, even behind the leading edge. You can see, look at all these lightning strikes in here. So I know that thunder is really rolling here for us. If you're waking up this early morning around places like Nicksburg and Equality in southern Coosa County, damaging straight line winds possible. It looks like those winds now pushing down in towards Kawaga and also around the Piney Point community and Lake Martin pretty much. If you're around Lake Martin, and the thing is when these strong winds like this with these storms often at times they move across that lake and that flat surface, sometimes we can see those wind speeds enhanced as well as they continue there on over those open bodies of water. So if you're around Lake Martin, you certainly want to make sure everything's well secured and anchored down for the possibility of some strong gusty winds as this approaches from the west direction. But this line is moving quickly. It's almost completely out of our coverage area. Want to go one more time, Lauren, pump up some of those outages. We do have a lot of power outages around the state right now. You can see as we go back to some of those numbers, the worst of this, again, far south and east, but it has left quite a few outages. We have trees down in several areas. You can see, of course, in Jefferson and also in Tuscaloosa County. Actually, that number in Jefferson County's dropped, Lauren. So it's always amazing how quickly the power company gets out there and is able to get the power restored in a lot of these communities. But there have been some reports of trees down in several counties. So this morning, if you're traveling, especially back roads, just be careful. A lot of limbs and debris in the roadways out there. Just be safe. But it looks like very soon, hopefully, Lauren will be able to trim away all the counties in our coverage area that have been underneath that tornado watch. You can still see Talladega, also Calhoun County. We're almost in the clear. Coosa and Calhoun County, hopefully very soon, we're able to clear away from that tornado watch. But the conditions, actually the rain has ended now for parts of West Alabama. You see that in the parts of Marion County, Winston County, and Walker and Fayette counties. It looks like maybe a little bit of clearing happening. Now again, big change coming up here over the next 24 hours. We have this line moving through. We've had temperatures near 70. As we head into the early morning, we're going to be talking about a big drop in temperatures down into the 30s by midday for today. So it's about to get even colder over the next several hours. So wintertime is coming back, and be ready for a big drop in temperatures. We do have a first alert for freezing conditions into early Monday morning. But we'll stay with you here. Let's see, we're approaching 3 o'clock. It's 2:31. We're going to stay with you here for a few more minutes as this continues to make its track into East Alabama. Lauren, I'll send it back over to you as we continue to watch this. I want to go back to that radar view. I know we've been watching Coosa County and also into southern Clay County at this time. Probably seeing winds still along this line, 50, 60 mile per hour gusts as this first moves in, and then those winds start to back off.
Yeah, certainly the most intense winds right now are in Tallapoosa and Clay County. You can see to the southeast of Ashland, to the east of Alexander City, really right along that Highway 280 corridor. We've got some really intense winds in Talladega County that are moving across Lake Hill Estates. So areas like Jackson's Gap, Eagle Creek, New Site, Simpson, North Dadeville. Going to go ahead and give you a first alert that these winds will be there within about 10 minutes. And then if we go a little further to the north up into Clay County, we see exiting Bluff Springs, approaching Shiloh. That's where we've got some of the worst winds within this. So this is actually pulling from the Montgomery radar site, but we'll look and you can still see this is the main part of the line that's the most intense, right? That's pushing into East Alabama. Now on the back side of that, we're still seeing some moderate rain that is filling in behind the most intense part of the line, but none of this is severe right here. The severe portion is this little almost appendage that you see ahead of the rain that's moving in. So this is that leading edge stretching. Now it's moving through Montgomery, Alexander City, Ashland, but as of right now, all we're seeing are severe thunderstorm warnings, but no active tornado warnings. So that's good news. But as we keep reiterating the severe thunderstorm warnings that are around tonight, you definitely want to take those seriously because they do have that potential to produce some damaging straight line winds. And that's a majority of the reports that we've been getting in. So around Ashland, we have some very heavy rain that's falling right now and around Bluff Springs to Lineville. We're still going to check in on our friends in Cleburne County. Some of the worst of it is now pushing away from Heflin, but areas like Bell Mills, Abernathy, Lebanon, that's where some of that heaviest rain is now. So areas along I-20, Highway 46 up towards Highway 78. You will definitely continue to see some torrential downpours for about 10 more minutes, and then it pushes to the east. And the good news is too, as we zoom in here, we've got about 10 lightning strikes. So not seeing quite as much lightning as this pushes eastward, at least over into Cleburne County. But then we look down over into Clay County and still seeing some intense rain and winds coming through Shiloh. If we have anyone who's tuning in to us from Chambers County, we'll get some first alert times moving into Corinth by 2:37 a.m., Berwick 2:40 a.m., Malone at 2:42 a.m., Ophelia, love that name, at 2:43 a.m. and Liberty at 2:45 a.m. So these winds, the forward movement of the storm continues to be 60 plus miles per hour. So once you hear the thunder and once you hear the heavy rain, see the lightning, it's not going to take long, Wes, for it to move out of there.
Yeah, that's right, Lauren. And I wanted to go, I've got some video here. I want to go to this. This is from Millerville, from Leanne Blair, Blair Mountain Farms. This is in Clay County, and you can see that wind. Look at that, just really picking up. Well, the camera there kind of goes sideways, but you can see, let's go back to that view. You can just see the winds there, really gusty. That's got to be at least 40 plus mile per hour winds there. Tropical storm force moving through Clay County right now. So I know it's waking you up. It's really shaking the house, these gusty winds. You can see the radar's picking up on that stronger signature. Let's go into this, Lauren, and put some first alert times on here. We want to track this. As Lauren was noting, this is in Clay County, couple of areas where we have some enhanced winds. That's right around Lineville. Let's go ahead. We'll put some first alert times, as she was talking about, into Randolph and Chambers counties. BTI is up to a 6, and on a scale of 0 to 10, when we look at that, and that value, when it jumps anywhere around a 5, that is telling us we could have some severe winds with this storm. So showing a 6 level with that, that is this one's a little bit lower to 2.4, but definitely this part of the storm where it's kind of bowing out right there around Gibsonville and Corinth. What I'm seeing here on the radar is we could easily have some damaging wind gusts in this part of the storm. Also just pushed through Lineville, some enhanced winds in this area, but it's now making that move through Lineville and approaching the Gibsonville areas. Ashland, it looks like the strongest winds have passed through here. We have some leftover heavy rain, some wind gusts, and some rumbles of thunder, but the worst of this right now is from Delta all the way back to Bluff Springs and about to cross over into Randolph County. So folks here watching me in Randolph County, if you're watching me in southern Cleburne County, we have a lot of people tuning in on our streaming apps, our streaming platforms. This is now approaching, and it's still quite intense here across East Alabama with these straight line winds. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. We are seeing parts of Clay County being trimmed away, though. You can see the Weather Service, they've knocked off the upper part of this warning polygon. So the northern part of Clay County, we've been trimmed away. Anniston, we're in good shape. Severe threat over. I mentioned Talladega County, severe threat over Lincoln. Back to Asheville, Pell City, no more severe threat. We're in the clear in Cherokee County, Calhoun County, and hopefully very soon we're able to clear our far southeastern counties. Right now, Coosa County, for the most part, it looks like most of Coosa County. Let's check it out around Chilton and Coosa County, Lauren. Some of these areas here to the south. Yeah, most Coosa County, right now the severe threat has passed us as well, but man, this line right now, it just has not let up. It is over Alexander City. We are still seeing some signals of very, very strong winds with this now moving into Tallapoosa County. If you're in Dadeville, Alexander City, folks need to be waking up here and getting to a safe place, making sure that they're well informed and alert to what's about to move through in these areas. You can see on the screen, lightning strikes have jumped up. That counts now up to 351. And we're not too far zoomed out here on the map. You can see it's showing 347 now, total lightning strikes. So there's still some intense lightning here. Very strong storm, Lauren, moving through Tallapoosa County. Hopefully very soon we'll get this out of Clay County and we'll be able to clear that area as well. But we're going to stay with you here as we track this, and it's a first alert weather day which has ended for most of the area. We will soon be able to cancel that for the entire area as this races on to the east. We've been noting that a wind advisory has been in place in addition to these storms moving through. I know it's been a windy night in general, but once this line passes, even for these southeastern areas, and Lauren, it looks like that wind is going to back off. It won't be quite as gusty out of the south. We're going to have more of a west and northwest wind that makes a return, and then some of that colder air is going to move in during the day on Sunday. So no tornado warnings in effect right now across our area. We have some leftover severe thunderstorm warnings. I've been getting some reports of some power outages. I actually just saw a report here from Tuscaloosa County in the Ralph area of some folks without power in that particular part of Tuscaloosa County. But this threat is way over for West Alabama. This is now mainly the southeastern part of the area, but it has crossed the state here in the matter of just a few hours. Fast moving system here as we approach 3 o'clock in the morning. The Weather Service, they're continuing to trim away counties from the tornado watch. I know the watch is set to go until 4 o'clock, but this will be cleared for our area well before 4 o'clock in the morning. Looks like we have some reports of maybe some debris in the road on Noble Street in Anniston, so seeing some reports. Just be careful out there. Trees blocking roadway on Old Chocolaco Road in the Anniston area. Highway 22, we've got reports of some power lines down in that area. Tree down in Alabaster. Seeing a tree blocking a roadway on Wilmer Avenue in the Anniston area, so a lot of trees down around Anniston. Be careful out there this morning. Willow Point, it looks like we get in Tallapoosa County, looks like some trees down and power outages reported in that area as well. And a 62 mile per hour wind gust reported at Sylacauga Airport when those storms came through there in Sylacauga. 62 miles per hour, Lauren. So that's close to what you were showing there with some of that data coming in from the First Alert AccuTrack system. So we're continuing to track this now into southeastern Clay County, and we will stay with you here. If Dadeville under a severe thunderstorm warning, Alexander City, this has now pushed out of Coosa County, so we can sound the all clear for Coosa County, Talladega County. This has exited your area, and very soon our far southeastern counties, but still a very intense little Boeing segment. I mean, as this exits to the far southeast, Lauren, it is still as intense as it was when it moved into the state. I mean, this line right there, that little bow, there's likely some very strong winds in here that are pushing towards Wadley, Wedowee. If you're in Wedowee and in the Wadley area, be ready for the possibility of some damaging straight line winds here. Won't last long. Again, this is moving through fairly quickly, but it looks like the worst of this has pushed through Ashland. It has pushed through Delta. So folks here around Delta, yeah, we still have rain, still breezy out there, but that strongest gust of wind has now crossed over into mostly into Randolph County at this time. And very soon, it looks like even the warning's being trimmed away for parts of Cleburne County. Lauren, do you have any additional information you want to throw in?
No, nothing right now.
Okay, all right, so looks like what we're probably going to be able to do here very soon, once this moves out of our coverage area, of course, we'll resume normal programming. Don't forget, coming up at 5 o'clock in the morning, we have Good Day Alabama Weekend Edition, and meteorologist Matt Daniel will be joining us as well, and we'll have more reports coming in. Just keep in mind this morning, one of the big things out there is we do have some trees down in areas. There might be some debris in the roadway, so if you're traveling early, just be careful and mindful that we've had some strong winds moving through the area during the overnight. And looks like as far as this week goes, the forecast from this point, it is back to winter time. Now we are going to have some more rain coming back. It looks like around the middle of the week. There's been snow rumors going around for this week. We don't expect any snow for our area, although North Alabama, it might get interesting around the middle of the upcoming week. But again, that's the next system that we'll be talking about here over the next few days. But freezing temperatures, that will be a big story for us coming back, as Lauren was talking about tonight. We're going to see those lows back into the 20s, so plan for another freeze tomorrow morning and perhaps a hard freeze at times this week. Towards the end of the week, we'll see some more very cold weather on the way. And Lauren, I don't know, I was noticing today some trees in the neighborhood already seeing some blooms already. So I guess with the the warmer temperatures that tricked me spring, I certainly hope some of the fruit trees and things like that with this cold weather coming up, because it was warm for a while.
Yeah, it really was. I even thought, Wes, I saw a tree here on Red Mountain. It was real faint. It was a small tree, but I'm like, I swear there weren't leaves there the other day.
I mean, it's amazing how quickly, and I noticed that in South Mississippi, our sister station there, one of the meteorologists had posted there was pollen on the car already, tree pollen.
I don't even want to hear that right now.
Yeah, we don't want to go. We don't want to go there just yet.
I'd rather
right?
talk about this.
Yeah, exactly. Well, listen, we're going to stay here for just a few minutes longer. We'll let this warning clear. I want to go. It looks like we have another tornado warning though that has popped up. Yeah, this is around Lake Martin, again down in Tallapoosa County. Look at that. That is, yeah, it looks almost a repeat of what we saw in Coosa County. Listen, for folks in Tallapoosa County tonight, as we've been saying, you're part of this warning process as well. If you know someone you need to call that may be staying on Lake Martin, down around the Dadeville area, this is just south of Dadeville, there's another tornado warning in Tallapoosa County, and it's crossing right around Lake Martin. Might have a debris signature right there. Was that a debris signature? Are they noting that?
There was one.
So again, what I was talking about, you see the water, these lines that come across the lake, sometimes you can see all of a sudden these wind speeds get enhanced. You can see something try to spin up. Let's go back to velocity on this. Is this Maxwell that we're looking at? Oh yeah, right there. Yeah, so we're looking at this is now this is Tallapoosa County. Now technically we're more into the Montgomery market. Hopefully my friends here are watching our friends at WSFA and Josh Johnson and team. But Tallapoosa County right now around the Barnesville area, you can see tornado signature showing up. So it's the middle of the night, and that's the thing. This time of night, we want to make sure that folks out there are getting the alerts. If there's someone here that you need to call, wake up, let them know that we could have a tornado that is tracking around southern part of Lake Martin right now in Tallapoosa County. This is moving towards Blue Creek, also the Ponders area. That is a confirmed tornado. So that's a confirmed tornado warning. So this is probably one of the storms of the night. There it is right there. So a confirmed tornado warning that we have right now around Barnesville area. A confirmed tornado, here it is at 2:45 in the morning. For folks in southern Tallapoosa County that may be watching us on the stream, want to make sure everyone is awake and alert here across southern Tallapoosa County. This is south of Pine Grove and around the Mary area. This is moving towards Thornton. Again, this is well south of Birmingham. I just want to say this is just outside of our coverage area. This is down in the Tallapoosa County, but it's the weekend, it's late at night, and this is a very critical time when you have something like this. We want to make sure folks are awake and receiving the alert. So that's why I want to point this out. I want to make sure folks are getting the warning here. And there it is right there. Our radar's telling us that we have debris that could be lofted up into the atmosphere. And you know what, Lauren, I don't know if you might be able to take the slice tool and we can look and see how high this debris is being picked up into the atmosphere, but that's right around the Barnesville area, and that is radar indicated. And the thing about dual pole radar is what we're able to do, and this is with the latest updates, which this has been around a while. You've heard us talk about debris detection, but the dual pole radar is actually looking at a target in 2 different dimensions, so you can actually determine from size. If we're looking at a there we go. What Lauren is doing is actually we're taking a 3D slice into this, and we can actually pull the opacity down, Lauren, and kind of filter out some of this. But we're looking at what's not raindrops, right? What is limbs? What is leaves? What are leaves? What kind of debris is being picked up in this thing? But this is kind of an interesting view here as Lauren's kind of slicing into the storm, and we can take down the opacity and we can pull away some of the you can see there those higher reflectivities, and we can kind of see the elevation here. So what are we looking at, that top line? Is that 30,000 feet?
Yes.
All right, so let's see if we can pan this up a bit. So we're looking at, yeah, we're looking at maybe some debris that's being lofted. I mean, you can see that the top of that's around, what's that, 10, 20,000 feet up. Some of that debris is being lofted thousands of feet up into the atmosphere, and that's what we're picking up with the radar so far from the radar site. But an interesting view from these storms, Lauren, here tonight as we look at all that lightning. Look at that wall of rain and wind that is approaching us right here. I mean, what a view from the radar tonight from these storms, and that's why you can see the lightning so far away. I mean, look at how tall this storm is as it approaches this squall line, and behind this we'll see an abrupt drop off with the intensity. I mean, you'll see this go from very strong winds, 50, 60 miles per hour, and then those wind speeds back off, some leftover rain and rumbles, and basically good sleeping weather once this passes. But right now we could have a tornado in here. But what a view, Lauren, pulling that up there on First Alert AccuTrack. But we're focused in right now over, this is way south, Tallapoosa County, because there is a confirmed tornado warning right now. We have a debris signature that is showing up, and you can see where that is, far southeast part of the coverage area, and it looks like Clay County now has been cleared from that severe thunderstorm warning. So that has now moved through Clay County, but Dadeville and point south of Dadeville now still under a confirmed tornado warning, and that is crossing around Lake Martin. Still looks like parts of, has Coosa County been cleared of the severe thunderstorm warning, I believe?
Let's see.
Yeah,
yes.
looks.
Yep.
So all of our counties have been cleared of the severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's just go ahead here for a moment, Lauren. Let's stay on this one storm as we approach 3 o'clock. Looks like more reports of trees down. And do we have any storm reports on the system too? You might want to check out as well for folks that may be curious on. At least closer to home, any additional reports that we're seeing. Right now it looks like some more trees around Eclectic. I'm seeing reports around Wetumpka, trees down on some roadways there, but Elmore County EMA checking in. A lot of down tree reports, and look at this, Tuskegee now. Boy, I tell you, this is really ramping up again in areas to the south, not far from Montgomery. So folks around Tuskegee and over towards Dadeville, we have a couple of tornado warnings. Now this is a radar indicated tornado. One to the north, we have a confirmed tornado, which is showing a pretty good debris signature, but you can see right there around Shorter, see how that's starting to curl up. That's another area, and folks around Lee County, Auburn areas, need to be paying close attention to these storms here to the south and east. Lauren, I'll let you jump in here. Again, this is just north of Montgomery, correct?
Yes. So Macon County is one of the counties in east central Alabama. So this would be within the Montgomery coverage area. So I'm sure our friends at WSFA down in Montgomery are right on top of this, but we know we have folks here watching from all over the state. I had someone just mention on Twitter to thank us because they are in Clay and Randolph County, so in Chambers County. So we still want to keep our folks covered over in East Alabama, but this is another little area along the line that we have been seeing that little rotation. You're getting that inflow from those southerly winds. That warm, moist air is being ingested into the storm, and that's where we're seeing the potential for rotation, which has warranted this tornado warning, and that's in Macon County. But the confirmed tornado warning is still in parts of Tallapoosa County, so it's moving so quickly. It had been a little closer to that 280 corridor, and right now where you see again that inflow, that warm moist air inflow into the storm, that's where you have that rotation that has been confirmed. We'll see if we can still see the debris signature on it. No, we've got a lot of kind of mess over there to the east, but we are keeping a close eye on this, even if it doesn't have still a formal debris signature on it. And the radar is kind of messy right here, but it looks like it may be farther east now. It's also going so quickly, it's really hard to keep a close eye on things. But I would say if you have anyone in Waverly, Jamesville, Jones Mill, and remember this is just to the south of our area, but we still have people who watch in Tallapoosa County. It looks like it's going to cross right now just to the south of Highway 280, but potentially getting closer towards areas like Waverly and Gold Hill here within the next 10-20 minutes. You want to go to that safe spot. For now, it looks like we still just have a severe thunderstorm warning in place. Oh, but I do want to note with this confirmed tornado warning, it does just clip parts of northern Lee County, and this is where Auburn is. Now, Auburn is still well to the south of this tornado warning, but Auburn is kind of, if you're just trying to kind of figure out what am I looking at here, you've got a confirmed tornado warning here in Tallapoosa County, and then you have another tornado warning to the south. And that tornado warning that is to the south that you see that got issued, that is for Macon County, but that's just to the south of Auburn, which is Lee County, Alabama. So you've got around Auburn. If you have any students at Auburn, maybe go ahead and text them that there are tornadoes nearby. As it looks right now, both of these potential tornadoes, well, that's a confirmed one, but this potential tornado that is possibly moving towards areas like Liverpool, Tuskegee, possibly moving through Shorter now, Alliance, Little Texas. This is going to be near them. So you need to make sure if you have any friends or family in Auburn, Opelika, of course, Beauregard, an area very sensitive to these type of events, that they are paying close attention to the weather. But for now, that one confirmed tornado warning is in place for Tallapoosa County until 3:15 a.m. Central Time. So continuing to watch this closely. Unfortunately, with this situation, things are moving so quickly, everything's rapidly evolving. So things can change really quickly. It actually looks like the tornado that was in Tallapoosa County has dissipated, but continuing to keep that tornado warning ongoing for Macon County. So initially, there was a confirmed tornado as it came through Tallapoosa County, but now it's dissipated. So the focus now is going to be that possibility of a potential tornado moving into Macon County, Alabama. As we look farther to the north, though, where we don't have tornado warnings in effect, we still have a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Randolph County and Chambers County. So in Randolph County, this severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 3:30 a.m. Central Time. And then also, as we look into Chambers County, we still have a severe thunderstorm warning there as well. But still want to keep a close eye on this leading edge of the system, because that's where we've seen so many little instances tonight where we begin to see the radar beginning to see those little rotations. And like, as we're actually looking here at Randolph County, there does look to be some broad rotation around Roanoke along Highway 431. So if you're in Roanoke, High Shoals, Omaha, Bacon Level, Barrett Crossroads, Welch, I would be paying close attention to this storm as it moves through, because as it moves through, it's going to have, of course, the potential for damaging straight line winds. But if you do see a situation where you get a little spin up along the line, then you would possibly see a tornado warning being issued. But as for now, the main active warning we have is down in Macon County. So areas like Tuskegee, Mount Andrew, Little Texas, Alliance, you need to go to your safe place. That's going to be that interior room away from windows. Make sure you have your severe weather safety kit with you. If you have any pillows, a helmet, any type of quilt, anything you can do to make sure you're as protected as you can be from the winds within the storm and a possible tornado, Wes.
Yeah, Lauren, this is a time of the day here where it's very dangerous. You know, a lot of times we see these tornado warnings, they happen overnight in Alabama. We see a lot of these overnight events. What I'm showing you right now, and by the way, Reg, you're listening in the back, we can drop that box that we have at the bottom of the screen. This it was from earlier, and what we're seeing a lot of, this was, you can see a power substation look like there might have been some damage. That was over in Pickens County. Shane sharing that on the First Alert Weather app. And listen, you know, you're out there tonight, you encounter some of these areas where we have down power lines. We just had a story about this the other day. Be careful. Stay away from those down power lines. I know it's something we probably don't have to say all the time, but you can't say it enough, right? Make sure you stay away from active. Those power lines can be active even though they may seem like they're down. They're not active. Stay away from those power lines. Stay away from, watch for those down trees as well out there this morning. A lot of debris in the roadways, and we still have what could be tornadoes producing damage in parts of Alabama right now, and that's one of the reasons why I just wanted to stay a few minutes longer here as we approach 3 o'clock in the morning, because now all the warnings have been canceled across the WBRC coverage area, but we want to make sure folks, maybe we can reach some people here that are outside of our coverage area where we have active tornado warnings in Tallapoosa County at this time, and you can see that that is approaching around Mount Andrew. Lauren, now this is an area, Lauren, when you covered in Columbus, you guys watch this area closely too. I know you're very familiar with southern Tallapoosa County and around Auburn areas, but I've had a lot of people reach out to me today to ask about what time this would be reaching Lee County. So I know a lot of folks, well, I saw earlier, we saw a lot of folks were out at Toomer's Corner after we saw some pictures coming in from that area. I know a lot of folks have been out and about around the Auburn area and need to be weather ready here as this line approaches, because we know what kind of damage this some of these winds have produced across the state tonight.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the Auburn area especially, you know me, I never am actually thinking about sports like everyone else in this state. But yeah, a lot of folks have been in Auburn today for the basketball game. So even if you have any friends or family who are down there, go ahead and call them that even though, yes, this confirmed tornado, and it is a confirmed tornado now, Wes. So we do have a confirmed tornado in Macon County, Alabama. Let's see if
so that's two confirmed tornado warnings.
Gosh, and kind of parallel to each other. But I think this is what we're looking at right here. It looks like it's to the west of Liverpool and to the south of Highway 80. So this is going to be pushing east-northeast. So areas like Mount Andrew, Liverpool, Seisha, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. If not, you'll let me know on social media. We are seeing that possibility of this moving towards Tuskegee, or is that it right there? No, it is the one near Liverpool. Oh yeah, and if we look at our shear rate here, you can see it's really picking up. The very intense winds that could be leading to some very strong rotation within this west. And so this is pushing towards Tuskegee. If you have any friends or family in Tuskegee, right now it looks like it's staying south of Interstate 85, but Pleasant Hill, Tuskegee are going to be under the gun for this potential confirmed tornado coming your way. And this is an area that, of course, like much of Alabama, is very sensitive to these warnings, as we were talking about with Lee County. Of course, you had the Beauregard tornado back in 2019 that unfortunately killed 23 people. This is not a situation similar to that, but you just know you have a lot of storm anxiety in this area, so you want to take these severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings like we're seeing here seriously. So we are going to keep staying on the Montgomery radar side, because that's actually what we're closest to now. You can see this confirmed tornado is actually just to the south of the Montgomery radar site. So we have a really good view of just how potent this is. And there it is in Liverpool, just to the south of Highway 80. So if you have any friends or family who live in Tuskegee, or if you're joining in and watching us from Tuskegee, if you have any friends or family who live in mobile or manufactured homes in Macon County, go ahead and give them the heads up. They need to be at that storm shelter, at that friend or family's home, in that safe spot away from that mobile or manufactured home, which is just not a safe place to be, unfortunately, during events like this. But As this continues pushing to the east, areas in the path of this will give some areas that we want to give the first alert to: Pleasant Hill, Little Texas, Society Hill, Alliance. All of these areas within Macon County need to keep watching this closely from their safe place, because this is now a confirmed tornado. Now, that earlier confirmed tornado warning that was in Tallapoosa County has since expired, but we still have severe thunderstorm warnings blanketing East Alabama, and one of those severe thunderstorm warnings does now include Lee County. We are not seeing a tornado warning being extended into Lee County, but we're still watching that potential for, even if you don't see a tornado, there are damaging straight line winds along this line. So it's just something to definitely watch closely. All of this is in far east Alabama now, Wes.
All right, Lauren. Yeah, and it's the top of the hour, 3 o'clock. Looks like this has moved on through our coverage area. I just want to invite you, if you are watching us on streaming platforms around Tuskegee, some of these areas to the south, check in with our sister station WSFA. Josh Johnson, they're going to be in continuous tornado coverage here as this continues into the southern part of the state. Our parent company, Gray, that's our sister station. We have stations all over the state of Alabama, and I do encourage you to check in with Josh and WSFA as this continues to the south. We will also be monitoring the conditions here locally. This has cleared the WBRC television market area. You can see there's Coosa County's out of the watch and out of the warning. So is Clay County at this time. This is mostly now down into southeast Alabama, but now we do have, I just want to stress, Auburn area. You need to be on alert here. We have a confirmed tornado around Tuskegee along this line. This is about to move into the Auburn area. So we need our folks around Lee County to be ready to take action here. This is approaching. We have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. We're still seeing parts of Randolph, Chambers County, Lee County under severe thunderstorm warnings all along this line. Winds gusting 60+ miles per hour, and then the possibility that we have a tornado and a strong signature. We've had a confirmed tornado. We've had 2 of those now. We haven't seen those all night long, but we've had 2 confirmed tornadoes just as this has moved out of our area down into southeast Alabama. You can see around Tuskegee right now, that tornado is moving over Tuskegee. So folks in Tuskegee need to be in their safe place at this time as it crosses around Highway 29 and moves in towards Lee County. I don't know if that warning is going to expand into Lee County, but it certainly could. But stay weather alert down in this part of the state. What we're going to do right now is let's sort of reset the view one more time. I'll just show you what it looks like across Alabama. And again, you can see just a few counties here to the far east. Looks like that watch hopefully will be dropped very soon, even for Cleburne County. And the rain's actually broken off across parts of West Alabama. We'll probably see some more spotty showers move back in as those temperatures start to fall later on today. But be careful out there this morning. And don't forget, coming up here at 5 o'clock, we have Good Day Alabama Weekend Edition. Meteorologist Matt Daniel will be joining us, and on behalf of Lauren and our team here at WBRC, we're going to sign off for right now, but we will see you back here with updates starting at 5.